Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are in a snow day with the current trial that we're watching, which is New Jersey versus Paul Canero. We were doing some weather cam yesterday and today. So thank you guys for joining us for that. We were checking and monitoring the snowfall amounts that were falling in New Jersey and the Colts Neck area. And they got around 10.7 inches of snow. So they called Judge Lemieux called a snow day for them on Friday. So here we are. We did a weather stream yesterday. We did a weather stream this morning, a snow day with me, and then now we're doing a Ego Takes the Stand. So appreciate you guys joining us. Let's welcome in everybody. Amy, how are you? It's finally hitting you. Yes, it's going to be it's going to be below 40 for the next 10 days, and then it's going to be in the low 20s a couple nights. So not good. Thankfully, you didn't lose power. You've been staying cozy and warm with lots of soup. Yeah. Oh, Aaron made a potato leek soup over the weekend, so I'm looking forward to that. Brown-eyed girl, Joan, I should say. Sorry, Parkin. Good to see you. Lily Wayne, you had 22 inches of snow yesterday. Wow. That's a lot of snow. Sherry, good morning. Forrest, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Jenny G, excuse me. Play on Crime, good to see you. Let's see, who was with us? Stand for the Truth. This trial was very sad. I watched it last weekend. He almost got away with it, but someone alerted the police to do an intense autopsy. All right, we know nothing about it, so we're going to watch it as if we have fresh eyes. Sherry, I watched a bit of the trial to recap your memory. Remember this now, but didn't see when he took the stand. Yeah, this is a recent trial. This just finished, I think, like a week or so ago. Yeah, the 20th. This just ended 6 days ago. Lisa, good to see you. Let's see. I may have seen this one. Does anyone else have the problem of having watched so many trials they can barely remember anymore which ones they've seen? Yeah, a lot. Hey, Brat. Hey, Lori. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right. Iowa Backyard. Hector's mom. Awesome. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Terry, trial watcher. Real happy. Didn't watch this one. It will be interesting. Yeah, Missy Russell, you're going to a team meeting in about 2.5 hours. All right. Don't think the judge allows streaming, but you could be wrong. You could try. Green-eyed cat, good to see you. Mallory, see you in 40 minutes. All right, I think that was earlier. Red Snap, good to see you. And Brenda Meyer, thank you so much for joining us. All right, hey, Lisa. Bama Green Eyes, hello, hello. Amanda, thank you for joining us. Aussie Gardner is with us as well. Christy, I don't know anything about the trial, but I'm excited to watch. Nanar, hey again. Yeah, thank you guys for watching with us this morning. We did a snow day, and now we're going to dive back into trials. All right, so Washington versus Kevin West. This happened January 8th of 2024. He is charged with second degree. He is the defendant. His wife, Marcelle or Marcy West, was his wife. He is 52 and she was 48. We have Judge David Gregerson. We have the senior deputy prosecutor Jessica Smith, and we have a private defense attorney Brian Walker. Now Kevin West is on trial for taking out his wife Marcy. We'll go with Marcy West, 48-year-old emergency room worker who was found dead inside their home on January 8th of 2024. Under circumstances that initially appeared unclear, but later revealed signs of fatal violence. At the time of her death, Kevin West, 52, was serving as a battalion chief with the Kamas Washougal, hopefully I got that right, Washington Fire Department. On the night of the incident, West called 911, claiming he had awakened from a deep sleep to find his wife experiencing what he described as a fatal seizure. A medical examiner initially ruled the cause of death inconclusive, and the victim's body was released to a funeral home. However, that determination quickly changed. And then West was charged with second degree, and he now faces life without parole if convicted. All right, so that's a high-level view of what is going on. Let's get over here. Now, first of all, I want to show you where this is. So this is the western part of the United States. Canada is up there, north of us. This is the western part of the United States. It is in Washington, but as you can see, it is right on the border with Oregon and Washington. So this is Camas. It's right by Portland. As we're zooming in, there's Portland. And there is, he was the battalion chief. And here is the area that this happened in. So Camas, Washougal. Stella, hello. Good to see you. All right, so this is where this happened. All right. That kind of gives you the idea of where we are on this trial. So again, this is right outside of Portland. And it is in Washington, but it's right next to Portland. All right. Oh, no, Mallory. Got a call from middle school. Little one is sick. Aw. Sorry to hear that, Mallory. Hopefully they'll be okay. All right, Nana, you're right across from you're right across from Seattle. All right. All right, so now let's get to some news clips. As you guys know that have watched us long enough, you know we like to watch some news clips. So here we go. First off, this was March 22nd. So remember, this happened. January 8th is when this happened, but then he wasn't arrested until March. All right, so a couple months went by, obviously. All right, so let's check this out. Let's wrap our heads around this case and as we dive into it. So settle in. I know a lot of you have snow days today. Settle in, get something warm, get comfy, and let's get to it.
January 8th at this home in Washougal, police say Kevin West called 911. He's a fire battalion chief for the Camas Washougal Fire Department in Southwest Washington. West said his wife was having a seizure and had stopped breathing.
I was just watching everything unfold and ended up finding out that Marcy had passed, and that was very sad to hear.
Tabitha Schaefer lives next door and heard West's wife, Marcy, had passed away on January 8th.
They're very neighborly, lovely family.
But soon law enforcement was back at the house.
Undercover police in his driveway and bringing out items, I would assume, as evidence.
Krista Paris lives further down the street. She saw the officers coming and going. The Clark County Sheriff's Office says they took over the investigation, and several people said they were concerned about the couple's relationship and worried Marcy's death wasn't a seizure at all. Then in March, the medical examiner determined Marcy died from asphyxia and trauma to her neck.
Yeah, you're kind of just in shock. Like, is it really happening? Is this really happening? Especially in, Washougal, our neighborhood. It's quiet.
West was arrested and charged with first-degree murder on Wednesday.
It's terrible because of the kids.
That's the last thing that you would think would happen.
West is expected to make his first court appearance on Monday, and he faces a first-degree murder charge. David?
So those houses look pretty nice, right? Those houses look really, really nice. So she was an emergency worker, and he was a battalion chief of the fire department. So one would assume that they're making a fairly decent living. And again, those houses looked really, really nice. All right. So here we go. You heard his first court appearance. So let's check out his first court appearance.
Washougal Fire Battalion Chief, who authorities say murdered his wife and lied to detectives about it, made his first court appearance. Daisy Caballero joins us now with those details. Daisy?
Yeah, David, Kevin West is now facing a murder charge after the medical examiner determined his wife, Marcy West, died of asphyxia and blunt trauma to the neck and ruled her death a homicide.
Court is now in session.
On Monday, the Clark County courtroom was packed as family, friends, and co-workers awaited the future of the Camas Washougal Battalion Chief Kevin West, accused of killing his wife back in early January.
The motion is primarily based on the nature of the allegations.
West was arrested last Wednesday and is facing a murder charge after initially telling investigators his wife was having a seizure and had stopped breathing. He called 911, but she was dead when paramedics arrived at their Washougal home.
home, though speculation started to swirl about what may have happened.
When he was later asked about her name, he fully admitted that he had this affair. He wasn't hiding it, he just was never asked about it and was not eager to talk about it.
According to the prosecuting attorney, West had planned to end things with his wife, Marcelle West, or move out of their home by January 8th, the day she died.
I think from the medical examiner's office on the initial that there maybe have been some trauma potentially there.
The sheriff's office says several people were concerned about the couple's relationship and informed police, which they say prompted a further investigation. On March 20th, an autopsy showed Marcy had died of asphyxia and blunt trauma to the neck, and her death was ruled a homicide.
Mr. West gave several interviews to detectives, and so kind of the statements that he had made versus then what they were able to find through the search warrants that they served, which got information from phone conversations and text messages, maybe painted a different picture.
The Clark County Sheriff's Office has taken over the investigation from the Washougal Police Department to avoid any conflict of interest due to West's job. His next court date is April 9th at 9 a.m. David, back to you.
Thank you, Daisy. Appreciate the update.
All right. So they were on the outs. They were not getting along. They were going to separate. They have at least, how many kids do they have? I know they have at least one boy, I think. I think he's 22. Do you guys know how many kids they have together? I thought I saw that they have at least one boy and he was 22 years old. And it's a shame. And apparently he had a mistress. He was cheating on Marcy there. So if you guys hear noise, I'm bringing in plants. If you guys are wondering, you may hear noise behind me. So I brought in some plants that I'm going to bring in more. There's some over there. I'm going to bring in more. I got a lily that's got damaged, so their kitties are kitties are having fun. So something new for them to get excited about. All right, so Sherry, they had a boy. Okay, CCG TV, they have two. Okay, boy and a girl. All right. Sally, does anyone know if the children stood by the dad? I think so. I think they testified too. I'm pretty sure the kids testified as well. We're not going to watch all of that because this is just about him taking the stand. But I think they all testified. So, yeah, and there's probably lizards in there that were cold and now they're going to wake up. So I think I brought in a bunch of wildlife as well. So anyway, if you hear noise, and I've got 3 more plants I'm going to bring in because we're going to be so cold over the next 10 days. 10 days. Ugh. All right. Do you guys want to watch openings first, or do you want to watch the body cam first? I have openings and then body cam. Which do you guys want to watch, the openings first or the body cam? Let's see. Body cam or openings? I should say next. Body cam or openings next? What do you guys want to do? Body cam? Because I have body cam. So do you want to do the body cam or do you want to do openings? Body cam. We got 2 for 2. 2 body cam, 2 openings. 3 openings, 3 body cam, 4 body cam, open body cam, body cam. All right, right now it seems like body cam's a little bit openings. We're kind of like 50-50. We're pretty much 50-50. Body cams will help us understand the openings. Yeah. Body cam, openings tell you what's going on in the body cam. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, openings. And it's pretty even. All right, you know what? Let me do I have a coin? I could flip something. Let me see. Body cam, openings. Doesn't matter. I know. Openings. I think. So I break the tie. All right. It does seem like it's 50-50. Body cam will give us an understanding, but openings will give us an understanding of what we're looking at, what we're watching. All right, I'm gonna go in I'm going to go in how it was released. Good grief. All right, so the openings were January 7th. Body cam was January 12th. So I'm going to go with openings first. All right, I'm going to go with openings first. We'll go with openings first. Then we'll get to the body cam. I thought it would be like more one-sided, but it seems like it's like 50-50. So let's do openings first, and then that'll give us an understanding of what we're looking at as far as the body cam. All right. All right, now, okay, let's get to, all right. So this is going to be openings from, yeah, let me just cover that up. We don't need to see that. All right, so this is January 7th, 2026, opening statements. So, opening statements. All right, openings it is. Thank you guys for your opinions. I do appreciate it. I thought it would be overwhelming one way or the other, but it seems like we're kind of half and half. So let's just go in historical order, which would be opening statements. All right, here we go.
Please court, opposing counsel. Members of the jury. This case did not begin as a homicide investigation. But what matters is not how this case began, but how the truth ultimately emerged. At 4:27 a.m., about 2 years ago to the day today, the defendant, Kevin West, called 911. He alerted dispatchers, my wife is having a seizure. I'm moving her to her side and getting her off the bed safely. He alerts them on the call. She's now no longer breathing. 911 dispatchers notified the Camas Washougal Police Department instantaneously. The evidence will show that the Camas Washougal Fire Department arrives on scene within minutes. The evidence will show that when the Camas Washougal Fire Department arrives on scene, they have the equipment, they have the training, and they have the knowledge to face whatever is on the other side of that door, whether it be a fire or to save a loved one. And in this case, they were attempting life-saving measures on Marcelle West, known in life as Marcy and known throughout this trial as Marcy. The first responders trusted what they were told because it wasn't an unknown caller. It was their battalion chief. Someone that was a friend, someone that they trusted. And most importantly, someone who's trained in life-saving measures. The evidence will show the time of death for Marcelle West was called at 5:11 in the morning. The defendant told all those on scene, we had a good day, we had Chinese food, we watched a few movies. In some accounts, he includes that they had made love that night. She had taken some ibuprofen, had a headache, threw up. She and I went to bed around 11:30. He wakes up to the dog whimpering, sees the wife seizing. She has no history of seizures. She has no medical history. Now, this is what he tells to Camas Washougal Fire Department, his coworkers and friends, and Washougal Police Department, an agency that works very closely with the Camas Washougal Fire Department. And for a while, that explanation held. Given Marcy's age and no known issues with her health, the medical examiner took custody of the body. Now, you will hear that the initial examination, that there are several different types of examinations that can occur at the medical examiner's office. The medical examiner notes injuries, takes things together. But she also notes that they are getting information from a trained medical personnel, a fire battalion chief with paramedic training of over 20 years. She's certainly not ready to say anything is suspicious or put what is going to be the result. And you also hear that the West family quickly arranged for Marcelle West to be transported to Straub's funeral home. So as the body is leaving to go to Straub's funeral home, the medical examiner receives information from several sources, asking them to look into this, to look into it further. So upon bringing the body back, a second examination, more thorough examination is done. Now this examination will cut further onto the neck and cut further onto the head. Something that from the testimony we'll hear damages the face. She peels back more and notices injuries. Dr. Burt will testify that there was damage to the carotid sheath that covers your carotid arteries. There was damage hemorrhaging to the esophagus. There was bilateral bruising behind the ears, and that when the scalp was peeled back, there was a large contusion between the skull and the scalp. Those constellation of injuries, including other injuries that Dr. Burt will testify to, are those of a vascular strangulation. Now, there are two ways in testimony and evidence that you will hear that someone can be strangled. There's a strangulation that cuts off the airways, and a type of strangulation, a vascular strangulation, that cuts off the blood's access to the brain. We anticipate the evidence and testimony will show that the pressure on the carotids does not take much time for someone to pass out. However, it will take minutes in order for that person to die. Now, due to the appearance of impropriety, the investigation is handed off to the Clark County Sheriff's Office. It was then investigated by major crimes detectives Dean Kelson and Lawrence Zapata. Now, they interviewed the defendant on January 23rd, 2024, and he tells them the same story. Happy day, happy marriage. Some bumps down the road here or there, but he's never going to leave Marcy. I love Marcy, she's a great mom. Now, the evidence will show at that time detectives took Marcy's phone and they began an investigation of the forensics surrounding the scene, particularly phone forensics. Marcy's phone will show that her last search was at 12:09 a.m. on January 8th for mother of the bride dresses. The evidence will show that when the defendant's phone was reviewed, there were some text messages as well. Text messages that were in direct contrast from the happy story that he was telling everyone. On January 7th, the day before Marcy's death, he texted his mistress's mother, "Just felt the need to send you a message. Today has been a tough day. I keep thinking about how happy I was yesterday and how we laughed. I want you to know how spiritually connected Cynthia and I are. We have something so incredibly special. Yesterday, talking with you, her, and I together felt so great. I can't explain the familiarity and love I have for both of you. You are my family, and I feel like we have always been. Thank you for your love and support. I will never be able to express how much that means to me. I love Cynthia to tears and will always give her my all. Love you, Mom. Please know how strong we are and that nothing will ever come between us." Now, after he met with Clark County Sheriff's officers, the testimony and evidence and phone data will show that he deleted those messages. He deleted messages that he had sent to others that said, I'm going to leave Marcy on January 8th. I know where I stand. He deleted those messages on January 26th, 3 days after he had met with Clark County Sheriff's officers. Members of the jury, you will also hear of financial strain. But you as jurors do not have to consider all of these things in isolation. You'll be instructed that you can use your common sense. We all know that things don't occur in a vacuum. People experience financial strain. People have affairs. People talk about leaving. Those are the realities of life and could perhaps be coincidences. But in the investigation of the death of Marcelle West, the timing will matter. The convergence will matter. And you as a jury at the end of this trial will be asked to apply your common sense and see whether or not all of these things together make sense. The evidence will show that the defendant's story of what happens does not hold up to investigative scrutiny. It does not hold up to medical testimony. You will also see, in addition to this, that people, yes, do grieve differently. There will be evidence and photographs that you will see that in the days leading after her death, the photo of the two of them that once hung proudly outside or in front of the door is taken down and is put behind a couch. The room that she once occupied, the room she died in, cleared of furniture, mattress, belongings, everything empty. Her very existence in his phone deleted, her contact information deleted, her text messages deleted. Members of the jury, this is not a case about questioning the integrity of first responders. They run towards danger and help those when they're most vulnerable, when everyone else is running out. And that trust within the community is rightfully earned. But this is a case about the actions of one man in his personal life who just happens to be a battalion chief. Members of the jury, when you evaluate the phone data, the testimony of witnesses, the medical testimony, the photographs, everything in conjunction, my colleague Jessica Smith will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murder in the first degree. Thank you.
And it's my understanding the defense wishes to make opening at this time. Is that correct?
It is correct. Thank you, Kevin West did not kill Marcelle. I call her Marcelle because that's her full name. Marcy, we call her Marcy. Kevin West, on the early morning of January 8th, 2024, tried to save her. He used his skills of 25 years of being a paramedic, his training, his passion to try to save her. Good. He called 911, knowing the response it would bring. It would bring a battalion chief, it would bring a captain, it would bring 3 other paramedics. He knew this, that they would come in to scrutinize this to help, and he wanted their help because he couldn't save her. So they came in and they tried and they couldn't save her. People, not every life-saving effort works. He tried to save the woman he'd been married to for about 22 years, and 2 children, and built on to. He wanted to, if he could, somehow save her. Loved her, she loved him. But it was not a perfect marriage. You will find it was not. It was a deteriorating marriage. It was one that had been crumbling for years, almost from the beginning, but glued together by children and circumstances and finances, you name it. So they had met when they were in their late 20s in Eugene, Oregon. She was working at a Peace Health down there. She was working as a CNA for for an oncologist. Kevin was working for Eugene Fire at the time. He was working their non-emergency transport. This is the van that takes people to the hospital, medical appointments, non-emergency. That was the job he was doing. His dream was to become a firefighter. That was his goal. On one of his visits to the hospital to drop someone off for their oncology appointment, he met Marcelle. They caught each other on each other's eyes. They liked each other. They started dating. And they became a couple. Kevin continued in his quest to become a firefighter. He began his EMT training, went to Unclear College, got his EMT degree, then he went further and got his paramedic qualification through the same college. At the same time, he was volunteering at the Rural Land County Fire Department, and he became a paramedic with some experience. Now, at some point, he gets a job with what was then known as the Camas Fire Department. This is before they joined Washington. And he and Marcy moved up to Vancouver at that point. They got married. Life seems good. They have a couple of children. Kevin's working his way up the ladder, working hard at the fire department. Marcy is now working at himself up here in Vancouver. But things change. After the birth of their first child, Ted, they have two kids, Ted and Megan. You'll meet both of them, wonderful kids. After the birth of their first child, Ted, Marcy loses all interest in intimacy, not an uncommon thing sometimes. But it causes a real strain on the relationship. It causes them to grow apart. They have different personalities. Marcy's very reserved. Marcy is not a very sociable person. Marcy did not like to go to social functions. Kevin is the opposite. He's outgoing. He's outspoken. He likes people. He loves people. He wants affection. And he's not getting that back. So at some point at the fire department, there's a volunteer there. Her name is Cynthia Ward. And they develop a friendship. It progresses into more than a friendship. They have a brief affair. A strong connection. It runs its course briefly, and then they're off after that. Cynthia moves away. Kevin continues his life with his wife, working his way up the ladder. Marcy keeps working at the hospital. She's working as some kind of administrative position in the ER at Peace Health. Kevin works his way up the ladder. He goes from paramedic firefighter to being captain, and at some point to becoming the battalion chief, one of the battalion chiefs there. But their marriage continues to crumble. But it's like everything. It ebbs, it flows. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not so good. Sometimes there's hope, sometimes there's not. And over the years, Kevin's not getting that attention that he wants, that kind of love that he wants. So, in about July of 2023, this is about 6 months before Marcy passes. This is kind of the 6-month time frame that's important. He reaches out to Cynthia, finds her on Facebook. Hey, how you doing? Been a while. Remember me? Oh, sure, I remember you. They start trading messages. They develop a friendship again online. At some point, they meet. They don't meet personally until late August. The relationship's going pretty fast. They meet. They renew their affair. They don't see each other very often because they live a ways apart, and they see each other about once every month or so. This is a relationship that Kevin is keeping secret from us. Holding out the hope that perhaps someday that relationship could be repaired. Perhaps not. He hides it. He deletes messages. He communicates on WhatsApp. He does the things that a spouse does to keep a relationship on that record. But again, it rises, it falls, and there was a time when it was really frosty, some really bad, snippy messages going back and forth. It doesn't look good, but every once in a while it gets better. And here's what happens. Right around the end of the year, after Christmas of 2023, suddenly there's a pretty significant fall in the relationship. The messages become kinder. The tone warmer between the two of them. years old. Now, as a backdrop to this, right around the very beginning of January, would have been about January 2nd or 3rd, Megan, who's now first-year pre-med up at the University of Washington, did really well in school, got scholarships when it was there. And when Marcy went up there to take her back, they couldn't listen to music in the car because she had one of her migraine headaches.
Objection. Motion's moving, Your Honor.
Overruled, objection.
And so they couldn't listen to music as they normally would because she had this migraine headache. This had become a chronic problem for her. She comes back. Some more time goes by. Megan's up north. Ted is now going into family business. He's actually starting his first night of residency at the Hawkinson Fire Department. And then fast forwarding a little bit, this is going up to January 7th. This is Sunday the 7th. This is the day before Marcy passes. Marcy's been having chronic problems, chest pains. Ear pain, unplugged ear sensation, chronic migraines, routine, carries ibuprofen with her wherever she goes. She won't go to the doctor, never, ever goes to the doctor. Kevin tries to get her to go, she won't go. At some point they get a new benefit at work, it's called the Lifesteam. It's some kind of product that's sold to unions so that they can get a scan of your body and different health conditions. Turns out, but this was something that wasn't planned along on the spur of the moment. She didn't have this until just about a month before she passed. It was December 2023 when she had it done. But to get on the list, you had to plan this a year in advance. Kevin had made that appointment for her a year before because she didn't go to the doctor. At least she would get this. No big findings. Fatty liver. She had PVC, which is a pre-ventricular contraction, which is a heart condition that is not, from what we understand, is not typically fatal, not typically big concern. A lot of people have it. And that's all they got. So now here we go. We're on the 7th. And this is the last day Ted's in the house. Kind of an exciting time for him because he's going over into the fire department for the first time. And that morning, Kevin gets up in the morning like he always does, early, makes his coffee, does whatever he does, he's in the living room, and the house is laid out. You'll kind of get the feeling for it later. It's a two-story house, pretty big. Come down the stairs, around, down the hallway to another family room. There's a kitchen there as well. He has his coffee. Marcy gets up. It's pleasant. She's searching for things related to their daughter's upcoming wedding, which is going to be in July or August of that year. Exciting times. This is what everybody's looking forward to. She's also searching for places for Kevin and her to go on his birthday, which is on January 18th. It's just a couple weeks away. This is different on Monday. Ted makes pancakes for the family with the kid. And it's a really nice morning. That afternoon, Ted and Megan play a family card game called Spike and Mouse. So, Megan heard of it. They play this game. Ted's a big winner, so it's kind of an exciting afternoon. It's a very nice, warm feeling, one that Kevin hasn't seen in a long time. And so, toward the afternoon, Ted goes to work. Kevin says, hey, let me go get some food. We'll eat some food, we'll do some takeout, we'll watch some movies and have a nice evening. Okay, sounds good. He goes down to, I don't know if you're familiar with Washougal, toward the east end of Washougal, there's a Safeway, there's a plaza, there's a restaurant in there called Beach. It's a Japanese restaurant. He goes down there, they're not open. So he sends her a text, they're not open, what do you want to do? Then there's a phone call. And he says, okay, I'm going to go to the Chinese garden, Chinese cafe, whatever it is. It's that one in downtown Washougal. And he picks up lemon chicken and noodles for Marcy. That's her favorite thing. He comes home. It's just a truth. They eat food. They start streaming. They stream a couple of movies. Several hours go by. It's kind of cool coming. They'd only been intimate maybe every month and a half or so, sometimes every few weeks or so, but very, very rarely. And this day, they felt close. Sometime in the evening, they went upstairs together to their bedroom. Afterward, Kevin came back downstairs. He goes back down the stairs, around the hallway, all the way to the family room. He's sitting there watching the TV with the volume up. And at some point, Marcy comes downstairs and says, I'm having one of my terrible headaches. So she takes ibuprofen. She goes back upstairs. He checks on her to make sure she's okay. Paramedic is always going to say, hey, how's your walk? How's your head? Did you go a lot? Something like that. She goes back upstairs, and a little while later, maybe 45 minutes or so, he hears, in spite of the distance and the sound going on, he hears her throwing up violently. He goes upstairs quickly to check on her. She's in the guest bathroom. He helps her. He holds her hair back. Does all the things you do for someone to have under control. She throws up violently for a solid minute. And then she goes to bed. Kevin goes back downstairs for a little while. At some point, he goes up to bed too. He's asleep. Is Marcy asleep with him? Marcy might have been asleep. She might not have been asleep. But Kevin was asleep. And sometime around early morning hours, turns out it's a little bit after 4 a.m. we believe, but we have a dog, Sadie. Sadie sleeps on the bed all the time. You'll see the leggings, you'll see the bedspread, you'll see the dog hair. Sadie sleeps on the various places on the bed down at the floor. Sadie starts to limp enough finally so that it wakes Kevin. Kevin's trying to quiet her down. Shh. And then you feel something different next to him. You feel something kind of stiffen and unusual. So he kind of reaches over, he looks over, and Marcy's having a seizure. He's a trained paramedic. He can recognize the seizure. He sees the seizure. He goes around and tries to help her. This is something he's not seen happen to her before. She doesn't have any real life-threatening conditions that he's aware of. So he calls 911. He can't help her, and he has enough sense to not let his ego get in the way like a lot of people have got training with. And he tries to help her first, and then calls 911, knowing the response is going to be. He's on the phone with 911. They're telling him to perform CPR. You hear the call. He's a little frustrated because they're teaching him, they're trying to get him to do CPR in a way that he does not feel that they should according to his training. But he ends up following the instructions, the breaths, and then through the compressions. So he's giving her compressions, and he's good at this. He knows how to do this. He's giving her very good, effective compressions. At some point he hears the silence. He says, I gotta run downstairs. This is all 911 call. I gotta run downstairs and unlock the door. He does. He goes downstairs, unlocks the door, comes back up, compressions. Then you see the cavalry arrive. You got two paramedics traveling together first. They get out of their car. One of them comes in first. He's Rick Byrne. He comes in. He says, where are you? And he hears a voice upstairs, I'm up here. And so he goes up. He realizes for the first time it's this guy. It's got to be nice. It's the cavalry chief. Rick goes in, sets up his heart monitor. He's kind of the head guy at this point. Sets up the heart monitor, puts the IVs in for the epinephrine and the bisodium carbonate. These are things to help stimulate the heart to make the chances a little bit better. And at the same time, we have Eric Miller come in, another paramedic, and he's setting up for the what's called the Lucas device. You'll learn about this thing. And the Lucas device is going to be important. And when you get the Lucas device on, you've got the monitoring going on, and then you've got another paramedic who comes in. She's working the head. She's doing what they call the bagging. Okay, you have someone doing it's the bag valve mask, the BVM will say. And she's working that. And this is the thing where you have to press down on the face really hard to get a seal over the mouth and the nose. And you have to reach under the head and grab under the chin and around behind the ears and squeeze and lift the hand and pull so you clear the airway. And she does this, and somebody else has to do the bagging for this brief period of time because you only have so many hands. And so she's doing this until they get the eye gel in. And that's a tube that's shaped like this long. And it goes in like this. It's a blind insertion where it keeps the airway open. Then they hook the bag valve mask up to the eye gel. They work on her for 30 minutes. you'll see a video of this Lucas device. This thing is literally a machine. It's doing CPR. It's mechanized CPR. It's got a little arch like this. It's got a really hard metal back plate underneath it. It starts in the middle of your back and extends up to the top. And this thing is just pounding away. It's also got a strap that goes up around the neck to keep the person from seeing. And this thing is just pounding away. Every 2 minutes it gives the tone and it stops. You're supposed to look at her vitals. And then if it's not going on, you go for another 2 minutes. They did 9 rounds of life-saving measures. They did more than they would do for me. They tried so hard because this is COVID. They never got a heart response. It appears that she may have been dead when they got there. She may have been dead when Kevin got there. When Kevin was first trying to find out if she was breathing, it was very dark to find out that the lights weren't working in the bedroom. It had like one of these weird remotes. It's a fan light that didn't work for some reason. And so he couldn't see, he couldn't watch the chest rise. He thought she was breathing at first, and then she appeared not to be breathing. So after all these efforts, at 5:11 a.m. on January 2024, Marcelle West is murdered. The house is filled with paramedics, firefighters, police come, it's routine. An unexpected death of police come. So they come, they check it. It is the Washington Police, and council is absolutely right. They had to send it off to a different one just to avoid the appearance of impropriety. They just didn't want to look like they're treating one of their own better than others. So that's what they do. The medical examiner comes and takes the results over to the medical examiner's office. And about 2 days later, there's an autopsy performed. This is Dr. Martha Burt. We heard about her a moment ago, you hear about her again. And Dr. Martha Burt does an initial autopsy. Really nothing to see here, but she does this initial autopsy, no real serious findings. And then they receive some information from somebody, as counsel mentioned, that got their attention. Say, hey, because the body had been done, packed up, and sent to the funeral home. Go get that body back. So they go get the body, they bring it back. A couple of days after that, they do a second autopsy. Dr. Burt will insist it's one autopsy, but it's a second part of one autopsy. They did not make any additional incisions, the counsel said. What they did was they just looked at the same one, took more pictures, and looked a little deeper. That's what they did. All the what they call a reflection they had done the first time. So this time, with this newly acquired information, they're now interpreting things in a different light. And Dr. Burt will say that it appeared to be blunt force trauma to the carotid sheath, which is this thing that runs down here to the top of your heart bones. And all the damage, all the tissue damage is kind of low to the neck, from the top of the neck. And you also learned that on the 7th, before Ted left, he gave her one of these incredible Ted West massages. I should have mentioned it earlier. He gave these massages where he would rub really hard. He would stick his elbow in and just dig until people said, okay, that's enough. Everybody wanted more and more and more. He gave everybody massages. He was famous for this. He gave Kevin massages. He gave Marcy massages almost every day. All of his female cousins and sister gave everybody these incredible massages. But they see this damage, and Dr. Burt has to go just off what she sees and what she's hearing. Can't talk to the person. So she sees no other cause that she can think of that she identifies. So she calls it asphyxiation, and she deems it a homicide. That is her job, those are her guidelines, that's what she had to work with. It is a guess. So police are notified. Clark County Sheriff's Office gets sent in. It's Dean Tellison and Lawrence Zapata are kind of leading the charge on this. At some point, they show up at Kevin's house unannounced on January 24th, I think it was, 2024. He didn't know they were coming, but he invites them in. He sits down for a long interview, shares all this information. No, she never had any medical condition. was no, she was healthy. I don't know, couldn't make any reason for why this might occur. Thank you very much, sir. They leave. And then they come back about a week later, and they show up unannounced. He invites him in, sits down for another one. He has all these chances, and they're telling him, we found all this deep tissue damage. How can you explain that? I said, I don't know. She didn't have any medical condition. So that's how we started. There's a lot of talk about direct and circumstantial evidence. It's all circumstantial. All. And it does not add up to proof beyond reasonable doubt. At the end of this, ladies and gentlemen, I will be coming back here, and I'll be asking you, based upon everything you've listened to so carefully for the past couple of weeks, to render a verdict of not guilty in some respect. Thank you.
All right, so that is opening statements. So she had a headache. Marcy had a headache. She went back upstairs. She's found unresponsive, and then the paramedics cause all this damage to her. I guess that's what they're trying to say. All right, now we're going to get to the body cam. All right, as promised, here comes the body cam. So now that we have a somewhat basic understanding of what his defense is going to be. All right, so this is body cam. This is from testimony that happened, but this is the body cam. All right, so here's the body cam. What do you guys think so far? Yeah, remind me not to get a massage from that guy, right? UGDL causes most to gain weight, but not this guy. Forrest says this guy is stretching it like a rubber band, not buying what he's selling, right? Yeah, blame the paramedics. I don't know. Deep tissue massage. JPC says his opening is much longer than the prosecution. That's true. Prosecution was only like 12 minutes or something. This was much longer. All right. Let me get over here. All right. So here we go. This is some body cam. This was shown during trial. So this is somebody, I guess the law officers, I guess it's the officer whose body cam this is, I would assume. All right. So here's body cam from, I guess it's January 8th.
How's it going, sir? Hey, come on in. Oh, thank you. Hi, you remember us, sir? Good to see you. Hey, you're okay. Come right here. You're okay. Smell my pups. Hey, how's it going?
I'm okay.
Good.
Good. Come on in.
Had some follow-up and a couple other things we wanted to touch up on.
Yeah, sure.
Now's an okay time?
Yeah, let's come on in here.
Sure. Oh, thank you.
I had the hairy shot on you guys.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. Hey, puppy. You're okay.
Yeah, I think it's so comfortable.
Oh, thank you. I don't remember you from last time.
One of the that's the nice guy. The other one is not so nice.
It seems always it's that dynamic. Like there's an evil one and a good one.
An evil one totally adopted Marcy and son, and the rest you can't even get up the stairs without bleeding.
I'm still getting used to these. Still audio and video recording, so. Sorry. I've only used it a handful of times so far. Perfect, so let's see.
I appreciate you guys being good to my kids on the phone. They both had course, I sent Ted up to his room, and he came out, and I was just worried about him, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. And are you good with it recording? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. So almost in February. It's crazy.
How long together? Marcy and I bought her in Goldendale in 2015, brought him back. My mom and I went and picked her up in Goldendale and brought her back. Exercise kids when they got out somewhere. She'll be 9 in October. Third English trainer. Okay. I think that grew up with one, and then we just lost Brooke a little while. Not 4 years ago. 5 years ago. Something like that.
Okay. Sorry.
It's hard to. Oh, she was my girl. Yeah.
Well, one of the reasons we came back out here, we wanted to follow up. It's typical in these investigations. Sometimes it takes a couple times. One thing we should have asked or talked about last time, do you still have Marcy's cell phone?
I do.
Would we be able to take a peek at that?
Yes, and I put it in my daughter's room.
Okay.
Got it real quick?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Here's the brief outline if you wanted to.
Okay. I did try to get into it today because I was paying bills and all the codes to her phone, so I had to contact all my everyone I owe money to every month to get my number and my email attached to it, so she can pay the bills. But I can call my daughter. I know the numbers. I don't know the order.
Gotcha.
And it locked me out, but.
Okay.
Would you like me to call Megan?
If you think she would maybe know the passcode, that would be outstanding.
She's doing laundry today. Her weight down. Hey, sis. Do you remember? I remember the numbers to Mom's cell phone. It was 141320. Okay. Say that one more time. 141320. I got it. Okay, thank you, sister. Okay, I love you. Bye. There's all my Xfinity codes coming through.
Thank you.
Anyway, yeah, you're welcome.
Sometimes, especially now in the age of the cell phone, going through digital stuff.
Yeah.
Just on the off chance, a text was sent or a message was sent, maybe.
Yeah.
In this case, maybe not, but it's one of our investigative steps, if that makes sense. Perfect. Good battery. Were you able to get all your bills and utilities
I
switched?
did. I got it all sorted out, but then I went and she would always call me for the code, so I couldn't understand why they were going to her phone, like our Rocket Mortgage and our the other one. But anyway, that was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And then one other thing, or a couple other things. As far as the life scan stuff, first off, thank you for sending that. I know we talked kind of at length about the heart issues. Just wanted to circle back on that, the chest pain and stuff that she was feeling.
Yeah. So I thought about it a lot, and she would complain of headaches. She complained of I didn't mean to go away from the chest pain.
No, that's perfect. And then, was there anything in particular, this may be a broad question, but anything, I guess, specific that prompted getting the life scan in December?
No, in fact, to do it in December, we had to schedule, like right now we're scheduling for next year.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we never, just knowing she doesn't go in for physicals and all these, I was like, and that this year was the first year it was opened up to spouses.
Oh, okay.
So it was line personnel, spouses, and then retirees, then volunteers, and it was based on how much space was available, how many appointments were available. So I was like, I worked hand in hand with Dan Hammond, who runs the coordination of all that live scan, and I was one of the first ones to sign up and just make sure that Marcy was on that, because my experience the first year was like, man, you knew everything. Like, your carotids are clear, I don't have a fatty liver. Apparently Marcy had a fatty liver, I guess, and I was like, it's just good information. Like, cancer prevention in the fire department is huge, and for everyone.
Yeah.
But like, man, if I can have this available for her, take advantage of it. It's just through my Viva, $650, and so well worth it. It doesn't come out of my pocket, and we can just get it done. And so she did.
Okay. And do you remember when you signed up for that? Because was it like a year ago, or was it like November?
Probably, it was either December of 2022 or January of 23, probably.
Gotcha. So, like, long time before.
Well before the appointment, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that, like, one of our boss was going to swing by as well?
Okay. Get that?
Do we want to get into this?
Just still moving the way we are. Yeah, it's not what we have to.
Okay. Hello. So we were just talking about some of the life scan stuff. And then was that like with benefits at all? Like, did that affect, like, lower your guys' premiums or insurance, anything like that?
No, it's something that's offered through Northwest Firefighter Trust, and so departments can take advantage of it or not.
Just peace of mind, and it's up to the individual.
Yep, and Dane is his mom passed of cancer, and so he's taking that on as his mission at the fire department, to help everybody.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. That's what you guys need. So
yeah, for sure.
And then we talked a little bit about you and Marcy's relationship last time, and you mentioned, like any relationship, there were some bumps along the way. Are you able to talk to us about those bumps, or like when those were?
So in 2015, we were spending a lot of money on my daughter's savings.
Okay.
We didn't have a savings account. She basically, I guess at the time, we couldn't come to resolution on finding the balance. It's always in June when we have to do decide how many dances your daughter's going to be in. That includes choreography fees for all those dances, costumes are included, all those things, right? And it would always worry me that I don't have money for incidentals, the whatever, how the water heater goes up, and I just wanted balance, and finances were one of the things we had a tough time with.
Okay.
So it wasn't, communication was difficult.
Okay.
Right? Our communication model was very much round robin. Sometimes, like, we couldn't talk about just one thing. like one topic, it would be maybe she would bring something back.
Okay.
Right, and so I would try to get back to just that main topic and find some resolution.
Okay.
I sat her down and the kids and explained that I needed a break, and so I decided that I was going to take my trailer to the conference house, and I stayed there for about, I don't even know the exact amount of time, maybe 20 days or something like that, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. I didn't want the kids to feel like I was not part of their lives, taking them, as coaching Ted's basketball. I was involved in their lives, whatever it was, and driving Megan to dance, or I was involved in Ted's school, or whatever it was, and so I was always around. And she made a really big effort. And so we decided to have couples weekend. We went to the coast. We had a really good weekend. We talked and agreed to have a savings account and to do some of those things. Can I answer?
Yeah, absolutely.
I have to say, nobody's home.
Nobody's home. Oh, okay.
Hi, Randy.
Outside or... Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Apologies. Going quicker.
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. So we agreed to have a savings account, and moving towards, it didn't change how much we were spending, right? I would go through the year and I would tell her, like, it's always hardest in June knowing what I'm going to spend, but then seeing my daughter dance, it's like all worth it, right? We go to the recitals. She tap ballet or, hip hop. She did tap. It was like not the common one. Anyway, I always felt bad about talking about money, but what we would do is I had a separate account at Selco in Eugene, and we put money there, and that was incidentals.
Okay.
It was my fuel. I paid mostly all my fuel, so it wouldn't come off our, just trying to have somewhat of a reserve. Mm-hmm. And then, dance ended this last June. She's a senior, so she was done and off to UW. And we communicated well about, we set up, I think it was maybe October, set up a savings account for college and for weddings. We're paying for my daughter's wedding, which is one of the most difficult things we're going through right now because Marcy's not going to be at that wedding. And she was coordinating all of that. Sorry.
Take your time.
Did you say to be there to see her? Marcy started working a lot more to help me. I told her that probably in November. We started talking about the fact that I thought our union was going to vote to go to a 4-2 schedule, where I had better days and my overtime would go away.
Okay.
And I said that with my overtime, I would always get about 36 hours a month just covering our Kelly days. Mm-hmm. And that was something that was a constant that I knew I wouldn't have anymore. And that was a significant amount of money in a year. And so she started working a lot. And basically everything she made, she was paying for Megan's wedding. It was due this month in January, excuse me. And we were able to make that payment. It was nearly $8,000. I still have, a little ways to go, right? So I think in December, we decided to do a Parent Plus loan to pay for college, took out $18,000 to be able to pay for Megan's college. And so that freed up a little bit of money to be able to make that payment in January. But she was making big efforts to be a partner and working more.
Okay.
Mostly she was relieved at the hospital, and we balanced it well.
Okay.
Whole life, so we would never have to have childcare, right? We would just, if I was working overtime, she just wouldn't schedule herself to work. If I wasn't working overtime, she would pick up a shift. We were really good parents, and we were at that point of having time for ourselves.
Kids out of the house a little bit.
Maybe through every weekend, she's Amtrakking her way down here. Ted's here 1 out of every 3 nights. We're starting to have just nights where it's just us, and we could go watch a movie, where she wanted to take me to the coast for my birthday. We were going to plan that. So my birthday was the 18th, and turned 50, and she wanted to do something this morning.
As far as outside of 2015, any other stretches in the relationship where any strain or?
No, I think maybe early on when we were looking to buy a house, she had Ted, she had some, her, this is going way back, her sexual desires after having her first kid, having Ted, went away. That was temporary. I would run a lot. I'd run from 164th to downtown Camas, back and forth to work. I was a runner. But we made it through, It's I think the first few years of our marriage were tough. But I don't think we were much different than any other couple.
And these are some uncomfortable questions. You said no one else is here right now? Okay. As far as the medical examiner's office, some of these follow-up ones that we're more or less required to ask, or we need the answers to. Are you able to remember when the last time you and Marcy were intimate?
That night.
That night? Okay. So the 7th, leading into the 8th?
The first night of that.
Okay. And then again, I apologize for the making you relive it, and B, the brightness of the questions.
I understand you guys are just like me, and you're doing your job. So.
It's okay. And that night, was it sexual intercourse? Okay.
We got such a good date.
And like I said, if you need a second, feel free. You mentioned that was before bed. Where was that at in the bed? And then was that before or after she got sick or wasn't feeling well? Before. Okay. And kind of an odd question, but we have to ask. Any rough sex or anything like that? Okay.
No.
at any point in the relationship, rough sex or anything like that?
Never more seen.
Okay.
No.
Okay. And then I think we were, last time we spoke a little bit about like what she would typically wear to bed. And I think we even covered what she was wearing that night, and it sounded like that was pretty typical for her to wear, right?
She would wear a bra always. She had breast implants. That goes back to like 2005 or 6. Like 2 t-shirts. She was always really cool. He was always hot. She always wore a sweatshirt. Not always. She would sometimes wear a sweatshirt.
Okay.
Sometimes mine, and I couldn't find them. Her leggings, or she really didn't own like sweatpants. It was mostly leggings.
Okay.
Sometimes even socks.
And then, again, kind of an odd question, but when we reviewed the photographs, it looked like some of her clothes were, like her pants were inside out. Can you think of any reason, like, had you ever seen her wear them inside out before, or do you know how that might have happened?
So she was body conscious. She may have put them on in the dark.
Okay.
I have no idea what that would be.
Okay.
I have no idea what that would be.
And if it's leggings, I'd imagine it's probably the same material inside and out.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And then you mentioned the bra. Would she wear a bra when she slept even?
Oh, yes.
She would?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Always. And if I remember right, it was something to do with the implants, and it was recommended.
Okay.
And then it was a different kind of, it's like a gel. It was supposed to be more natural, I guess, or whatever. So they said to wear one. She has ever since.
Okay. And then, again, kind of an odd question, but it's in our list. Did she ever ask you for, like, assistance getting dressed or anything like that? Figured that was the answer, but just gotta make sure.
She would, the only thing it had nothing to do with getting dressed. She would have calf cramps, and I'd always jump out of bed and, like, put her toes to her knee just to get, I don't know, whatever. I don't know why I thought of that.
Help stretch.
Yeah, right.
And then, sorry to keep bouncing back and forth, just want to make sure I'm hitting all my notes. As far as the relationship goes, did you guys ever have any time periods? It sounds like there was one, was it like 20-day stretch where you guys were separated? Were there ever any, like, since you guys have been dating, ever any other instances of either separation or anything like that? Okay. Ever any talk of, like, impending divorce or, like, seeking a separation?
We talked about that.
Okay.
That was back in 15.
15?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess, when did that resolve? Like, was it acute or was it more spread out?
She made a big effort. We went to the beach and we did that.
Okay.
Yeah.
In 2015?
Probably would have been, maybe it was January of 16. And I remember, I don't know why 2015 is in my head, but it was towards the end of 2015.
Okay. And Lawrence, do you have anything at this point? I got some more, but just wanted to see if you had any follow-up from what we... No. Okay. Perfect. One other note that we wanted to ask was, as far as when the seizure was happening, moving her off the bed, and reviewing the Washougal body cams, it looks like the light wasn't working. Was it dark in the room at the time?
So this is the weirdest thing, because my heat went out, so there was a wire in my thermostat.
Okay.
So that day, it didn't work. We kept touching the screen. It would kick on the fan just by touching it,
okay.
And then it wouldn't do anything. That night, I don't know when, but it wouldn't turn on. And you'd have to flip the switch and have to use the remote. I ended up taking that ceiling fan down, testing the wires, and I had good power there.
Okay.
I think the fan burned up. So the fan's off the ceiling. I took it to the dog. But there's no recessed lighting in that room. So when we bought this house, that was our only main lighting of the bed. I replaced the bulbs. It wasn't the bulbs, and so then I tested the wires, and it was good. But that happened like in that same time period.
Gotcha. So they were simultaneous with the HVAC
and so
issue.
Guys were saying, did you guys have a power surge, or whatever? Because I wired my thermostat myself, but it was just, we restripped the wires and put them right back in, and there might have been a little kink, and wondering if a power surge, which I don't know, it wouldn't affect that light. That wouldn't do that, I don't think.
Okay.
Anyway,
Gotcha. And then I think when you were talking about, moving her from the bed to the floor, do you remember where the end table was, or was the end table there on her side?
Yes, it was on her side.
It was on her side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We moved a bunch of furniture because we had her family come out in December and we did carpet cleaning. We're classic procrastinators. The dresser was still in the walk-in closet,
Oh, okay.
So even when I went through her clothes and had the kids pick out what they wanted to keep, I got to the dresser.
Okay. Where was the dresser at before?
So the dresser was at the foot of the bed.
Okay.
Against that wall, you can see there's I did some wall repair because it was the previous owners had like a TV or whatever. We just had never painted.
Okay. Gotcha.
The dresser sat against that wall.
Okay. Perfect. And then we don't have to go up yet, but is the bedroom still more or less in the same configuration, or?
No, because what I did is the mattress had cat urine stain on it.
Oh, okay.
But I was having a hard time. I want new furniture. So the guys helped me last Monday.
Okay.
Came by. We took photographs. I took photographs of the furniture without the mattress, and then we took apart the frame. I took it up to they all helped me take it up to my buddy Scott's house at his shop. Mm-hmm. And my other buddy Jeff is selling on Facebook Marketplace.
Okay.
Whatever. And the Peloton and the entertainment center that was in the other room. Just my daughter's probably going to move back here with her fiance. When she gets out of college, because that big room's going to be there, so I'm trying to prep that.
Gotcha.
But I needed different furniture. When we bought this house, that furniture came with the house.
Oh, okay.
Along with those bar stools and a dining table and all these other things, and we paid at closing like $1,600 for all the furniture and stuff. So
gotcha.
We didn't pick it out together, but at the same time, I just need to change.
Sure.
So that's where it's at right now.
Okay.
I found the cat vomited like 8 times underneath the bed, so I have to get a carpet cleaner up there. I've been vacuuming and stuff.
Okay. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, it's unfortunate. And then moving forward, and again, this is another couple questions that I apologize for, being blunt, but do you happen to know Cynthia? And how do you know her? I guess what's your relationship?
So, I had an affair.
Okay.
Cynthia. And I'm struggling with my choice of doing that. I knew of her in the early 2000s.
Okay. I guess going back, did you meet her like early 2000s, or when did you first?
I met her because she was a Washington volunteer.
Oh, okay.
So that's what I knew her.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And as far as like timeline of the affair, when was that happening?
Right now.
Right now? Okay. How long has that been going on?
I talked to her once on Messenger in July.
Okay.
I didn't see her until late August.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been intermittent meetings.
Okay. And again, we're not here to judge.
It's hard for me because I'm being honest with you on having that affair.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a lot of guilt for that. So we have that.
Okay. And prior to messaging in July or August time frame, had this happened before?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you able to tell us about like when that was or how long ago that was?
It was right after my son was born.
Okay. In
2004.
Okay, so about 2 decades ago.
I can't tell you how long. I don't think that was very long.
Okay. And more recently, you said some messaging in July and then August.
I met her. Yeah.
Okay. And where would you guys meet, or how?
I would go to a hotel.
The hotel. Okay. And then, I guess, how long or how frequently has this been happening since then?
Once a month.
Okay. And do you happen to, is her last name Ward?
It is, yeah.
Okay. And then when you guys were talking or messaging, was that on your phone or like a different means or media? Your phone. Okay. Are you guys on like Facebook or anything? All the kids are
Facebook.
Okay.
No. You're asking what we communicated on? WhatsApp.
WhatsApp. Okay. Actually, I'm slightly familiar with it. It seems like all the kids and everybody's using something different these days. And I guess more recently, was that you said it was current or ongoing?
It is, yeah.
Okay. And when's the last time you saw Cynthia?
I went down to Shampoo State Park, and we walked her.
Okay. And when was that?
I'm sorry, that was not yesterday, the day before.
Oh, okay. And it's, I guess as far as like plans, and I know the last month has been a ton to deal with and process. Have you guys talked about like future or what the plan is now?
You know, there is no plan. Like
That's okay.
It was absolutely just simply were having an affair. She came here. She was here the night you guys were here on Tuesday. We were in the garage and having a drink when you guys came.
Okay.
And I told her that you guys were here when I went out there, and I told her that I expected, to tell you guys everything about it, and we we're having sex. I mean, and I shouldn't have, but I did.
And your guys' connection, was it, people, it happens for different reasons, right? It's not uncommon. Would you say it was more of like a physical connection, an emotional connection, something different?
I think it's physical connection. And I think it is, you can have an emotional connection. I feel like there probably is an emotional connection. I think she's been a big comfort for me since this has happened. It was a big part when I went down there. She was helping me. I think it's fair to say, as a friend, I think she's pretty incredible to be able to talk to. I was missing that. Everyone left Sunday, right? I mean, I had 2 weeks and everyone was here and the house was crazy, and Sunday everyone left. Finally the fire department stopped bringing food. Monday was my first day to be here.
Okay.
Chris Castle comes by Monday night. He was on that call, and I think he talked a lot about the call and how hard it was, and I wanted to make sure the whole crew was okay, because I'm never time change and they're suffering. See, I'm going through and knowing Marcy, and it was hard to talk about it. Tuesday, Cynthia came over, talked about that, and to just like maybe have, and then not any fault of you guys came by to do the work. I had to say it again, go through all that. But Mondays when I took my daughter back to Seattle, walking the dog was one of the best things I did. It was like being outside.
Don't forget to stop the playing with the other. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've reached the end of the day and the week, and so we'll resume in Monday.
Oh, so they're going to resume the body cam. I only have that. I don't have, I guess, the rest of it. I don't know. Well, we'll see. I guess we'll just continue on. So now we're going to get him to take the stand. So here's the main event. We kind of heard him, he's already, talking, if you will, sort of taking the stand by talking to these law enforcement officers or these detectives.
I didn't want to read those.
All right, so now we're going to get to him actually on the stand. Let me put myself over here. All right, so here's here's the main event. What do you guys think so far? Is he believable? I'll put up a poll, but what do you guys think? Yes, that kitty did want some loving for sure. Poor cat wants something. Yeah, that cat kept, yeah. Why did you take out my mommy? Yeah, I saw what Dad did. I love how he is not at all bothered by Kitty. I wonder if the cat was more Marcy's, how pets go to, certain people. So Arwen, he sounds like he thinks they are primarily interviewing him to see if he's okay, right? Yeah, Kevin West is the name of this one. Yeah, Kevin West. So he's the battalion chief. The firefighters there, and Marcelle, she was an emergency worker. I'm not sure if she was like in ICU, what exactly she did, but she was an emergency worker. So Lisa, I don't think he's credible. Terry, no, not believable at all. Joan says he gives too many details, lying. Yeah. Jerry, not one bit. Iowa backyard. Yeah, he talked too much. All right. Well, let's see what he does now. Starty Girl says, I think the cat knew he did it. Never underestimate an animal and what they know, because they probably see a lot of stuff. Oh, I can't believe you made it through. I'm surprised the bot didn't get you. All right, here we go. Ego takes the stand. So this is from, excuse me, this is from the 20th of just this past, last week. Kevin West takes the stand. And this is, believe it or not, this is just from last week. I have to keep double checking, because usually we do trials from like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever. I have to keep checking it. It's like 2026, right? Is that now? Is that this year? Yeah. This is literally last week.
Stop and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony given in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you? And he be seated then. That you're seated, please state your name in full and spell your last name for the court's record.
Kevin William West, W-E-S-T.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Thank you. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning.
Just to get a little bit of background on you, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm retired battalion chief.
And now we understand you grew up in Eugene, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long did you live in Eugene?
28 years.
And so when you, how and when did you first meet Marcy?
I worked for Eugene Fire Non-Emergency Transport System. It was a pilot project. I would transport cancer patients from Willamette Valley Cancer Center to the 6th floor at Sacred Heart Hospital, where she was employed, and that's when I first met her.
Okay. And that's what kind of patients were they?
Cancer patients.
Oh, okay. And so then I understand you were pursuing your paramedic degree at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you get that?
I did.
Where did you get that?
At Lane Community College in Eugene.
What year was that?
In 2000.
And so 2000, you're still living in Eugene at the time, I understand?
Yes, I am.
And then how did your relationship with Marcy develop in those early days?
So in those early days, we, after we met at the hospital and some time had passed, we moved on to living together in an apartment, and we continued until I moved up to Camas when I was hired by the city of Camas.
And that's before the two departments joined forces?
That's correct, in roughly 2011.
And did you and Marcy get married at some point?
We did in 2002.
And where did you get married?
May 24th, 2002 at Edgefield McMenamins in Troutdale.
So how's your marriage starting out?
Well, I would race down there just to see her during the academy.
We're very much in love.
And so you had a couple kids, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And the children, who were your kids and when were they born?
Ted and Megan West. Ted was our first, born in 2003. Megan was born in 2005.
So everything starts out good.
Yeah.
Okay. And so did things change at any point in your relationship?
They did. When she moved to Vancouver, things were really good. I was new to the fire department. It was a special time. We were just starting out up there. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. Can you repeat your question?
So you're talking about how
things changed.
The relationship might have changed. Let me strike that question back up this way. Okay. When you first had children, did you arrange your schedules in any way to accommodate raising kids?
We absolutely did. I was fortunate enough to have a pretty fixed schedule, and she had a position that was deemed a relief position at Peace Health. So she could choose to pick up shifts if I wasn't working extra hours, and consequently, when I wasn't working, she was able to work, and I was able to pick up extra hours if she wasn't. So if there was abundant overtime, I would be primarily the one working, and we wouldn't have to have childcare. Although we did go to I think it was the Early Learning Center, Furstenberg Early Learning Center, just to give Marcy and I a little bit of a break when Ted was really young. But that was the only daycare we ever had to employ.
Was that kind of a value that you shared?
We did. Yeah.
And so, how did you, as parents, how did you function together?
We were a very good team as parents, and we right from the start. I was very engaged as a father, as she was a mother. Marcy was always very much engaged in the academics of both our kids. Marcy was talented. She was in choir. She was a musician. Played violin. She gave those gifts to our kids of the arts. Things that I wouldn't have given them without her.
Unresponsive.
Things that I wouldn't be able to give without her.
Sorry, I'll overrule the objection.
I apologize.
So her gift to the kids was the artistic side of their education?
Yes, and her level of engagement with them, no matter what it was, whether it was singing lessons for Megan, guitar lessons for Ted, the support of her grandparents, initiating and paying for some of those initial lessons, supporting. Yeah, I was the writer, so I'd help out with writing assignments, and she was the math. We just whatever I couldn't pick up, she could, and we were a good team.
Would you say that Marcy was pretty dedicated to the kids?
Oh, she was more than dedicated. She was an amazing mother.
Made your job easier?
Yeah, I mean, I did. I worked a lot, but I loved being a dad. I did. I still do.
And so life goes on. Now, at some point, you bought a house, right?
We did.
Okay, we've seen pictures of it. Is that the house that we've seen pictures of?
Yeah, that was our second home we had purchased.
Where was that second home? The one you just lived in recently, where was that located?
2573 34th Street in Washington, Washington.
And we had heard about this bedroom set. Can you tell me about the bedroom set in the master bedroom?
Yeah, so the bedroom set came along with many other items in the house when we moved in. It was an old elderly couple that moved to California, and they didn't want to take it with them, so they gave it to us very cheap. But it wasn't our bedroom set or our bar stools or any of that.
But you paid for them?
We did. We paid at closing a meager fee for all of it.
But was it would it be the furniture you would have chosen?
No.
What was the plan with regard to the furniture?
We wanted to replace it. It was a bigger home than we had initially, and so we didn't have the money to go buy all new furniture. It was a wonderful convenience at the time, but our plan was always to get things that fit us.
And Kevin, I'm going to show you Exhibit 313. Just ask me to take a look at that.
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
So this is...
don't show it, just tell me what it is.
Okay. It is the bed frame without the mattress and an end table on the right and left side of the bed.
And that photo, is that a fair and accurate representation of how the furniture was staged?
Yes, it is fair and accurate of how it was staged in the master bedroom.
Okay. Move to admit exhibit 13.
Objection. 13 said that. 313.
And Kevin, can you just kind of describe the features that we're looking at, where they were placed and so forth?
Yes, so the entrance to the master bedroom was the French door that sat right here. The walk-in closet sits there with the window to the west, just to the left side of the photo. You see the bed, the end table on the left, and end table on the right.
And these end tables, permission to public? These, you're calling them end tables. We've been referring to something as a nightstand, or what it's worth. Is that the same thing?
Same thing.
Okay. And so, were they in that spot in 2017 when you bought the house?
Yes.
Were they ever moved or rearranged during the time that you had it?
No, that bed weighed so much you had to take it apart to be able to move it. It was exactly how it was set up for the previous owners.
Was there a time when you moved it at least, or moved some of the furniture temporarily?
Yeah, the dresser and both end tables we moved into other areas while we were having the carpets cleaned that December.
Why were you having the carpets cleaned?
Because we had our in-laws, our guests, arriving in December. We did just the upstairs because the downstairs was all wood floors. We cleaned the carpets out.
And when you were done with the shampooing, did you put the furniture back?
No, we were procrastinators. We didn't do that.
I'm sorry?
We didn't do that. We were procrastinators. We did not put the main dresser out, but we put the end tables back out.
Okay, so the two nightstands went.
The two nightstands went out, but the dresser remained in the walk-in closet.
And over the years, did you get used to that furniture being in those positions?
Yeah.
Were you able to navigate your way around the furnishings even in the dark?
Yes.
Kevin, I'm showing you what has been admitted as exhibits 16 and 17. Just ask you to take a look at those.
Yeah.
And you can actually show those to the jury and explain what we're looking at.
Okay.
When I say jury, make sure I can see it too.
Okay, I will. So this is a picture angled into our walk-in closet. This is the dresser I was just speaking of that we did not move back in. That was Marcy's dresser, fully loaded with all of her clothes. Behind the dresser that's not photographed is stacked with her clothes on the floor, about halfway up to the dresser. All of these clothes along this side, not all the space is photographed there, are all her clothes, and including this cubby. And there's a chest beneath the photo, the firefighter photo there, that contained various items. And then my cubby right here.
And what was kept in your cubby?
I had T-shirts, one, socks, and underwear, and other random clothing items.
How about in the next one? Can you tell us what exhibit number that is? The bottom corner?
The bottom corner is 17.
And what do you see there?
So you can see a side angle of Marcy's clothing. I have some of my uniform items in the back. My jeans are stacked on top. I have Rubbermaid bins with some of my hunting clothing and gear. A few of my clothes here and my T-shirts and some health food items that are just sitting on the cubbies. I have a towel that's hanging on my towel on the rug.
Is there, before Marcy passed, is that generally how the closet was kept?
Yeah, aside from having the dresser in there.
Okay, so if we went back a month or two before, it would have looked kind of like that?
It would have, yes.
Now, in a house, we all divide up duties. Mother does something, dad does something like that. What were your primary duties as far as household chores and so forth?
I did all of my own laundry. I would only get into the laundry when it kind of got out of control. I was so busy, I was working a lot, and so was she at that time. So I would do that. Generally, I did the majority of the cleaning. Marcy would joke that it was her way of cleaning, sweep things off the counter into a box and put it in a closet. And okay, the room is clean. And it was more of a family joke. But I would do the majority of the cooking. I enjoyed cooking. It just wasn't something she enjoyed.
Was that a source of controversy or trouble between the two of you?
It came up. I mean, there was times when I'd come home 7 o'clock. I'd get done with a night shift or a day half overtime. It'd go from 0700 or 7 a.m. until 7 p.m. or 1900. I would come home and the kids would go, "I'm hungry." And I would be frustrated that they hadn't been fed, and it was kind of expected that I would cook when I got home, and that would be a point of frustration.
So the kids are born. Now you've stayed pretty fit over the years, right?
I've tried, yes.
Is that because of your job? And so
yes.
And Marcy, what were her fitness habits?
She would walk on the dike in Washougal along the Columbia periodically. Maybe go a couple weeks without, would do it for maybe 3 days on and off, a day here, a day there, without regularity, but that would be the majority of her exercise. We purchased a Peloton. She wanted one, she was motivated, she wanted to lose weight, get healthy. I purchased the Peloton, and like most items that exercise equipment, we used it. It was not comfortable. The backside hurt from sitting on the seat, and she chose not to do it, and it collected laundry. So, yeah. And for me too, it's the same story for me. I didn't enjoy it.
Over the years, all the way up to the last moment, I guess, was she pretty dedicated to her kids still?
She, beyond words, she was very dedicated.
Now, marriages have their ups and downs. Did your marriage have its ups and downs?
Yes, it did.
And can you give us an idea of how that went?
There was, the ups and downs. We had so many good times. We have so many good memories and happy memories of raising the kids. And in the difficult times, our conversations, our arguments were round robin. Try to keep on one topic, and we couldn't solve one issue. It would come back and somewhat what you heard when the text messages were read. I wanted to just answer the question, and I couldn't get that question answered. I wanted to resolve things. I solve things as who I am, resolution oriented.
Fair to say there were some kind of unkind text messages going back and forth in December?
Yeah.
So did that represent one of the good times or one of the bad times?
No, that was a difficult time.
These good times and bad times, did they last for weeks, months? Kind of, what would be the ebb and flow of this?
So, we'd have 3 or 4 days that were really good, and then we'd have maybe an item that would separate us for a day, and we'd have, maybe we needed a day cool-off period. Sometimes those periods would take 3 or 4 days, and then we'd have a period, some good times. It wasn't, we didn't only communicate through text. We had cordial conversation. We also had kind text messages that weren't read also.
Now, we've heard that at some point you met Cynthia Ward.
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
The first time I met Cynthia was in, we believe, 2004.
And you met, how did you meet her?
At Doc Harris Stadium. She was on the track. I was introduced to her. I was on EMS standby for the football game. And, I was just introduced to her that night.
Okay. Which stadium?
Doc Harris Stadium in Camas High School.
Okay. And that's when you met Cynthia?
That's correct.
And then that was in about 2004, you said?
Yeah.
Did that turn into any kind of relationship at that time?
Yeah, it did.
Okay. How so?
We had instant attraction, and it is exactly what it is. And it grew from there.
Was she married at the time?
She was.
So were you?
Yes, it was.
Was she also affiliated with the fire department somehow?
Yes.
How so?
She was a Washougal Fire Department volunteer, and City of Camas and City of Washougal were not merged at that time.
Okay, but was she at the stadium for the same reason you were?
I can't remember if she was on standby or if she just walked up to somebody that was a firefighter that she knew. I don't know.
So as a volunteer, was she kind of under your supervision to supervise her?
Not in the slightest. Two different departments.
And so the relationship became more, how long did it last?
We've discussed it. It's a short period. I just can't remember. I think maybe 4 months, 5 months maybe on the outside.
And did it become physical?
It did, yes.
And 4 or 5 months, what happened after that?
We went our separate ways. She went through a divorce, and Marcy and I had our daughter Megan.
Did you stay in touch with Cynthia over the years?
No, I did not.
So after she left, it was just cold trail and that's it?
I only knew her married name. I didn't know her maiden name. I knew she dated, oddly, someone else with the last name of West. I did not know her maiden name, so I did search for a lot of years, but I never found her.
And
not never, because I finally did.
Sure. And so she leaves, and you and Marcy continue married.
Yes.
And was there a time when the marriage became turbulent and you separated?
Yes, in 2015.
And what was the cause of that?
The cause was both intimacy and balancing what Marcy was spending. Not that we were having financial troubles as if we didn't have enough money to live, but that we could have more if we were more responsible. And so that was what I was moving forward with. That's what my concerns were that weren't being met.
Okay, so things just kind of bubbled up and you separated?
That's right.
Where'd you go?
I took my trailer to a firefighter's house that I worked with, and I stayed there for a period I can best estimate to be 2 to 3 weeks, probably. 3 weeks would be close.
So during the separation, did you continue to communicate with Marcy?
Oh, absolutely. The night I left, I sat Marcy, Ted, and Megan down on the couch, and I told them the reasons I was leaving, why I was choosing to leave, that I would be active in their lives, they would be able to get a hold of me, I would not be absent, and I made a point to follow through with that while I went through those days.
And I'm sorry, the separation lasted about how long?
Roughly 3 weeks.
Okay. And then how did you reconcile?
So I came home and we had a real, what you'd call a heart-to-heart. We chose to put things aside and go to the coast and discuss those things at the coast. What we discussed was that I wanted her to spend. So the costs involved with my daughter's dance were quite extensive, and so there's choreography fees, there's costumes, there's the driving both there and back, and studio fees, travel. It's very expensive, and so when you add 1, 2, and then maybe 3 solos for recitals, and then you have 3 teams, and then you so each team that you take to a recital throughout the year, each recital costs money. So if we reduce the number of dances she was in by 1 here or 1 there, just find a little bit of balance was all I was asking for, to be able to save a little bit more money. We're moving into college time. We're just trying to prepare.
Okay. So you kind of came to an agreement on how to move forward?
We did.
And how were things after that?
There was a big turnaround. She was very present in my life. She was. We never did reduce the number of dances that Megan was in. Those choices would happen after the spring recital. Then it'd be like July, and you would try out. You have tryouts, and of course she was talented. She could make just about any team.
You learned how to get along better for a while?
No, we absolutely did. It went on for a while, but then it just went back to the way it was.
Did you ever have any like firefighters functions, like, I don't know, banquets or parties or anything like that?
We did.
And did you go to those?
I did.
Did Marcy go with you?
She only went to one.
Out of how many years?
My whole career.
But that, I mean, that was her choice. She didn't have to go, did she?
I wanted someone to go with me.
So, when you separated in 2015, was there talk about divorce?
Yes.
And so that was kind of on the table at that time?
And I did see an attorney at that time for a consult only.
How about in the years following that? Did you two have arguments often, or once in a while?
Yeah, it was just always good and then frustrating, and good and frustrating.
Did you fight in front of the kids?
I made a point, and she did too. That we wanted to keep it always separate. We never wanted to involve them in our arguments. And I have a firm belief that is our business, and it's not for them to have to witness. We're just better parents than that.
So let's just kind of look at the last couple of years before Marcy passed. Was the marriage still kind of going up and down, or was it getting worse? How would you describe it, Kevin?
I think it was always kind of the same. It ebbed and flowed. It was just always the same, and we just never really. I always desired to have more. I always desired to have a strong love, not be lost in the shuffle a little bit. So I always just desired more. It just never came. I was just very much there to pray that our marriage would turn around, and also be there for the kids until they were in high school the best I could.
And did you two have any kind of plans for the future of your marriage after the kids graduated from high school?
Marcy and I did not have any plans such as moving from Washougal or having a retirement home somewhere. We didn't have those kinds of plans. She was very much into Megan's college and where she was going, as she should be.
What about with regard to the actual status of your marriage, whether or not you would stay married? Was there any kind of plans that you two had?
The two of us didn't have a plan. She threatened to leave many, many times. I would ask her not to threaten that. I wanted to work on things. Over all the years, especially after 2015, I came to the decision that I was going to wait until Megan got out of high school and graduated, and then I was going to move forward with a divorce. At the end of her graduation, she immediately became engaged, and her wedding was set for the following July. And I knew immediately I was not going to start the divorce process until after she was done with her wedding.
The idea that you're waiting for her to divorce Marcy and you're going to do it after Megan's wedding, did you share that information with anybody in the family?
I really only shared that with Cynthia. I think I may have mentioned it to family members, but that was always, well, I did. I told my daughter Megan. I prepped Megan for that.
So you chose to tell Megan but not Ted?
I did. I felt Megan, this is two years ago, 2 years and a month or so, that I talked to Megan over the phone, and I let her know that I was going to wait until after her wedding, that I wanted to allow her mom to plan, wanted her to have that time with her mom, and I wasn't going to disrupt that and be the center of attention.
So as a as a backdrop to this, you understand that you ran into Cynthia again, or you looked her up again, is that right?
I did.
When did that happen?
That was July of 23.
You said you'd kind of looked for her off and on over the years?
I did.
And what did that include?
Well, I mean, I was searching on the social media site, Facebook. I was looking for her, and I never did find her. But I just entered Cynthia W. And I didn't know if she was in there, and of course her last name's Ward. I found her that way.
And so you found her. What did you do?
I was shocked. I couldn't believe I had found her, and I sent her a message to see if it's her. I had a strong feeling it was.
Turned out to be her.
Yeah, it's been a lot of years.
And then did you two start communicating after that?
We did.
How long did that go on before you met, if you did?
No, we did. We texted through Messenger for a short period. We transitioned to WhatsApp, and we didn't really make a phone call we made a phone call probably within that first week. We spoke until August. She was telling me she wouldn't be able to see me till October, but we actually first saw each other late August into early September somewhere.
Why did you use WhatsApp?
It was just an application that we could text on that I could hide from Marcy. And she could hide from her ex.
Now, did Marcy ever complain to you about any health conditions or any pains that she had?
She did.
What was it?
So, she complained of headache type pain frequently. This was a normal complaint. She complained of chest pain also. It was not very cardiac specific. Or it's not, women present differently with chest pain. I never wanted to take it for granted that I knew everything. I don't have any equipment with me when I'm at home. She would complain. I'd ask her some questions. What does it feel like? Does it go anywhere? Is it heavy? Is it sharp? Some generalized questioning that we would do. Nothing ever presented as something as cardiac or emergent. Feeling her pulse, it feels strong and regular. Those are kind of the simple things you can do at home. But always advising her to see a doctor. Like, she would just never want to go see a doctor.
So, you said she had headaches.
Yes.
When you say frequently, how frequently?
Daily to every other day. At some point, some lasted longer, some were shorter, some were more severe than others.
It wasn't always like that, was it?
No.
When did that start?
It's hard for me to give a date or a time frame of what it was, but I would venture to say that it was within the last year that it really seemed to ramp up.
What about the chest pains? When did she start complaining about that?
I know it was easily within that September to January when she passed, somewhere in there, that she was complaining about it.
And how often did she complain?
It was not as frequent as her headaches. Yeah.
Was it more than once or twice?
Oh yes, it was at least a dozen times.
Well, now, she's got chest pain, she's got chronic headaches. How bad were her headaches at times?
Where we needed the lights off, we needed sounds to be lowered, but that was fairly infrequent that we had to go to that extent. But it wasn't. She was never diagnosed with migraines. It was, and it wasn't like she had visual disturbances with it or some visual migraines. I can't remember if that's what it's called when you see some spots and then it's kind of a precursor to having migraine. She never had those kinds of things.
As a paramedic, are you trained to kind of look for red flags and ask follow-up questions and so forth?
Yeah, I'm trained to be paranoid. Yeah.
Paranoid paramedic.
That's right.
And so would you ask her these follow-up questions?
Always.
Yeah, you were married to her for 22 years. Mm-hmm. You know that the record, she went to urgent care from time to time and so forth. Do you know who her primary care physician was?
Yes.
Who was it?
It was Dr. Hagen and Camus.
Is that yours too?
It was.
And are you aware of Marcy ever going for a regular, routine, physical, or annual checkup?
No.
Not just to Dr. Hagen, but how about during your marriage?
Other than prenatal care, never.
So then we've heard about this LifeScan process. And how long has LifeScan been, I guess, well, try again. How did you learn about LifeScan?
I worked on shift with Dane Hammond, fire captain. His mother passed of cancer. He took that on as his mission in the fire department, as cancer prevention in the fire department. Kills more firefighters than anything else. So this was a very big thing to bring for health purposes, for the longevity of our firefighters. It extended to family and volunteers and retirees in the second year. I did it myself the first 2 years that it was available. The second year it was going to be available to the expanded group, and that would have been December of 22 or January of 23 when I signed both Marcy and I up for the LifeScan the following December of 2023.
So a pretty good waiting list for it?
They had a limited number of spots, and so if they capped out, you just couldn't get any more in there. And so I tried to get in there as soon as I could.
And her scheduled appointment was not until the following year in December, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, we've heard that it's December 6th. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Was there any purpose other than health concerns for having her take that LifeScan?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What was the purpose of having her take the LifeScan?
I framed it that I wanted her to get it because she wouldn't go to a doctor. I felt like this was my opportunity to get a comprehensive, generalized look at her. That's how I view it for myself. I know I don't have a fatty liver. I don't have any hardening of my arteries. Everything checked out really well. But never has she had like blood drawn, or except for when I think we had kids, possibly. But it was. So
it was just the purpose of checking out her health.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so she told you about the results?
Not the only thing she told me is when she stepped off the treadmill that the person conducting that station mentioned that she had some PVCs when she stepped off. That's the only thing I heard about it. I had never even looked at the report.
So you never really had any idea that she had any kind of chronic or other kind of health risk?
No.
When we've heard other firefighters testifying here, were you pretty open about your relationship and things in your life with the coworkers?
Yeah, our coworkers at the fire were family, and I was open, but I wasn't always the one just going and spouting out information. They want to know how I'm doing. They're asking questions, and just as I do, it's like we're raising their families together, raising families together.
Did you tell a number of your coworkers that you were considering divorcing Marcy fairly soon?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell them that you were planning to move out?
I did.
Did you tell them that you were worried about finances?
I did.
Did you tell them that you were worried about your retirement?
I was, yes.
Because what would happen if she divorced you or you divorced her? What was going to happen with your retirement?
Whatever I paid into my pension, how many years I had served, half of that would be hers. I understand, and whatever I was responsible for paying her, I would pay her.
And did Marcy also have some kind of a pension?
No, I don't believe she had a pension through Peace Health. I didn't. I received a letter from Peace Health that after 20.
Non-responsive.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right. So But during your marriage, you were never aware of her having any kind of life insurance program, or life insurance, some kind of retirement program.
No.
Were you, say you had good times and bad times, but you only separated one time in front of your
Yes, that's right.
Were you always sleeping together in the house?
No.
How about when the kids were home?
Not always, no.
And would you hide that from the kids?
We would.
How would you do that?
We'd wait till they went to bed, and then it was either I would be in bed and she'd go to the couch downstairs or the guest room. Whoever felt stronger about an argument and wanted to leave, I guess, would go to another spot. There'd be times we would be in bed together for days straight, but then one thing might make it so we're sleeping in different areas. It just was turbulent that way.
How about in the last, let's say, 6 months of the marriage, were you sleeping together at all?
Yes.
Like same kind of pattern?
Yeah.
Okay. So you describe good times and bad times. Were you sleeping together during both the good times and the bad times?
Sometimes.
And were you having any intimacy with Marcy in, let's say, the last 6 months?
Yes. Yes.
How often?
Once a month or once every other month.
Of course, at this time you're seeing Cynthia, correct?
Yes.
You're being intimate with her in the last few months, is that right?
Correct.
When you would, there was talk from Ms. Hahn, who testified earlier, who worked with Marcy. Would you still transport patients to the hospital and see Marcy at times?
Oh yeah, yeah. Anytime she was working and I was working, when the kids were older in school, she'd pick up shifts, and so we would actually work at the same time. So I would see her.
Even as a battalion chief, you see her?
No, that's when I stopped going to the hospital when I promoted to battalion chief in 2020, I believe. And even as a captain, I wasn't working on the ambulance and going to the hospital that often, but on occasion, I would be on an ambulance and transported still to Peace Health.
Do you know who Connie Hahn is?
Yeah.
And so after, in that last year, was there ever a time when you actually went to drop off a patient at the hospital and your wife was there?
Yes.
But how many times? In the last year of her life?
It was very limited in the last, maybe once, because as a battalion chief, I'd go to Peace Health and pick up, when an ambulance would go to the hospital with a cardiac arrest, when they needed extra hands, they would take the fire engine crew with them. So I would run in the battalion chief to the hospital and pick them up and get them back in service as fast as I could. And I would be able to see her there, and I would say hi. And there wasn't just one section of the... Sorry.
Okay. And so, go ahead, tell me, you said that you would see her there, and then what would you do?
I would look for her. She wasn't always right in what they called the main, where the paramedics come in. It's been called different names in the past, and I don't know what it's currently called right now. But as you walk into the main, you have the main, and the unit secretaries are there, and the charge nurse, and then to the right is a hall that goes to what was EDE or East, I don't know, but she would work over there sometimes, and then sometimes she'd be in another wing in PEDS, behind another desk. So it wasn't always just where the paramedics came in.
Now, you weren't able to go there very often because your job had changed.
My job had changed, yes.
Did you do anything to kind of let her know you were thinking about her during those times?
I did.
What did you do?
So, as a captain, I had probationary firefighters. We did mild, fun hazing. So I would ask them to provide my wife, Marcy, a cold beverage. So they had a soda machine, and they would take her a cold beverage, make sure she had a drink. And I said, I'll ask her if he did it or if he didn't, so we'll find out. But I would do that.
Now, going back to just go to let's say Christmas of 2000. 23. Do you have a good recollection of that?
I do.
Where'd you go? If you went anywhere there.
I did. I went to Eugene to my mom and Bill's house.
Yeah, anybody go with you?
I can't remember if I had to go by myself because I was getting off shift and Ted and Megan were already in Eugene, or if they rode with me. I don't remember.
Okay. But when you got down there for Christmas, who was there?
My sister, my nieces, Marcy, myself, Ted, Megan, my mom, my stepdad Bill.
Did Marcy stay at your mom's house that night?
No.
Did she stay with her mom?
Yeah, that was pretty common.
And so this last week, going from Christmas forward, how was your relationship with Marcy in that period of time? Just generally.
It was okay. It was okay.
Not a lot of fighting?
No.
Maybe a few messages here and there that weren't too kind?
Yeah. And I just remember it not being one of the really difficult times.
And so we understand from Megan that she came home for Christmas, as she testified, correct?
Yes.
And was Ted still staying at the house at that time? This is before, we're talking about right around before the time that Megan went back up to campus. Was Ted still staying in your house?
Yes, he was.
And then going forward from that, do you recall when Megan went back up to school?
Megan spent a couple weeks. Her professors were extremely accommodating with her work and was able to stay and complete her work from our home in Washougal.
Okay. Do you remember what day she went back?
It was, so the gathering was probably the 20th. That Monday, I think, that following Monday was the day I took her back up.
Okay. I'm going to back up just a little bit to, she'd come home for the Christmas holidays, correct?
Yeah.
After Christmas, you recall her going back to school, at least for a while?
Yes.
And what day was that?
I don't remember what day she went back. I know Marcy drove her back, and I'm not sure if Ted went with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
We saw some Christmas cards that there's a claim that you wrote them to Cynthia. Did you write those cards?
I did.
Are those your words?
They are my words.
And they were in the garage in a wooden chest.
They were.
Why were they in there?
Because I never gave them to Cynthia. I read them to her, but she did not want them at her house to be found. So that's why they were there.
And she was still in a relationship too?
She was.
And so you kept them out in the garage. Did Marcy ever come out in the garage?
She did. Not to stay, not often. It was not warm out there.
Okay. Did you think she would find the cards?
No.
You put them in there so she wouldn't find them.
Correct.
I'm going to ask you about January 7th. On January 7th, you have a pretty good recollection of that day for the most part?
Pretty good.
And how did it start?
It was a good morning. Ted was making pancakes. I was not a pancake eater at the time. I'm just vegetables and proteins. That's what I was doing. They played cards. I remember it wasn't raining that day.
And what card game did they play?
They played Spite and Malice.
Is that like a family game?
It is. My mom and my grandma used to play when I was a kid and play for dimes.
And were you around when Ted and Marcy were playing cards?
Yes.
Okay. Did you at some point leave the house?
I did.
Do you remember where you went?
I don't.
Do you remember what time you left?
I don't. I just have a vague recollection of leaving at some point for a short period.
Were you running errands or any idea?
I did often. I'd run to Safeway, it was just down the hill. I'd go to Safeway sometimes twice a day, or Bi-Mart was right down the hill too, my favorite store.
Okay, so you left the house. Ted was still there playing cards with Marcy, right?
Yes.
And tell me about later. Do you communicate with Marcy again later in the afternoon while you're still out before you come back?
I communicated with Marcy. I don't know if it was while I was still out or not.
Okay. What about, we've seen some text messages about you going to get food.
Yes.
Do you call it? Where did you go?
I went to Ichi. It was right down the hill in the same strip mall next to Safeway. It's like 3 minutes from the house. They were closed, and so I texted Marcy. I couldn't remember if I texted her or called her, but that we had the Ichi was closed, and I was going to go to the Chinese restaurant.
And so you went there. What did you get for yourself? Do you remember what you bought for yourself?
Yeah, just broccoli beef. Just
that was all
meat and veggies.
Your thing? Okay.
Yep.
And what did you get for Marcy?
The yakisoba noodles and lemon chicken.
So what was the plan for the rest of the evening? You know, Ted was leaving, right?
He had left already.
And so you two are going to be alone.
Yep.
What was the plan for the evening?
We were just going to relax, eat dinner, and watch movies.
Was that a plan you both had?
Yeah.
So you got the Chinese food, then what did you do?
I came straight home. And I prepared it on plates like I normally would. The noodles come in this giant tray. There's more than 3 people can eat. And so I'd always make her a plate, and she was sitting on the couch, and I took her.
Okay. Do you have any idea what time you got home?
It was in the evening.
Was it already dark?
I don't believe so.
So you get home, start eating, and what else did you do besides eat? What did you do?
Just watch the movie.
And how were you guys sitting in the living room?
So we had a couch directly in front of the TV that was on the wall. She was on the right armchair, and I was on the left. And it wasn't. We didn't normally sit next to each other. The way that couch was configured is that the recliners were on the end, and so we just wanted to sit where the recliners were. But it wasn't normal for us to say sit under a blanket together on the couch. That just.
Were you two sitting any closer that night than you were other nights?
No.
Okay. Were you getting along that night?
We were.
What kind of an evening did you have?
It was just peaceful, where we weren't talking about topics. We weren't talking about the things that we had argued in the past, and it was nice to have a pleasant night.
And so, at some point, did you two become intimate that night?
We did.
And we expect to remember with precision what time. Do you have any idea what time that might have been?
It was between movies, and I don't know. It was in the.
Did you say it was between movies or after movies?
Well, we watched 2 or 3. I can't remember what we watched, but it could have likely been between movies.
And where were the two of you into?
Upstairs in that room.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 305, which has been rendered. And can you just kind of show it to the jury and explain what you're looking at?
Yeah, so this is the side of the bed that I slept on. I even at work, I scrunch my pants down like that with the socks underneath. I've always done that. That's what my grandpa did. I didn't know I was going to be a firefighter, but my grandpa, we joked about him always dressing like that. I always did it. That's the garbage sack right here that I placed in case Marcy was going to vomit again. I had it ready to go. My side nightstand, I have a very small locked gun safe right there, and a charging cord for my cell phone.
And was the pants are on the floor. Were you wearing those pants that day?
Yes.
When did you take those pants off?
When I finally went to bed.
Okay. And so, what did you wear to bed that night?
I had my Under Armour running pants and white T-shirt.
Now we've seen some photos. We've heard some testimony that Marcy was wearing a bra to bed.
Yeah.
Was that uncommon for her?
No, she always wore a bra to bed.
Do you know why?
She had breast implants after Megan was born, and by Dr. Workman in Vancouver off 164th. And she was advised to wear one to help with support. I don't know beyond that any reasons why. I didn't ask any questions, but that was the reason she always had one on. It's either sometimes not just underwire, but a sports bra too.
Did she? Was she told to wear it for the next 20 years, as far as you know?
I think By how she wore it, I'd say yes.
Okay, but she always wore it.
Always wore a bra.
So then you two were intimate. How long were you in the room being intimate?
15 minutes, 20 minutes maybe. It wasn't long.
What happened after that?
I went back downstairs, watched the TV.
And so, and what did Marcy do?
I don't exactly remember. I remember she stayed up there though.
Okay. And then what if anything happened after that?
She came downstairs, complaining of headache.
Do you have any idea how long after she went to bed it was that happened?
It's really hard for me to say. It was a short period of time, but not long.
Came down with a headache, and what did she do?
Came down, immediately went for some ibuprofen.
And then
went back upstairs. Of course, when she got the ibuprofen, I was asking her about the severity of her headache. It was just what I always did.
Is that the price of living with a paramedic? They're always asking you to.
That is the price
for your symptoms.
Yep.
And so she goes back up to bed with the ibuprofen. What happened next?
I can hear her vomiting aggressively upstairs.
Now you're downstairs at that time, right?
I am.
And so, is she in the master bathroom or the guest bathroom?
Yes.
Guest bathroom?
Yeah.
So that would be coming out of the door, take a left, and it's kind of on the right there?
If I'm coming out of the living room.
Well, if you're coming out of the bathroom.
The master bedroom?
Yes.
Yes, it's straight across the hall from her side of the bed.
Okay. So she goes there. So she's up there throwing up aggressively in the bathroom, and you're downstairs.
Yep.
What is the path to get from the bathroom downstairs to where?
So if I'm looking at the TV, where I was saying is a straight shot to the right, to the base of the stairs, and then it just kind of hooks back up to the top right, where the top of the stairs is where that bathroom is.
Is that a pretty good distance?
Yeah, it's a fair distance. Yeah.
Could you hear it pretty clearly?
I could.
And what'd you do?
I ran up there, held her hair, and waited for her to finish.
And then what?
I started asking her about her headache again. I asked if she was dizzy. I asked if she had visual changes. All the standard questions. I'm worried about a headache and vomiting. I'm worried about an aneurysm. I'm asking, did you feel a pop in your head? I already mentioned visual changes. She was stable walking. She didn't seem uneasy. Someone's having an aneurysm. It's the worst pain, the worst pop, worst headache they've ever had, and they have an unstable gait. I've seen it firsthand. So I was just asking questions, and nothing she said was of concern to the point that I needed additional or higher level of intervention.
Now, after she was finished, did you help her get back into bed?
I watched her get back in bed. I wanted to see her walk on her own.
Did you do anything to prepare her just in case you got sick again?
I did. That was the garbage sack I sat next to where I was sleeping.
Okay, so you're talking about next to your bed, you put a garbage bag on the floor just in case you got sick again?
Yes, I did.
Now, this was a day off for you, right?
Yes.
How many days had you been off?
We were transitioning to a new schedule at the fire department at that point, and I think I had maybe it was my first 4-day stretch or a 2-day stretch I had. I just can't. I think it was my first 4-day stretch, but I'm just not quite sure.
And but you were scheduled to go back the next day.
That morning, the 8th.
At 8 o'clock?
Yeah, 0700, yeah.
At 7 o'clock, okay.
Yeah.
So what time do you normally go?
Normally 9 or 10. I'm not a night owl usually.
Okay, but that night you went to bed a little later?
Yeah, I did.
Did you, that evening, were you on your phone at all? Were you surfing the web or looking anything up? As far as you recall?
I don't remember.
It's possible you were?
I suppose it's possible I was, yeah.
Okay. So when you finally went up to bed, did you take your phone with you?
Yes.
Where'd you put it?
On the nightstand and plugged it in like I always do.
Okay. Is that just your habit?
Yes, every night.
And where was Marcy's phone, if you recall? Or do you know for sure?
I don't know where her phone was.
Okay. Where did she normally keep it?
On her nightstand.
Was the bedroom dark when you came in?
Yes.
Did you, this is the night before a shift, did you drink any alcohol that night?
No.
Did Marcy?
No, she didn't drink alcohol.
Not at all?
No, she did. Like, if we were camping, it would be like a pre-made margarita you'd buy from, say, Costco. But she'd have one, maybe. But it just wasn't her thing.
Yeah, how would you know how to wake up in the morning?
I'd set my alarm.
Did you set it that night?
Yes.
For what time?
Usually I get up at 5 to go to work.
And so you go to bed.
Yeah.
Did Marcy know the pin to your phone?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because she'd use my phone for wedding research or projects. Like she'd have her phone, a laptop, and her phone, and just be comparing things all the time during the wedding planning stuff.
Were there times where you think she went through your phone?
Yeah.
You think why do you think she?
Because I'd find it open.
Do you have any suspicion as to why she would go through your phone?
I think she was suspicious of my affair.
Is that because you were absent quite a bit?
That could be part of it. I think I think I was pretty present, but I was on my phone a lot. I think that's why.
When you went to bed, did you get back on your phone again that night?
Not after I plugged it in. I'm not a social media person. I'm not surfing the web. That's not my thing.
Did you hear Marcy get up during the night?
No.
Did she ever get up during the night you weren't aware of, as far as you know?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Did you hear her fall or anything like that happen during the night?
No, I did not.
Did you hear her scream?
No, I did not.
And earlier in the day, I'm just going to go back for just a second, when you two were kind of hanging out during the day, was there any discussion about your birthday?
Yes.
What was that?
She wanted to take me to the coast. She was looking for places. We were discussing different cities.
So things are going pretty good.
Yeah, we had a good time.
So then, your sleep, what catches your attention, if anything? What wakes you up when you do wake up?
I woke up to my dog whimpering. She kind of whimpers and barks. But she wasn't then. She was just whimpering.
Now, what's your dog's name?
Sadie.
Yeah, where did Sadie normally sleep?
She loves the pillow. She was either between us or literally between us up on the pillow.
And so you woke up to the dog whimper.
Yeah.
Were there times when the dog would whimper and did you always get up when the dog would whimper?
No.
But would the dog get outside somehow?
No.
Okay. Did you leave the door open so the dog could get out?
Out of the master bedroom.
That's what. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you when the dog would whimper, were there times when the dog would go outside or go outside the room and get a hold of Megan?
Yes.
Okay. And why would that be? Why would you not get up?
Because I didn't hear it.
Okay. Would you and Martha both sleep through it sometimes?
Yes.
And so the dog's whimpering. What did you do when you heard the dog whimpering?
I tried to quiet Sadie down. That's my first thing. It was like, I'm sleeping, be quiet. And then I realized that I could feel movement in the bed.
Okay. Describe that. What did you feel?
I felt it's not quite a vibration. I think it's easiest to feel it's not quite shaking. It's not like I was experiencing an earthquake in bed, but I could feel movement in the bed.
And what did you do next?
I put my hands on her, and I could tell she was shaking, and something was wrong. Immediately, I'm considering, seizure in my mind, obviously right away.
Had you seen her like that before?
Never.
Are you aware of her ever having a seizure before that?
Never.
And so, but did you recognize it as a seizure?
Yes.
And so, do you have any idea how long she'd been seizing like this before you became aware?
No.
So what did you do?
That's my biggest concern, not knowing how long she's been in that situation. I wanted to get her out of bed on the floor where I could protect her airway the best.
Objection, non-responsive, Your Honor.
So, you find she's seizing.
Yep.
What did you do?
I wanted to get her out of bed as safely as I could to the floor where I could have a space to work on her and evaluate her, protect her airway.
What, so she's seizing. I mean, how does she describe this? Maybe some people have experience with seizures. How is she behaving? How is her body position?
So she was, I didn't have much light, but what I could feel was her arms were on top of her body, positioned like so, legs straight out, and arching forward a little bit, shaking.
Did you try to talk to her?
Yeah, of course. I tried to get her to respond to me verbally, yelling.
Did she respond?
No.
What did you do next?
I lifted her from the bed.
Okay.
Yep.
And describe that. So she's on the bed. You're gonna have Mr. West perform a demonstration here, please. Yes. This is not what we're looking at. But is she on her side of it, or she?
No, she's lying supine on her back.
Okay. And so, let's just pretend this is the bed here, okay?
Okay.
She's lying there. You're over here. Can you go over here?
Yes.
And
so if I was on this side, her head would be positioned this way. If I was on her side of the bed.
Okay. Well, you were on the other side when you first realized she was.
Correct.
So what did you do?
So when I was in bed?
Yeah.
Okay, so I was in bed and I was reaching over to feel her after I realized the dog was whimpering for a reason.
Okay. And so you go around to her side of the bed.
Yep.
And then go ahead and show us what you did with regard to Marcy. I think she's facing the other way at this point.
Well, if I'm on her side of the bed,
okay,
then I am appropriately positioned beside her. Okay. And bed pillows here, nightstand.
Why don't you go on this side and show the jury what you did? Okay, you just position them sideways and show what you did.
Okay, so
if you need to turn around, what?
Okay, thank you. So one arm underneath her shoulders and one arm underneath. And as I brought her out, I brought her to my knee, and then I brought her to the floor. I couldn't support her weight. She was, I couldn't support her and even lift her and then set her down, but I brought her to my knee.
Now, were you concerned about any of the furnishings in the room?
Yeah, so where the pillow sits, the edge of the end table is here. And so when I brought her out to my knee, I just was mentioned that I cleared the nightstand. I meant that when I brought her past, I made sure her head didn't hit it. I'm clearing her from it, is what I meant by that. I set her down and I got to the floor.
And were you able to clear the nightstand?
Yes.
Are you quite certain that you didn't hit her head on the nightstand?
Yes.
And so you got her down to the floor?
Yes.
While you're lifting her to the floor, did you have any contact with your throat, Sergeant?
Not when I was lowering her to the floor because my arms were under her shoulders.
Okay. And you're trained in this move, aren't you?
It's a hasty move. And if we had people, we had different ways to lift people to protect backs. We don't want to do lifts on our own, but I'm not going to not lift her because being in bed is not a good place to treat her.
Okay, why is that?
Well, I mean, having a seizure, it's soft, but I can't. I felt more. My instincts were just to take her to the floor, and I could get behind her, and I could get her in a recovery position.
Okay. What is a recovery position?
Placing a patient on their left or right side, supporting their head, and maintaining an open airway the best you can, protecting them from whatever they're going through. So in a seizure, this is a good way to protect them.
Is she still seizing at this point?
Yes.
And is she assisting you or cooperating in any way?
No.
She's just 188 pounds of stiff butter. Is that correct? Okay. And so, would you do me a favor? Would you lower her to the ground?
Okay.
Okay. And then show the jury how you, if this is the side of the bed,
yep,
and the closet's over here, and the wall's over here, yep, show the jury how you moved her to the ground, and then where you placed your hands, and how you moved her to the recovery position.
Okay. So, when I decided to make the lift, arm was under the shoulder, other arm was underneath her. I brought her out and just slightly at an angle to avoid the nightstand to my knee, and then lowering her to the ground. I wanted to be on this side of her, between the bed and her, right hand dominant. So while I was there, I pulled her away from the bed. I was able to get to this side of her. I rolled her where I could place my...
I'm sorry, can you move back there a little bit?
Yes, I will. I'm sorry. I have my body up against her back to support her on her side, and I have my hand underneath in about this position supporting her head and neck. But my dominant hand is here. I can use it to protect her airway. I can use it to support her against my body. She's not going anywhere, and I'm in control.
And now you mentioned that you put your hand on her neck.
I did.
Is that a standard part of moving someone into recovery position?
I think it's the place that you hold them, because their head is so heavy when they're unresponsive that you have to at least hold it with enough energy to support the weight of their head.
Okay. Does your hand wrap around over toward her throat at all?
Not the anterior portion, but it would be the lateral moving towards that. The doctors talked about the sternocleidomastoid muscle. It goes from the mastoid process down to the sternum, that insertion point. So I'm kind of on that muscle and under the jaw and the upper part of the neck where it meets the head. But that's the only time I was holding her in that position.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, when you're doing those maneuvers and you're positioning her on the floor, you're rolling her into the recovery position, are you being super gentle, or how would you describe your movements?
Kind of like a hasty move. I'm wanting to do things quickly and efficiently, but safely, and that's what we always did in that line of work.
Would you describe your behavior as violent or aggressive or deliberate? How would you describe the movements?
No, deliberate and concerned. Yeah.
And were you trying not to hurt her?
Absolutely.
Were you working in the dark?
Yes.
Why weren't the lights on?
For whatever reason, our fan light wasn't working.
Okay. So is the fan light, you have a switch on the wall, something like that?
A switch on a wall that would allow us to use the remote control to turn on not 3 stages of the fan and the light button in the center.
So when you came around the bed and helped her to the floor and put her in recovery position, were there any lights on at that time?
No.
So you're working in the dark?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether or not she was breathing?
I assumed during the seizure she's not exchanging a lot of air at all.
Is that kind of the understanding for paramedics?
Yes.
And so at this point, you're a paramedic. You're trained.
It's been a long time since I was on an ambulance.
Well, sure. You're a paramedic. You've got knowledge of how to help people.
Yeah.
What efforts did you make to help her at that point? By the time you got her in recovery position, and that was to keep her airway clear and all that, correct?
That's right.
So what? You have to use enough force to keep her head from tilting over on the side.
Yeah.
So at that point, what other efforts did you make to help her at that moment?
So it was when I had her on the floor, I had to run around and get my phone that was charging on my nightstand. So I ran around the bed,
and came back around and called 911 and put the phone on speaker. And so as I was demonstrating and I was supporting her head and she was against me, the phone was just on the floor right in front of me, so I could at least reach it, but that's where I had it.
There was a witness who testified earlier that you had told him your phone was on her side of the bed. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I don't recall that.
You don't recall him saying that, or you don't recall doing that?
Both. I always had charged on my side of the nightstand. I never slept on that other side of the bed.
But your phone was on your nightstand.
That's correct. Yes.
Do you know where your phone went between you're going to bed and you're getting up in the morning? Do you have any idea what your phone was doing?
Not in the slightest.
So you trained paramedic. You've got skills, maybe rusty at the time. What did you do next?
Next meaning, from the point of having her in the recovery position, yes, having her on 911, the 911 call is ongoing. She's.
Can I
yes.
I want to ask you a couple questions about that. You're calling 911.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you know as a paramedic? What happens when someone calls 911?
Call taker receives the call. They code it based on call type. I'm not a dispatcher, so I'm going to miss certain points. I was the liaison with City of Camas, Washougal Fire Department, and Cressa. So I had the opportunity to sit in dispatch and watch them work and understand their process for just one day, but I did. The call taker sends it over to a dispatcher to get the appropriate closest units responding to the call.
Now, the 911 dispatchers, are they just kind of winging it and just kind of going off the top of the head, or did they have any kind of protocol they follow?
No, they have a very strict protocol questioning that they have to ask every time.
And while they're doing that, do you have to tell the dispatcher, I need an ambulance, get someone here right away? Do you have to do something like that?
No.
Why is that?
Because if it's a stroke, this is a general medical call that requires an engine and ambulance in our area every time. If it's a cardiac arrest, it's 2 engines, an ambulance, and a battalion chief every time, unless more is needed by those that responded. Based on where the call is in the city and the call type from motor vehicle accidents on the highway to within the city, it's always predetermined what those dispatches and what resources are going to be sent.
So if you're stationed at Station 41, correct?
I was.
As a battalion chief?
I was.
And you had a dorm, that's where you slept?
Yes.
Okay. But when a call comes in, what happens? You're dead asleep, right?
Yep.
And a call comes in. How quickly is the fire department or the paramedics, how quickly are they notified there's something going on?
We're not always aware of how long it takes from when the call was received at dispatch to the time it was dispatched to the time we receive it. But from the time we receive it with the soft alert system, red lights come on and a voice from the ceiling, automated voice from Cressa that tells us the units and the location and the nature of the call that we're going to go on. We wake up and usually we need to be on the rig within 1 minute.
And are you pretty successful in getting on the rig in 1 minute?
My shift was.
And so, as you're making the call, you know all this is happening, right?
Yes.
You knew all of these people were going to show up.
Yes.
Did you know? Give us an idea. You call it in as a seizure.
Yes.
When you're calling it as a seizure, what response do you know at that moment is going to happen?
So if Station 43 is our station in Washougal, it's the closest Camas Washougal station. If they are in quarters and not on another call, I know I'm going to get Engine 43 and Medic 43 rolling out of the doors at the same time.
And so you're going to get at least 3 or 4 paramedics given, correct?
There's a minimum of 1 paramedic on the ambulance and a minimum of 1 paramedic on the engine. Quite often we have more than that. 2 paramedics on the ambulance we would always strive for, and 1 paramedic on the engine always as a minimum. So you could have up to 4 or as little as 2 on just an ambulance and an engine.
But now when you tell dispatch that she's not breathing, what do you think happens then?
So I know they're automatically upgrading it to a cardiac arrest, CPR in progress. They're going to dispatch a battalion chief and an additional engine.
As far as So we have 8 or 9 people at this point?
Yeah, at the time our minimums were 2 on the engine, 2 on the ambulance, so there's 4 in the initial response. You get additional engine, you're going to get another minimum of just 2, so you're only going to have 6 with 2 engines and 1 ambulance. Battalion chief arrives, you have 7. We also had East County Fire and Rescue that responded. They came with 2. So you get up to 8 or 9 that way over time.
Is it common for law enforcement to show up as well?
We were great partners with Washougal and Camas PD. Washougal would often always be rolling in, willing to grab gear. They had their AED in case they got there first to hook someone up and provide a defibrillation if needed. So they took care of us and we took care of them.
So you knew all these people were going to show up?
Yeah. I didn't know who, but I knew I was going to get that number.
You've heard talk about this Halligan device, correct?
Yes.
You know what that is?
I do.
Okay. And what do you know about the Halligan device? You make this call. Who's going to have it? How long is it going to take to get there? What are you thinking when you make the call?
Halligan is a forcible entry tool. It's paired with a flathead axe. It's called the marriage because we call it the universal key. You can break into anything. There's lots of techniques and classes we go through to learn how to conduct forcible entry in a quick and efficient way. They are stored on a fire engine only. In our jurisdiction, Camas Washougal Fire, that's fairly common. We have multiple on there actually. I know that the ambulance doesn't carry them. When an ambulance arrives first at a scene and they're unable to gain entry, they're knocking on the door, they're yelling, fire department, their next step is likely to walk around the house and look for another south point of entry. When it's a real emergent call and you can hear someone screaming inside, you're going to force the door. You're going to kick the door. You're going to shoulder it. You're going to do what you can with a residential. But that's really discouraged because it's caused so many injuries. It's just a delay in aid.
Causes injuries to the firefighters?
To the firefighters by kicking. You lose knees, so it's very discouraged to do that.
So, in your experience, which is going to arrive first, the ambulance or the engine?
Ambulance.
And is that pretty much true every time?
It's not. It depends on where they're responding from. They're not always responding from the station. They come from another call. It might be that the ambulance is available in Washougal and the next engine is downtown Camas. So the ambulance gets there quick, and there's a long delay for the engine to get there. So it's all variable. So you hope for, when you call 911, that the stations that are closest in your area have the resources there and ready to go.
And you want them ideally to show up at the same time?
Correct.
What is a typical delay between the ambulance getting there and the engine getting there?
Traffic can cause some minor issues. We have steep hills in Washougal. The engine doesn't roll uphill fast. The ambulance can get there quicker. We usually let the engine out of the bay and off the tarmac faster ahead of the engine, just for that simple reason. So it's commonly going to be there first.
Is your house located at the top of the hill as well?
Yes.
And so, time-wise, typically, how long after the ambulance do you envision the engine getting there, under normal circumstances?
I think under normal circumstances, within 30 seconds of the arriving ambulance.
Could it be longer sometimes?
It can be.
And so, at some point, I'm going to play for you. What's it? Exhibit number 22.
January 8, 2024, 4:27, 13.
911, what is the address of your emergency? Something with the transfer of emergency flush. Exhibit the address.
2573 34th Street.
Repeat the address for verification.
2573 34th Street.
What's the phone number for you, sir?
220-921-5833.
And what's your first and last name?
Kevin West.
Tell me exactly what happened.
She's having a seizure right now. She's never had one.
Okay, seizures are really scary. I'm going to help you. We're going to get help on the way, okay?
I'm a battalion chief of Camas. I've been a paramedic for a long time.
Okay, Kevin, it sounds like you're taking really good care of her. I hear it's her first seizure. Tell me exactly what happened.
She woke up in bed. I have her on the floor right now on her side.
Okay. Are you with her now? Okay, I'm going to go through some scripted questions. Bear with me, okay? Kevin, it's not going out. How old is she?
48.
Is she awake?
No, she's not.
Is she breathing?
Yes.
Okay, hold on just one sec. Has she had more than one seizure in a row?
It hasn't stopped.
Is she pregnant or has she been pregnant in the past 4 weeks?
No.
Is she diabetic?
No. She has no medical history.
Is she an epileptic?
No, she is not.
Does she have a history of stroke or brain tumor?
No.
Okay, has the jerking stopped yet?
No.
Okay, hold on one second. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
I got her on the side. Her airway's clear.
You know what? She's going to be with a better person to take care of her. You were doing a really good job, and I'm required to read it, so just bear with me, okay? She's still breathing. Don't do CPR. Don't hold her down or put anything into her mouth. Move dangerous objects away from her. Tell me immediately when she stops seizing.
Okay, I will. I got you. Come on, baby. I got you.
And they're coming.
She's not breathing right now. Hold on.
A lot of times.
She's stopped. Hold on.
Hold on one second. Don't do CPR.
I'm not. I'm just checking on her right now.
Okay, because it's really scary, but a lot of people don't breathe when they're having a seizure.
No, I know. I know what seizures are. She stopped.
She stopped seizing?
She had a headache at about 11 o'clock last night, and she threw up, and I didn't think about it.
Kevin, help me understand. Did she stop seizing?
She has stopped seizing right now.
Okay, so we're going to check her breathing together to make sure it's all right. When I say go, watch her closely and tell me each time her chest rises. Are you ready?
You tell she's not breathing right now.
Okay, let's go ahead and start CPR, okay?
I'm starting right now.
Okay, if there's a defibrillator available, since I'm going to get it now, and tell me when you have it.
Repeat.
Okay, we're gonna. Okay, I'm getting help started. I'm just letting them know that we're starting CPR. Okay, Kevin?
Okay.
Are you right? Okay. Listen carefully. Lay her flat on the back on the ground and remove anything under her head.
I did CPR. I've been doing it for fucking 20 years.
Okay, stay on the line with me, okay? So we're going to do 2 breaths and 30 pumps, okay? I'm going to tell you how to... I'm going to give you instructions.
Questions. I know what I need to do. I'm doing it.
Okay, I want you to do 2 breaths and 30 pumps.
Okay.
Place your hand. I'm going to tell you how to give mouth to mouth. Place your hand on her forehead.
I know how to do it. I'm a paramedic. I was. I'm EMT.
Okay.
Doing this since 1992.
All right. You are skilled and you know how to do this. For seizures, we want to do 2 breaths and 30 pumps.
Okay.
Okay, counsel, I need to stop tonight.
Can I count with you for the 30 pumps?
Examination of this. We're going to complete the 911 call at this time.
2 breaths and 30 pumps.
Okay.
Can I count with you for the 30 pumps?
50 breaths.
Did you feel the air going in and out?
Yes, I can. I know. That's what I'm doing.
Great. So we're going to count together. I hear you've been a paramedic for a long time, but I'm going to help you count, okay? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're doing a really good job. So stop and do 2 more breaths, okay?
Okay, I'm doing it.
When you're done, let's start compressions again.
I'm doing it.
I'm doing compressions. I haven't one, two, three. When you're saying it, you're doing a great job, Kevin. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kevin, are you still doing the compressions? Okay, stop and give 2 more breaths. Tell me when you're done so I can count with you. 2 breaths, 3 pumps. We're doing 2 breaths now. Good, so we compression. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hear you know how to do it, and you're taking really good care of her. They're coming as fast as they can. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just going to help you keep count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 more breaths now.
No, it's not a good start. I'm not sure.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop in 2 more breaths right now, Kevin. You're doing a good job. They're coming as fast as they can. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Remember, hard and fast. You know how to do this. You're doing a good job. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to unlock the door. I have to unlock the front door. Run to unlock the door and come straight back here. Okay, I'm going to under her. Okay, 1, 2. We're going to do 2 more breaths. Do 2 breaths and start the pumps again. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Stop and 2 more breaths right now. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep going. You're doing a good job. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep going, Kevin. 1, 2, 3, 4. Stop in 2 more breaths for me. You're doing a good job. They're pulling up that front. Don't stop until they take over for you. I know. 2 breaths and 30 pumps. You're going to do it till they take over for you. I'm doing it. I'm pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Stop and 2 more breaths. 2 more breaths. Keep going with compressions until they take over for you.
January 8th, 2024, 4:37.
Kevin, the end of that call, that was that the EMS arriving as you were still giving compressions?
Yeah.
It took over for you.
It was Eric Miller took over compressions for me.
When you made the call, you knew that the people who would come and look at this and scrutinize this were the same people that you had told you're unhappy with your marriage, didn't you?
Yeah, that wasn't my thought at the time, though.
But you knew that the people who would be showing up knew that you were worried about losing half of your retirement.
I didn't know who was arriving, but yeah, it could be.
And some of them knew that you were having an affair.
Yes.
Now, by calling 911, did you think it would increase your chances of survival or decrease?
Increase, absolutely. It's an absolute must for survival. Like, I can't do it on my own.
Now, you've been on, before you became a battalion chief and a captain, you were on lots of calls, weren't you? Do you have any idea how many you were on?
We used to keep track, thousands. Yeah.
And was this different than your regular call? For you.
Yeah, it's personal. It's my life. It's different. I don't have any resources. I don't have any tools.
So then EMS shows up, and it looks like from the video you stayed in the room, correct?
Yes, I wasn't leaving her.
Okay. Is that kind of unusual, though?
I would, as a captain, I was consistently managing the scene, charting notes of everything that's happening, but also if someone needed an additional resource, they would tell me, and I'd be the one to get it rolling, get it there. And so if a situation arises where there was a family member that wanted to be with a loved one, I would absolutely allow it if the room accommodated it and they were calm enough to manage the situation. They could be there. But if they were going to be a distraction or in the way, physically or verbally, I would be the one to be kind of the bad guy for the cruise, but I'd have to escort them to another room so we could appropriately treat a patient.
Now, after Marcy passed, how long did you stay up there after she passed?
After she passed, I wasn't up there for very long at all. Efforts had stopped. I prayed for her. I said goodbye. I went downstairs, and I had so many people surrounding me.
And we see that about an hour and a half after she passed, you spoke to a police detective, correct?
I did.
Were you worried about that? No. Now, you talked to Kevin Valines sometime, was it that morning or later in the day, do you recall?
I don't know if it was before I left for Seattle or if it was after. That's when I saw him. He'd been to the house a couple times after that.
Now, we understand from other testimony that your emotions were ranging all over the place. Describe how you felt, like if you were having a bad moment or nothing moment. How did you feel that day?
I had a myriad of emotions I was dealing with. I had to be strong for my kids. I wanted them to know that I was safe. I know that they were in fear, like, what if we lose Dad now? There was a lot of conversations that were fear-based. I was always in a mode of making sure they had what they needed for the support. My moods were of extreme sadness. Seeing my kids' sadness was so incredible, so difficult, so incredibly difficult. My emotions went back and forth because we had so many problems that were unresolved that I was sad, I was frustrated, I was angry about that. But there's also someone I loved for
Were there
a lot of years. Sorry.
Were there times when you didn't feel anything?
I was just numb, but anytime I came around somebody, I'd have to show them I was strong. I was able to carry my load, you know.
Kevin Valines testified that you said something like, you feel bad for not feeling bad. Did you say something like that?
I might have said something like that. I didn't mean it in that context. It could have been how I was feeling in that moment. But there was a lot of emotions happening.
And then you also talked to Scott Slocum, correct?
I did.
And he testified that you told him, I think he said that day, you said a big burden had been lifted, that you were relieved or something like that. Did you have a conversation with Scott Slocum that day where you said something like that?
I could have. I would have never in my life used that in the context of Marcy passing. The things like the fire department supporting me and bringing food for everyone, that was a load that was lifted off my shoulders. I don't know of any other reason that I would say something like that.
You didn't tell me you were relieved that a burden had been lifted for your lifetime.
Absolutely not.
And you're at home, and family starts to show up too that day, right?
Yep. Yes.
You're saying that food started to arrive, right?
Yes.
Who was the first person to bring it?
Only because of testimony. Casey Jones said she brought it first. I don't remember what the order in which everyone brought their food.
Do you remember your conversation with her?
I do.
Where were you?
On the garage. I would, if I may,
sure.
I would open the garage. I want people to text me before they came because I wanted to gather myself. And I wanted to go out there and I wanted to show my appreciation. There were some times when they'd want to just set it on the front porch and I didn't get to say thank you. That's when I started to say, text me please, because I want to show my gratitude for what they're doing for everybody.
Were you happy to see Casey?
I was.
What did you think the relationship with her was like at that time?
I didn't I thought we worked well together. I didn't think there was a conflict of any kind.
She kind of endorsed the idea that she's the office gossip. Was that your experience with her?
Yes.
Now, in the days that followed, were you able to go back in that room and sleep, the master bedroom?
Did.
Like right away?
I went for 3 days and I wasn't able to do it anymore. I couldn't sleep in there anymore after that.
Did you still have to pass through the room?
I did. I had to get my clothes out of the walk-in closet. My shower was in there. My belongings are stored there.
Kevin, I'm going to show you exhibit number 9 and ask you to take a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you can just sort of touch it and explain it.
As you walk in the front door of my home, there was a sectional couch immediately to your left, coffee table, a picture of my daughter on the wall, and a picture of Marcy and I at our wedding. A picture of my son on the end table next to the end of the couch.
Was there a time when you took that picture down?
I did.
How many days after she passed was it?
It was a few, 3 or 4 days after.
What did you do with it?
I took it upstairs and leaned it against the wall behind the couch.
Were you trying to erase all memories?
Objection, leave it.
Absolutely not.
Write the answers down. Try not to leave. I'm sorry, you said, did you put a photo in its place, did you say?
I did. So opposing that wall, that photo that you could see was facing towards the front door. There was another photo facing away that was you couldn't see when you walked in the room. That was a picture of my kids. I took that when they were very young, and I put it in its place. When I was walking through that room, I would just feel like I had to avoid looking at it, or I got sad when I saw it. and I didn't want to walk through the room and feel like I had to force myself to look away, so I took it down to create more peace. You can't explain why you grieve.
Was Cynthia hanging out in your house at that time?
No.
She'd been in the garage, right?
Just in the garage.
Okay. Was she in the house at times?
The only time that she was in the house was at the gathering we had when everyone came just after my birthday. My daughter made a big cake, and we went into the kitchen to cut it up when they sang. But we spent time inside the garage mostly. Everyone did, but there was groups of people kind of everywhere. But Cynthia spent most of her time in the garage.
Now the photo that we saw of the furnishings, that let me see the last one. It's the one that Kevin, I'm showing you Exhibit 313. And again, that's the furniture from the living, right?
Yes, it is.
And so, what happened to it?
So you can see in the photo, it's the same photo we had before with the bed and the two nightstands oriented adjacent to the walk-in closet. You can see the mattress isn't there. I already removed that and took it to the dump because it was urine stained, not just from Marcy's side of the bed, but from a cat from previous, and I didn't realize it was there. So that's where that is. This furniture, I had a group of guys from the fire department come to help me carry. We took apart the bed, the nightstands, the dresser, and we also took from the great room, it's kind of a bonus room. We took a entertainment center, the Peloton, and a few other ancillary items, and took them to Scott Slocum's shop, where he had enough space. It's like 5 minutes from the house, and he stored them while another friend was helping sell them on Facebook Marketplace. But I was getting the great room emptied out also only because my daughter Megan and her then fiance were going to move in, and that was going to be their space. I was trying to create a space for them, but I removed this furniture because I wanted new. I wanted to go as far as putting natural wood on the walls. I wanted to change the feel of the room. That's the feeling I had at that time.
That was pretty good narrative on the phone. Okay. And so, when you took the furniture out of the house, was that before or after you had met with the detectives the first time?
That was before.
Like how many days do you think?
So the get-together was the 20th. That following Monday, everyone left. It was kind of my first day by myself, and I think it was that day. So it had been a few days prior to the 23rd when they came the first time.
So at the time that you that your friends helped you move the furniture, you didn't realize you were under investigation for murdering your wife, did you?
No idea.
And we already heard testimony that your mother washed your sheets, correct?
Yeah.
And that your father put the comforter in the garbage. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And your sister threw away the pillow.
Correct.
Now, there's a lot of text messages that came in and are read to the jury and that are in evidence and so forth. A lot of them say they were deleted. Messages between you and Marcy. Did you delete those?
I did.
What?
Megan asked me for her mom's cell phone. She had a lot of dance photos and trips they had taken. The photos were very important to her. I did not want Megan to read our arguments. I felt that was private. As in life, we kept it separate, and I wanted to continue that. So I deleted those. And conversely, I didn't want to read those on my phone. I wanted to remember Marcy for Marcy and not our arguments. And when I went in and saw them, the ice storm, I had a lot of time on my hands, and I did. I deleted the messages. I didn't want to look at them anymore.
When the detectives came to your house on the 23rd, you were in the garage with Cynthia, weren't you?
I was.
And did you not hear them knocking?
No, I did not.
So what was going on in the garage?
So I had an Apple playlist. I was just playing some music lightly enough that we could still have a conversation. There were some pictures of my garage. There was 2 chairs off to the side, a rocking chair and a soft chair. It was my grandpa's chair from years and years ago. We were just sitting there in our own chairs, listening to music, and we were talking.
Yeah, and so what is it that actually caught your attention and made you aware that somebody was there?
I heard him bang on the garage door.
And so what did you do next?
I went to the front door.
Did you tell Cynthia to wait there?
No.
And so you went to the front door.
Yeah.
Did you know they were coming?
No.
And so from the video we see you let them in.
Yep.
And you talked to them.
I did.
Did you tell them the truth?
I did.
There was a point where you told them that you were having an affair. I think that was actually on the next video. On the
second meeting, yes.
Okay. And when they first came, did you realize you were being investigated for murder on that second visit? When they first arrived, did you know that?
No, they said it was just a routine interview. The medical examiner office just has them do it regularly, just a routine thing.
And you admitted to the affair with Cynthia.
I did.
But you mentioned that you didn't know if there were future plans. That's what the video says. Were you telling them absolutely everything about the affair as it really stood, do you think?
With the affair, no, I didn't. I think I said that we had a physical relationship, we had an emotional relationship. There weren't future plans there's no wedding date. There wasn't a date to become engaged. There was a plan to move in. She was still with her now ex.
Did you think that was a really important thing for the police to know about?
I didn't think I was being investigated. I didn't think it was necessary.
There's also testimony from Marcy's mother about her digging a $1,000 check.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask for that money?
No.
How did that come up?
I spoke to Peggy and Addison at that time. Primarily, I was calling Peggy daily following Marcy passing. We discussed 2 different financial things. I never said I was broke. I said that I was concerned about being able to afford my daughter's wedding because Marcy had put such an effort into working more and earning more money. That I was concerned about being able to pay for her wedding, knowing that our schedule was changing. I was going to be earning less. This was a conversation Marcy and I had, November and early December, and she started picking up shifts and really pulling her weight for Megan's wedding.
Do you have any training in a rear naked chokehold, that kind of move?
No, I do not. May I complete the previous question?
Sorry. I interrupted.
Yeah, there's 2 things. The financial one was the wedding, and the other one was paying for the site where we laid Marcy to rest. The fire department paid primarily for the funeral home costs, which was incredible. They donated, the funeral home donated 2 small hearts for each of the kids to me. They didn't even charge me. But those are the only financial things that Peggy and I spoke about. When she brought me that birthday card with $1,000 in it, I thought that was a gift or something to help with the wedding.
Well, speaking of Peggy and that side of the family, why did you not offer to give them things?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why did you not offer to give them things of Marcy's?
I apologize for that. I don't know that there was something that they would have wanted. I didn't think to ask, and I regret that. But it wasn't done in haste. There was a lot going on at the time. There was the ice storm. I just lost my wife. Someone that I loved very much for a very long time, that I lived with, had children with. But we also had that other side where it was very difficult, and that was a lot of emotion to handle.
Did you go to Marcy's funeral?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I wasn't welcome.
How did you become aware of that?
When I was arrested,
I very quickly found out who wanted to talk to me anymore. And,
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
That's sustained.
So, without talking about, the different personalities, did you receive communication of some sort that made you feel like you shouldn't be there?
Yes.
And what was that? What is it that caused you to make that decision?
Sorry, I'll sustain the objection.
Just in a word, without talking about what other people said, why did you not go there?
Objection, relevance.
I sustain the objection.
Did you want to go there?
Yes.
Objection, relevance.
Allow that answer to stand. Additional questions will need to comply with our previous ruling.
In the 911 call, where you seem to be working with the operator trying to work on Marcelle, there's a part where you say, I should have known. You should have known. What should you have known?
I don't remember.
Did you feel like you should have seen this coming?
No, I don't. I feel like I did a good assessment the night before. I don't blame myself for not calling 911 that night before.
And just incidentally, in the master bedroom, was the heating system working that night?
Our heat was not working. There was a wire that was found loose in our thermostat, and it was a smart thermostat you can control from your phone. I did wire it myself months before. It worked just fine. There was that morning when I went to Seattle, my brothers and sisters that were there from the fire department contacted a heating cooling company. They came out, and that's what they found. There was just a loose wire. They got it back in the thermostat, and then we did have heat. It was, during the ice storm.
Kevin, did you put your wife in a rear naked chokehold and strangle her to death?
No.
Did you do anything to cause the contusion on the back of her head?
No, I did not.
Did you do anything to cause Marcy's death?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's all I have. Thanks.
Cross-examination.
Mr. West, who took this photo?
Scott Slocum.
Scott Slocum took this photo?
Yes.
When did he take this photo?
The day we removed it from the house.
You see with it.
You have it. Can you please tell me the number?
Oh, I'm sorry. This photo right here?
Yes.
Oh, the number? 313.
And when was this photo taken?
The day we removed the furniture from the house.
Which was what date?
I don't know exactly which date it was.
You don't know what date the furniture was?
It was after my birthday on the 18th or the 20th when we had the gathering, and when the 23rd when the first when the detectives first arrived.
Is it fair to say our office doesn't have the metadata of when this photo was taken?
I'm not aware of that.
I want to be very clear about the timeline, okay? What time did you and Marcy make love on the 7th?
I don't know what time we made love. It was in the evening between a movie.
Okay, then let's back up. What time did you eat?
In the evening sometime.
Not in the evening.
Events are very easy. Timelines are difficult.
Okay, we'll start from the beginning. What time did you go to get Chinese?
Late afternoon, early evening.
What did you do after that?
I dished her up and we ate and watched a movie.
How many movies did you watch?
2 or 3.
And what time between the movies did you make love?
8 o'clock hour,
8 o'clock?
possibly 7, 8, somewhere. I don't remember.
And how many movies did you watch?
Two or three.
And so you don't know what time you made love, you and Marcy?
I didn't look at the clock when we went up there, or my phone.
And after you and Marcy make love, what is the next thing that happens?
I went downstairs.
Did you go downstairs alone?
I did.
And how long were you downstairs?
For a short period.
What's a short period?
30 minutes to an hour.
What happened next?
She came down and complained about a headache.
And then what happened?
She took ibuprofen.
And then what happened?
She went upstairs.
Okay. And then what happened?
She vomited.
And then what happened?
I could hear her vomiting, so I went upstairs.
Okay, and where did you go?
To the bathroom. At the top of the stairs.
And then you came back downstairs.
I did.
While she had been up vomiting, you then left her upstairs and then you went back downstairs.
I watched her. I stated earlier that I watched her walk. I wanted her to walk on her own to make sure she was stable on her own, and I watched her go back to bed.
And then so she goes to bed alone. What time would this have been?
9:30, 10:30, something like that, maybe.
But you stayed back downstairs.
I did, yes.
What time did you go back upstairs?
I thought that I went to bed about 11, but times are difficult.
So your testimony today is that she went downstairs, went back upstairs, vomited, you went upstairs with her, then you came back downstairs for an amount of time. She went to bed at like 9 o'clock, and then you went back upstairs around 11.
She went to bed a little later than that, but yeah.
When did you go back upstairs?
Well, I went up there once when she was
asked and answered. Some repetition permitted in cross if overruled. Repeat your question.
When did you go back upstairs?
Well, I went upstairs when she vomited, and I went back upstairs to go to bed.
And you were or weren't Googling things on your phone?
I was not Googling things on my phone.
So then your testimony today is that at 11 o'clock, approximately, you would have put your phone on the nightstand and then not touched it until you made the 911 call. Correct?
That is absolutely correct.
And your testimony is that Marcy knew your PIN code.
She did.
Your testimony today is that she was suspicious that you were having an affair.
I am guessing that she was suspicious about it. She told me that I was on my phone too much, and that was a combination of affair, handling work issues. I commonly got that as well.
So it's your testimony that you were asleep between the hours of 11 and 4:27 a.m.
That's correct.
And the only thing that woke you up was your dog.
That's correct.
And your statements that you're making today came after your Apple Health data came to light, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after her Apple Health data came to light, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And your statements today are inconsistent with what you've previously told law enforcement.
I don't know how it's inconsistent with what I've said before.
You've never previously said you stayed up while she went to bed.
I've said the same thing over and over and over and over for the last 2 years.
You never told law enforcement she was suspicious about you having an affair.
Don't remember.
It's your testimony also today that you may have caused injury to her neck and head prior during the lowering process.
I never said that I caused an injury to her, that I may have.
You may have caused injury to her head and neck during the lowering process.
I had my hands under her shoulders when I lowered her to the ground. There was no incident in lowering her to the ground. If it was an ambulance call, I document everything. If it's not documented, it didn't happen. If I was documenting what happened in this when I treated Marcy, it would have been unremarkable in the event of me lowering her to the ground. There was no contact with anything. It was a quick, hasty move, but it was a safe move for Marcy when I lowered her.
So no injuries were caused to Marcy during the lowering process.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
your testimony today.
That's absolutely correct.
You did not touch her neck.
When I was lowering her?
Correct.
Absolutely not.
And you were asked directly, and you have no explanation for her injuries.
I have no explanation for her injuries.
You don't have an explanation for her injuries on the 31st of January 2024, correct?
When I was interviewed, yes.
And you have no explanation for her injuries today.
That is absolutely correct.
You told your best friend, Kevin Valines, you feel bad for not feeling bad at 8 a.m. on the day of her death. Did you not?
If I said something to that effect...
That's you being strong.
I'm sorry, what?
Was that you being strong?
She should ask that she that's correct. Yes, you wish to ask a question, then wait for the answer before you ask the next one. Repeat your question.
You told your best friend, Kevin Valines, that you feel bad for not feeling bad, and that was at 8 a.m. the morning of Marcy's death. Did you not?
That's what he testified to. If I said something to that effect, that morning was beyond traumatic and difficult. I don't know half of what I said. I was also frustrated with dispatch. I was frustrated that I couldn't do continuous CPR. It was difficult. It was a difficult morning. I struggled a lot. If I confided in a friend that morning and it came out wrong...
I'm sorry, like any witness, you need to listen to the question asked, answer that question, then wait for the next one.
Yes, ma'am.
Mentioning dispatch, you actually called dispatch a bitch in the kitchen to your friends.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Please stay.
Move to strike and instruct the jury.
There hasn't been any testimony to strike. Disregard the last question.
You told your best friend, Scott Slocum, that a burden had been lifted. Did you not?
If I said that is completely taken out of context and was meant for some other reason. There was a lot of help and a lot of support where I could have justified saying something like that. I am not a cold person. I'm a warm. Sorry.
If someone asks you if you said something, the answer is yes, you said it, no, you didn't, or you don't remember.
Yes,
it's not an opportunity for you to begin speaking at will of whatever you want. So listen to the question asked and answer that question.
Yes, ma'am.
You told your friend and EMT trainer, Mark Whitland, sometimes autopsies don't come back with anything. Did you not?
I did.
And you asked him if it would be okay to get rid of her things. You said this unprompted, correct?
I don't remember that.
You've been a paramedic for over 20 years, correct?
Yes.
You understand the anatomy of a body.
Yes.
You understand the anatomy of a neck.
Yes.
You know not to put pressure on both carotid arteries. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Read the record.
Yes. Kevin, you're asked repeatedly what time you did this, what time you did that. Did you not keep a log of everything you did that evening?
I did not.
Were you ever asked by the detectives if you thought your wife was suspicious of you? And when you said to Mark Whitman, sometimes autopsies don't show anything. What were you expressing? What did you mean by that?
Well, conversations with Marcy's parents, we all wanted to know why. We wanted to have an answer. We wanted toxicology to come back. I've never been through this. I didn't realize toxicology took 3 to 4 months or longer. We all wanted answers. I knew Marcy well enough that I didn't think there'd be anything in toxicology. She drank Diet Pepsi and took ibuprofen. She didn't drink. I knew her well enough that I just didn't. I felt confident in that, but not having answers for so long, we all wanted answers.
And you were afraid that you wouldn't get an answer?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
You cross?
No, Your Honor.
You could step down.
All right, that was somewhat, I don't know, anticlimactic. I was hoping the cross would go a little bit further with that, and really dig down the timeline. But all right, so let's move on. Let's get to defense closing. What do you guys think? Did he come across believable? Hellrider says, in your opinion, it was over between them, but he wanted her and she told him no. Terry says, disappointed in the state questioning. I think she could have pushed him more. I think so too. Alice, yeah, very short. Sally, he wanted a divorce. He had a mistress, but that night they were intimate. Between movies too, which was really weird. So yes, they didn't dig deep enough. Yeah, I think so too. Alice, yeah, I think she could have gone a little bit further there. Grampy, not at all believable. Oh, and happy birthday to Grampy. Let me say that officially. I know everybody's been saying happy birthday to Grampy, but why can't I get you to come up? Hold on a sec. Holly says, no, not for you. Hold on. All of a sudden, I can't pull up my... Hold on. Okay, that's working. All right, let me try this again. Huh. Grampy, all of a sudden, I can't pull up your chat. Well, that's annoying. Anyway, Grampy, happy birthday. I'm trying to pull up your chat, and all of a sudden, I can't pull up chat. All right. Ruth Ann, you're home now. Comparisons with Telus, Gordon says, was spot on. Yes, Floofy Tail, Aussie. It's Grampy, this is for you. Super Ball is saying happy birthday. There's Super Ball is saying happy birthday. Right, Super Ball? Here, look over here. No, look over here. Look over here. There you go. Say hello to Grampy. Say happy birthday to Grampy. Yeah. Super Ball says, happy birthday, Grampy. Terry, a 15-minute intimate session. I would not have admitted that. All right. All right, let's get to closings. We have closings coming up. I'm going to do defense first, then I'm going to do the state. We'll do defense first, and then we'll do state.
Kevin did not kill Marcy. They did not prove that. They loved each other. It was not a perfect marriage. They'd been together for about 22 years as a married couple, good times, bad times. But it was, in fact, a failing marriage. Along the way, they managed to put their own interests aside so that they could raise these two wonderful kids that you saw, Megan and Ted. They were a great team, and Kevin speaks highly of his wife. I won't go through all the details because you've heard them all just recently, but I'm going to kind of jump to this part. In 2017, they buy the new house. And you've heard that with the house comes this bed set with a nightstand. You're probably really sick and tired of hearing about nightstands, but you know why this is important? Because it doesn't mean anything. They have made the nightstand the centerpiece of their case. This is the bed set that came with the house in 2017. They paid about $800, I guess, for the entire lot. This piece went here. It was always there. Here's why it doesn't matter. Because even if, in fact, it wasn't there that night, Kevin was used to it being there. You know how it is when you walk into a room at night and you've been in that room a million times. You know how to walk around your bed. You know how to avoid the nightstand. You know how to avoid everything and find everything, even in the pitch black, because you've been there a million times. You have that muscle memory. It doesn't matter. And it's pitch black in that room. But at the same time, Kevin says it was there. And who else says it was there? Eric Miller said it was there. He didn't remember telling me that. So we can question his memory a little bit. But when I interviewed him, he said he saw the nightstand. Who else saw the nightstand? That was Silva. Mr. Silva came in. He said he saw it. He'd never even been in the house before. So was the nightstand there? Yes. Does it really matter? No. He said he cleared the nightstand, and for some reason the detective said, well, no, I saw the nightstand. It had things on top of it, so it wasn't clear. The nightstand was there. It doesn't matter. It's a red herring. They raised their kids and they arranged their lives so that they wouldn't have to have daycare. This is true cooperation of parents. They had their ups and downs. Kevin wasn't happy with the physical side of the relationship. He was very happy with her as a mother of his kids, loved that part. It was great for his kids, and he wanted what was best for his kids more than anything, more than for himself. So he stayed with her for the kids. He spared them from their arguments. He didn't tell them about the affair. He wasn't completely honest when it came to the affair. He hid it from his wife and his kids, but he told everybody else. Kevin is a very open person. Too open. He tells everybody that he has financial insecurity. He tells everybody he's not happy with his marriage because she spends too much money, she's not working enough, and she's not intimate with me enough. Tells everybody that stuff. He tells people he's having an affair. These are the same people that he called to his house that night when he needed help for his wife. He told, and this is important, the state keeps saying, without any basis at all, his story kept changing. He got interviewed 3 times, his story kept changing, and even here it kept changing. It didn't change. You have all 3 interviews. If you have the patience and the time, this is an important thing, listen to all 3 of those interviews if you have the time. The story is the same every single time. I got Chinese food, I went home, and we watched movies, we were intimate. He doesn't say that part every time, but he's never asked. And at some point, Marcy went to bed. She came down for ibuprofen. She went back upstairs. She threw up. I went to help her. She went to bed. I went back downstairs. It's the same story every single time. And he's not planning for this. This is not a plan. The first one is when his wife died unexpectedly. And he's being approached by a detective first thing in the morning within an hour and a half of her death. He tells the story. And then he doesn't know an investigation is going on. And on the 23rd, this is just about 2 weeks later, detectives show up unannounced. He invites them in, talks to them for a long time, and tells the same story every single time. He mentions the garbage bag on the floor. Okay? That never came up for the detective because that would have verified the story. He told them about it at that time. They could have gone back and checked the Washougal Police Department pictures because the investigator who went out there took that photo that has the pants and the garbage bag on the floor. That was left there before everybody came in because once Marcy was pronounced deceased. Everybody went downstairs, and Officer Southern cordoned off the area so the guard wouldn't let anybody back in. There was no way for him to plan and make up all this stuff. And with regard to finances, sure, wish they had saved more money. But were they having financial difficulty? No. They made pretty good money, and in all this 2 years, all the investigation they've done, all the records that they've recovered, the financial records that they recovered, you know how many debts they found in default? 0.
Objection, facts not in evidence.
There was no evidence.
Sorry, I overrule the objection. Remind you that the argument is just that. It's not evidence. If you hear a statement that's not supported by the evidence, disregard it. If you hear a statement and it is supported by the evidence, give it such weight as you think.
There's not a single shred of evidence in this case that they had a loan in default. Anywhere, ever. Marcy tragically passed away. Marcy had underlying health conditions. We will never know all of her underlying health conditions because she never saw the doctor. She complained of having chronic headaches. She had headaches nearly daily, every other day. Carried a Costco-sized bottle of ibuprofen with her all the time for headaches. That's not normal. Who has headaches every single day and doesn't go to the doctor about it? Who has chest pain starting just a few months before this matter happens? Who has chest pains periodically and doesn't go see the doctor? She never has medical care. There's not a single record of her ever having one single physical or annual checkup with a doctor. Nothing. All she has is urgent care. That's it. The one thing that she did have was the life scheme. And why did she have that? She had that because Kevin wanted her to have it. It was the benefit they had available for her. He scheduled it a year in advance so that she would at least have this check. And she went there and said there was really nothing wrong. But what did it reveal? She had fatty liver disease. She had high cholesterol. She had PVCs, which may or may not be a big problem in combination with other things. She also had a resting heart rate of 95, and back in the medical records that Dr. Stankus looked at, her resting heart rate was 100 at some of those visits. That's a high resting heart rate. And it means, according to Dr. Stankus, that her heart was not operating efficiently. When we have these kind of underlying conditions, it could lead to trouble. That's why we see the doctor, because we could run into a problem like Marcy did. The story he told over and over and over again to you is the same story about getting Chinese food, coming back, watching movies. Every single time it's the same. Now, the phone records that the state brings up, this a challenge. Look through the records. Here's what you'll find. You'll find that there's activity on both phones, kind of off and on throughout the day. People live with their phones. I don't care where they go. They sit around at home, they got their phone. They go to dinner, a lot of people keep them on the dinner table. Some people do it in the car. It's with us constantly. We do everything on these phones. So it's not surprising there's activity. But if you look at these phone records, if you look at them side by side, you got steps data for Marcy and for Kevin in there. And understand this, it's not the person, it's the phone. Kevin went to bed about 11 o'clock or so. Marcy is still surfing and she's looking at Mother of the Bride dresses between 12 and 1 o'clock in the morning. Kevin is asleep. Yes, he told the police they were both asleep because that's what he thought. He believed they were both asleep. If you look at the records and compare them side by side and you can make head or tail of them, you will see that the two phones traveled together 4 times in the evening. The phones are traveling at the same time. Marcy knows his passcode. Marcy's following up on his web searches. There is one point where Marcy is checking, and you saw it on the display that the state just had up, she's looking at hotel ledger. She's suspicious. She's checking up on her husband. She's suspicious, and for good reason. On January 8th, Kevin wakes up to the dog window. Now, this is where the exhibits that we have in are kind of important. The leggings that were brought in, they're in one of the exhibits that you have in the back there. If you do want to take them out, make sure you wear gloves, handle them carefully. They're important for a couple of reasons. One is they have pet hair all over. This would corroborate the fact that she was in bed when whatever happened. That's part of it. There's also a picture in one of these where she has a big burn stain on it. And I'm going to explain why that's really important in just a minute here. Kevin wakes up and he finds, she sees something's not right. There's kind of a shaking. He's having a hard time describing. And she realizes she's completely stiff. He's seen this before because he is a paramedic. He knows what a seizure looks like. It doesn't mean you have to diagnose the problem. You just have to recognize the seizure. It is a symptom. It's something that happens. He runs around the bed, checks on her after trying to quiet the dog down. He checks on her, and he can't wake her up. He's shouting at her. He can't wake her up, and so he lifts her on the floor. You know, this is the part where Kevin has had 2 years to come up with another reason why she got injured. He explained to you that he lowered her as carefully as he could, clearing the table onto the floor. Didn't touch her neck. He could have said, oh yeah, I was really in a hurry, I touched her neck. He didn't say that. He could have. He gently put her on the floor, he got her on the other side, and he rolled her up on her side. This is the part where his hand gets under her neck and comes around toward the front. This is the only time. He does not believe that he hurt her. Did he? Remember, this is 181 pounds of a stiff body, a person who's not cooperating, not helping, and this is Mr. West doing this all by himself from a dead sleep in the middle of the night in the dark. And he is trying to roll her gently on her side, which he did. He realizes that he can't help. He's a paramedic, and he's calling for help when he's the one who's supposed to be the help. That takes a swallowing of pride, a person who thinks about somebody more than himself. So he calls 911. You will have the 911 call with you. And I encourage you to listen to it again. I know you've heard it twice, but I strongly encourage you, because when you listen to that, you can hear what's happening. It starts out as a seizure. He's alarmed, but he's not panicking. He's trying to do all the right things. When you listen to this, ask yourself, does this sound like a man who just choked out his wife? No, it doesn't. This sounds like a man who's trying to help his wife. A man who's worried about his wife. It progresses. It goes from a seizure, she stops seizing, and then she's not breathing. Now, look at the timestamp on this, because it is not until 3 minutes into the phone call that she stops breathing and the seizure stops. This is one of those long duration seizures that Dr. Stank has talked about, the ones that she has been caring for. She can watch these people, monitor their glucose levels. This is what we found out. You need one of these long, sustained seizures. That's at least 3 minutes, plus maybe the minute before that it took Kevin to call the police, plus whatever was happening with her before he woke up. Sometimes they don't wake up when the dog whimpers, right? Sometimes Sadie can be whimpering and they don't get up, and Sadie goes down the hallway to find Megan. Maybe Sadie did, couldn't find Megan and came back. So we have minimum 4 to 5 minutes of an arch position, full body seizure. And now the reason that's important is because they brought the blood glucose level. Dr. Burt never considered it. She didn't check it. She was asked about it later. It's in the report, but she never saw it. It wasn't part of her analysis at all, because she wasn't looking for something that could truly explain it other than what was being proposed by the state. So a 300 glucose level is a very high level. It is not something that you would ordinarily expect from a strangulation, from a fight or flight situation. That's what Dr. Stanka said. She treats these people all the time. People have come in from a terrible fight, and she checks their glucose level right away. It's never like that. It never spikes 300. She said it's most consistent with a heart attack and a seizure combination. Remember that Dr. Stankus, all the doctors you saw, and you saw one, she's the only one who's seen a live patient in the last 20 to 25 years. She sees them all the time. He goes to unlock the door at 7:23, minute 7:23 in the recording. He's gone for a total of 20 seconds open. And the reason he does that, and the state brought this up, the Halligan tool to demonstrate that somehow that he was causing delays because he didn't care or something like that. He professionally should know not to go down there and stop doing compressions. But he was gone 20 seconds. This is a man who knows that if he didn't, that the Halligan device is going to be on the engine, which might be 1, 2, 3 minutes later than the ambulance, which would not have one. So he's gone 20 seconds. It was a good judgment call that he made. He was doing his very best to make her chances of survival the best, to make the chances of her dying minimized. That is what he did. In the call, you'll also hear him say something like, "I should have known. I should have known." He's talking about when she threw up and he was caring for her. "I should have known. I should have done something. He should have helped." This is not a man who has just killed his wife. It makes no sense. The 911 call speaks volumes. So he calls 911, and what does he know? What is the one thing he knows? He's got a lot of choices here. Okay, if the state said he killed her at around 2 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning, what would you have when the medics arrived? You'd have rigor mortis. You'd have lividity. And what did we hear from the witness? We don't try to resuscitate people with rigor mortis. We don't. They don't even touch that. So we know that this is a person who's just recently gone into cardiac arrest. We know that. So what does he know when he makes that call? He knows that he's going to get anywhere between 4 and 9 paramedics and professionals who know what they're doing, who can assess the situation, who can scrutinize things. He knows he's going to get law enforcement. He knows that, and he knows there's going to be an autopsy if there's a death. He knows that. He's been doing this for a long time. They leave the eye gel in for the medical examiner because that's a request. So they know that. These paramedics understand that whole process. He knows who's coming, and the people who are coming who are paramedics, what do they know? They know that he's told them he's not happy in his marriage. He's thinking about leaving her. He's thinking about leaving her soon. He's worried about finance. He's worried about his pension. He's calling all these people over to this situation when he just killed her. He had a lot of choices. He didn't have to call them. He could have left her and gone somewhere else. If he was really that diabolical, he could have tumbled her down the stairs. He could have done a whole lot of things. He could have gone to sleep in another room. He could have done all those things. And he was honest with you. He didn't sleep with her. Off and on he did. But he had all those choices, and the one thing he chose was to call the paramedics, which put him under scrutiny. It increased her chance of survival. If a person had just killed their wife or their spouse just now, and they successfully revive that person, what a nightmare that would be. Guess who's going to point the finger and say, "You just choked me up"? He called and did his best to try to save her. His mind was clear and his judgment was good. When the medics come in, they're working in the dark. It's not the pitch black that Kevin was working in, but they're working in the dark because they have just the lighting from the bathroom, from the hallway, and the closet. That's about it. So they're kind of working in the dark, but they're doing their very best. And this is what This is what Eric Miller said. He said, we bring order to chaos. Remember that? Even a paramedic can recognize that this is not a calm situation. They're not being gentle. They're not treating them gingerly. This is a last-ditch effort, one of them said, because this is the only chance they have to save their life, and every second counts. They're doing everything they can as fast as they can in a way that doesn't kill the person, but they want to save that person. They're moving their hands quickly. They're handling that person not that gently. They're in there shouting orders. And, you heard someone in there yell, "I jelly." So these guys are going really fast. They're doing their best. They're very well-trained professionals. But they're having what Dr. Stankus called aggressive contact with that person. They're working on getting the mask on. They have to get that on there tight so it gets the seal. If you're working with one hand, then you've got to have a much tighter grip to get that whole thing down. And if you're switching hands, you're doing it on both sides. This kind of stuff can happen any single time. Every time this could happen. The EC grip they talked about had one finger up here, the other one's trailing below the chin line, and then they reach up on the mask and squeeze like that. The other one, and you saw Mark Whitlam demonstrate this. Did you see the grip he put on that face when he was putting the tongue around, he was putting that up? He was grabbing very aggressive. They're not being gentle, and they have to pull that head back and up and tilt it back so that they get an open airway. And that can be a little more difficult in people who have a lot of extra tissue because it can have a tendency to kind of collapse on itself. So the opportunity for injury, for bruising, is significant in a case like this, even with professionals who are well-trained and doing their very, very best. For them, Marcy's appearance was the last thing on their mind. It was a consideration, but they wanted to save her. They weren't that worried about what her face was going to look like later. Now, the state has two theories they've boiled down to. One is that he did I have a hard time saying it, it's a naked rear arm chokehold. Okay. All right. What's the problem with that? Well, here's the problem. So, if you're doing it from behind, and it's in bed, and Marcy is having a seizure, a full body seizure, and this is the kind where they urinate. Remember Mark Whitlam said the vast majority of people having seizures urinate, and she did. She urinated a lot. She urinated all over the bed. That's what Mark Whitlam said. He said there's a big bunch of urine on top, and there's no urine on the bottom. That means it happened on the bed. If Kevin is behind her doing this, why wouldn't he have urine on? It doesn't fit. But if you're following the program, if it doesn't fit, force it. The state will have another chance to talk to you, so they're going to figure out a way to force that. Ask them to force that fact. Why is there no urine on Kevin at all? And the idea that now, okay, well, if not that, we're not really sure, but we want you to be sure, okay? Not us, you. Now, it's pressing the thumbs on there. If you're going to press on the thumbs, use your common sense. Yeah, we had doctors here for 3 days. If you press hard enough on someone to choke them out, you're going to get some fight back, number one, and you're going to get some deep, deep bruising. That's just common sense. After Marcy passed away, you heard the testimony. He was going from hysterical to nothing, so just fine. Hysterical, nothing, just fine. How is a person supposed to behave? Everybody processes grief in their own way. Everybody's different. And none of us know until we get there, and hopefully we don't. None of us know how it's going to be, how we're going to behave. Kevin DeLines, who used to be a good friend of his, came in the morning, and at that time, he said Kevin just had no emotion. And he said something like, I feel bad for not feeling bad. It was at a moment where he was feeling nothing, and he shared that with his good friend. He didn't say, well, I'm sure that happened. He didn't say, hey, buddy, I can tell you this is not the worst thing that ever happened. It was nothing like that. He just, with nothing going on in his head, just said, I just feel bad for not feeling bad. Or I feel bad for not feeling worse, something like that. But he was having a candid moment and these numb, blank feelings of confusion, and that's what he said to his friend. Scott Slocum says that he said, I feel relief, I feel a burden's been lifted. That was not a conversation that happened that day. That was something that happened later. And it wasn't, the context is so out of context that there's no context given as to what they were talking about. It has something to do with people providing food for the family, and they had this food train that the union put on, and they had this train of food coming every night, and it was such a relief. It lifted such a burden because he had family around, and it gave them food to eat so they didn't have to worry about that. To take that out of context is ridiculous. Casey Jones comes over the first night. She's the gossip. She's a friend of Katie Lindstrom. Well, Katie kind of distances herself from Casey and said, well, we work together. But they all shared that PC statement. Remember that? She shared the probable cause statement. That's the thing that has all the bad stuff. Everything the state is trying to say is contained in that. And it's not necessarily available at that time, but Casey got a hold of it. She works for the fire department. She knows people. She got a hold of it. She emailed it to at least 5 people, she said. She said she got it from somebody else. So this thing is going around the fire department like wildfire, and it's just getting everybody thinking and talking. And so now suddenly, everything you do is suspicious. Every time you say you clear a table, you're clearing things off of it instead of getting somebody over it. Everything's being misinterpreted. You're being viewed in the most dim light possible. Casey says, well, he seemed happier than I'd ever seen him. He was happy, he was smiling, he was fake crying. Reminds me of that book, The Stranger by Jamal, where the guy's convicted because somebody said he didn't cry at his own mother's funeral. It has nothing to do with this. That's just gossip. They're making a big deal out of the fact that Kevin deleted messages from his phone. You saw the messages. You had them read to you. They're terrible. It's a fight between the parents. They're kind of going back and forth and accusing each other of stuff. Megan wanted the phone. Kevin wanted to give it to her. He didn't want her to have the last memory of her mother being this terrible fight that she had. It wasn't even that bad, actually. This kind of mean words going back and forth between her mother and her father. He got rid of those messages. And if you look at the dates he got rid of them, it was substantially after she passed away, and it was just before he gave the phone to Megan. The picture, as you come in the front door, there's a living room to the left, there's a picture up on the wall, and he had to look at it every single time he went in. He loved this one, but it was a painful memory. So he took it down, took it upstairs, he placed it against the wall so they wouldn't see it all the time, just to give themselves time to heal. Because she didn't just pass away, she died tragically and dramatically and unexpectedly. This is painful. The furniture, you heard a lot about the furniture. Didn't want to sleep in that furniture anymore. They never wanted it in the first place. And in some ways, it's kind of an honor to Marcy that he wanted to finally get rid of it, because they never really wanted this stuff. It was just convenient, and it was economically good to keep it when they first bought the house. So he doesn't get rid of it right away. This is not a guy who killed his wife. This is a guy who right after the storm, maybe around the 22nd, 21st, 20th, something like that, his friends helped him get rid of that stuff. His mother washed the sheets, his sister threw away Marcy's pillow, and his dad threw away the comforter. Kevin didn't do this stuff. And then they're talking about him vacuuming his room. Well, his friend did that. You heard you heard you heard Wade talk about that. He said he's the one who did it because he helped with the bed. It was messy underneath. There was a lot of stuff under there, so he helped clean that up. But if you hear these things, if you want to make Kevin look bad, blame him for it. The police show up unannounced on the 23rd. When he hears them there, he invites them in, holds the dog back. You see the dog in the video? The dog's very protective. Dog barks. A dog that's very protective and barking, do you think a dog is going to sit by while somebody is strangling out one of their owners? These are the things, we can't put the dog on the stand, but the dog can testify. The dog didn't say anything. In fact, in the videos, the dog was Kevin. The dog was standing all over Kevin. If you look at the searches, they talked about, we had Detective Ellison be testifying, they had thousands and thousands and thousands of text messages and Google searches and whatnot. Kevin is about the most text-happy person you could know. He texts everybody prolifically. And all those thousands of messages and emails and searches, not once is there anything suspicious like how to kill your wife and get away with it, what to do with this, how to do that. There's nothing even related to her death as far as how to hide something, how to cover up something, when this happens, how does that happen, what can an autopsy reveal? Will strangulation show up in an autopsy? Nothing like that. And they took his phones without notice. And all they can do is make a big deal out of the fact that he got rid of a bunch of nasty messages between him and his wife before he gave his daughter the phone. It is true that Kevin had an affair. It is. It's true that he was in love with this other woman. It's true he had plans with her. He didn't tell the detectives everything about it because they didn't ask him about it. He didn't. He was just kind of talking about, was he downplaying a little bit with them? Probably. But at the time, he didn't know he was under investigation for the murder of his wife who passed away tragically by his side. He didn't know that. The thing about the dog is a little thing that I refer to as body language. There's certain things that are unspoken in trial testimony we can't take, but we look at body language. Matters like this, people kind of scatter from one side to the other. We did it, we didn't do it, or I don't know, something like that. And you can see the people who read the PC statement around the firehouse, how they're kind of reticent to endorse him, except for one of the witnesses. But Kevin's kids, Megan and Ted, both still love him. They're both very close to their mother and both very close to their father. And Ted said, I was close to both, but I was close to my mother. They're right by his side. They're standing with him. They love him, but they're being honest with you. But their body language tells you that they're still supporting him. The autopsy in this case, and there's two. There's two autopsies. There's the first one that doesn't reach any conclusion. The body's sent away to the funeral home. And here comes this part that they're trying to make it sound like it's routine. This is unheard of. Ever heard of this? We're done with the autopsy. We put the organs back in. We sew it up. We put it in the bag. We give it to the driver, and say, "Go on, you got it." And then somebody comes in and says, "Well, hey, you're having an affair."
Objection. Facts not in evidence.
Overrule the objection.
And then call up, hey, have that driver turn around, bring the body back, and then a day later they start again. And Dr. Burt said on the stand, when she's talking about the injury, she goes, it didn't look that bad to me the first time. It didn't look like that much. It looked worse the second time, after she had this new information. Where's the objectivity? This doctor's being swayed by a rumor. And the state's absolutely right. We don't have a real good explanation for the bump on the back of the head. We don't have a good explanation for the swelling around the esophagus. We don't. Kevin didn't cause it. Doesn't know how it got there. He's had a lot of time to think about it. Boy, if he had planned this and knew it was coming, he could have said, I heard her fall. He could have said she fell. He could have said so many things. He could have said I bumped her head on the nightstand when I was laying to the floor because I was in a hurry and she was heavy. He didn't say any of that. He's had all this time to say that, and he never did. And the state keeps saying, well, you keep changing your story, but they haven't said how. Could it have been Ted's massage? Nobody knows. Dr. Burt said that it could be caused by a long, sustained pressure. Could cause that kind of bruising. And the reason we know that it's just a bruise, a contusion, and not a hematoma is because she didn't write it in her report. Remember what Dr. Nara said? I asked her, if there's a hematoma, would you put that in your report? Would you put the word in there? She goes, yes, I would. Did you see the word hematoma in Dr. Burt's report? No, I didn't. Here's the other side of that. Hematoma is the bump part. The bruise is the color. The hematoma is the bump part. And when the investigator, Christine Holroyd, went out there, what did she do? She said she palpated the skull. She's trained in this. They palpated, touched the skull, found it all over, looking for bumps. Did she find any bumps? No. She was there within 2 hours of Marcy's passing and didn't feel any bumps. And it doesn't show up in the doctor's report. The bruising around the jawline, that's just EMS efforts. Do we know that for a fact? No. But it makes sense. Because you don't have to force the facts to make that fit. If you want to believe the state with their story, you got to force it. You don't want to force it. Now the bruising on the carotid sheath here, this is quite telling. This is where the state doesn't even get close to beyond a reasonable doubt. Right here is that Dr. Burt said, well, we don't cut into the carotid sheath. That would be the only way to really verify that it had been impacted. We don't do that. Why? Just because they might want to do a showing. When EMS did their work, the last thing on their mind was the appearance of her face. When Dr. Burt did it, the first thing on her mind was the appearance of her face. She didn't have to be sure. They want you to be sure, but Dr. Burt didn't think it was necessary. I don't need to be sure. I can just go ahead and jump to that conclusion. I don't have enough information because I didn't look, but I can jump to that conclusion. Now, you will have those leggings in evidence, and I encourage you to take a look at it. It just kind of corroborates the hair and so forth. In the picture that I just showed you, that shows the large urine stain around here. The one that's just on top, but that doesn't reflect the large one that was on the bed. So that would be something you can consider. This is the phone on the bed. This is the phone picture that Detective Lopez took that shows you where the phone was. This is corroborative of the idea that somebody early on took the nightstand, yep, I said it again, took the nightstand, moved it away, and took the phone off and threw it on the bed. Or maybe Marcy had the phone in her hands. Who knows? It doesn't matter. We talked about the closet. The detective made a big deal out of the fact that there was largely men's clothing in the closet, meaning that, and things were not real tidy, meaning that only a man could live there. But remember, this is all women's clothing over here. This is Kevin's work stuff, and those are a few of the shirts right there. And Marcy's got a big pile of clothes down below in drawers or something like that. There's another view of the same. And you'll have these in evidence. You can look at these and ponder these all you like. This is Marcy's complexion. And the doctor said she could see petechiae on there. Dr. Nara said, yeah, it could be. Dr. Senka said, mostly not, maybe a couple, but there's a lot of opportunity for petechiae. It could be the throwing up, it could be the Lucas device, it could be the compressions, it could be a whole lot of things. But this is not what you get. These are not petechiae, these are blemishes here. This is not what you get when somebody is choked out and killed. Because Dr. Stankus says she's seen people who come in from training at the military base and they practice this chokehold. In 20 seconds where somebody is just passed out, they have a sharp demarcation between no petechiae and lots of petechiae. And that's because she explained about the compression of the jugular and the carotid and the vertebral arteries still supplying the brain. You remember that, I won't say it again. But there would have been significant petechiae, and there's just not. But rather than be sure, why don't we just take a leap and just assume it is? And that's what we did here. Why? Because she didn't take the 5 minutes it would take to cut out that little spot, send it to the lab, and see if it was petechiae. It wasn't worth her time. Why bother? Why be that sure? When I can assume, and I don't have to do the extra work. Dr. Garrett doesn't take that long. When I asked Dr. Burt, remember this? She would not tell me how long it takes. I don't know. I can't answer the question. She would not tell me anything. She wouldn't agree with me on anything. I asked her if it was better to do an autopsy quickly. She'd go, could you define quickly? So she did not want to cooperate with me on anything. This bruising, this is blemishes, maybe a little bit of CPR, injury, if you want to call it that. And injury is kind of a strong word. A little bruise is not an injury. Maybe in medical terms it is, but not in regular people speak. These are just blemishes on her face. It's just her complexion. I'm sorry to show you this again, but the doctor is looking at spots and saying, I don't know what to make of that. There's a little red dot there. She's just looking at photos. These are not photos she's been looking at recently. These are not photos she looked at the time. She didn't take them. She didn't review them. She didn't finish the autopsy until 2 days later. So she doesn't know what these are. She's just assuming. And this is a normal picture. You can use your common sense. You can give great weight to what experts say. You don't have to. You can use your common sense. The jury instruction says that. Because if you look at this, these shadows up here, she says are injuries. They're shadows. They're just shadows. This has been cut away. This part down here looks more like an injury when you look at it, but that's up to you to decide. But those are what she calls artifacts. That should mean in other words, she says, we probably did that when we were cutting in there. So take a good close look at these and judge for yourself. Those are not injuries. And if those are artifacts, why aren't these artifacts? She doesn't know. And sometimes a bruise is just a bruise. People get bruises all the time. Anybody who works in a shop gets bruises all the time. Anybody who works in the yard gets bruises all the time. Do some gardening, you get bruises. We all get them. Sometimes they'll have a bruise, you don't know where it came from. This is the part where the contusion is back here. This is where Ted said he was getting his deep massage. Again, do we know if that caused it? No. We have no idea. But she liked it hard, she liked it firm, she didn't complain, she wanted more, more, more. This is the picture, the wedding picture that Kevin took down and put upstairs. And the bottom line is the level of certainty you have to have is beyond a reasonable doubt. Not beyond all doubt, but beyond all reasonable doubt. What kind of certainty do we have here? What did Dr. Burt say? Every question was answered with could be, potentially. She must have said that 50 times. Could be, potentially. Could be, potentially. That is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It is a guess. When you don't bother to verify petechia, you don't bother to cut into the carotid sheath because you want to save someone's face for a viewing, you're missing information. You're making a decision based upon insufficient information. That is what we call a guess. It is not proof beyond reasonable doubt. There is nothing in the jury instructions that says, well, you can take a guess. It doesn't say that. In fact, what the jury instructions say is completely different. It does not say you don't have to be that sure. It says that if from such consideration, this is in your jury instruction, you're going to get this to go back with you. If from such consideration, after having looked at all the evidence, you have an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, then you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. Abiding truth. You have to have an abiding belief. That is a belief that we save for our faith, for the love of our children. That's what an abiding belief is. It's a strongly held fundamental belief that doesn't change in 5 minutes or 5 days or 5 weeks. It doesn't change when you walk out the door. It is a decision you make based upon an abiding belief that lasts forever. They did not do that in this case. And there's another instruction that says that the fact that punishment may follow is not to be considered by you, insofar as it shall tend to make you careful. That's not in there by accident. That is intentional. That is to let you know how important this is. That is why we've been here for 2 full weeks. Thank you very much for staying awake the whole time. We've been here for 2 weeks. We've occupied all your time. We started with about 90 people. We've got around to new people. Because this is important. And these words, these jury instructions are age old. There's no mistake. You have to be extremely careful. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening. Not falling asleep during my monologue here. And I ask that you find Kevin not guilty of murder in the first degree and not guilty of murder in the second degree.
Thank you for not falling asleep during my monologue. He literally just said that. All right. I screwed up a little bit. Sorry. So I had defense closing and then I had the entire closing. So I should have just played the entire closing because it's state, defense, state, as we all know. So I'm like, oh, I'll just play defense and I'll get to state. Oops. So anyway, we will get back to that. But because you guys have spoken, chat has spoken, and Squeegee has listened. Chat has spoken, Squeegee listens. Let's get to, before we get to state, before we get to the state's closing argument, let's check this out. Let's check this out.
seated, please state your name in full and spell your last name for the court's record.
Cynthia Mary Ward. Spell it. W-A-R-D.
Your last name.
W-A-R-D.
Go ahead, Counsel.
Thank you. Ms. Ward, where do you currently reside?
My full address or city?
Full address is
2731 Northeast Sampson Avenue, Estacada, Oregon.
And who do you currently reside there with?
Ted West and Kevin.
Kevin West?
Yes.
And how long have you lived there with Kevin West?
I don't know the approximate date, but probably 5 months or 6 months.
And what is the current, well, are you and Kevin West in a romantic relationship?
Yes.
And what is the current state of your relationship?
We're engaged.
When did you first meet Kevin West?
Probably, I don't know the exact date, but it was over 20 years ago was the first time, probably 2004.
Okay. And how was it that you met?
I was a volunteer firefighter with Washougal, and he was a paramedic with Camas.
And was he married to Marcelle West at the time?
Yes.
Did your relationship with Kevin West eventually turn into a sexual relationship?
Yes, briefly.
How soon after meeting?
Probably I don't know the exact date, maybe a year or 6 months. I don't know.
And how long did that first relationship last?
It was brief, maybe a couple months.
Did the two of you reconnect in 2023?
Yes.
And how was that occurred?
He messaged me.
On what?
Facebook.
Facebook Messenger?
Yes.
And what did he say when he messaged you?
I don't know the exact words, but it was, "Hi, is this Cynthia from Washougal that I knew back in the day?" I don't know exact words. It was very brief and just said, "How are you?"
And after he reached out to you on Facebook Messenger, did the two of you start communicating regularly?
I would say regularly, yeah.
How often would you communicate?
In the beginning, maybe once a week or every few weeks, and then it progressed.
When did you start communicating more frequently?
Okay, a couple months or a month maybe.
Okay. And how were you communicating?
Text messaging.
Just regular text messaging?
No, on an app.
What sort of app?
WhatsApp.
And what is WhatsApp?
It is just a different type of way to message, text messaging or calling.
Is it end-to-end encryption?
I don't think so, no.
Why would you use WhatsApp and not regular text messaging or Facebook Messenger?
I think for protection from, I was in a relationship at the time, and he would take my phone, or I assumed he took my phone, and it was easy to delete and not have it in my call history.
And did the two of you eventually decide to meet up in person?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't have the date, but it was months later.
So October, November?
Tried to answer that question, and I'm not sure on the exact date.
Where did you meet up?
The first time we met in a hotel, just to be out of the public eye.
Okay. And where was that?
It was off Airport Way. I don't remember the hotel. I'm sorry.
Between the time you first met in person at that hotel and Marcy's death, how many times did you see Kevin West in person?
I don't know. I don't have how many times we met. I'm sorry.
More than 10?
Yes.
More than 20?
Yes.
More than 30?
I don't know.
And we're talking about a period from October to the beginning of January?
Oh, yeah,
Again, I don't know the date that we met the first time, but it's really hard for me to answer, even if it was 20 times.
And how many trips did you take with Kevin between the time you met up in person and the time of Marcy's death?
I would say at least 2 that I can really remember. Maybe 3.
Can you tell us what those trips were?
I took a trip to, my mom was having medical issues. She needed a valve replacement. Sorry. And I wanted him to meet my mom.
Is your mom?
So that was in Nevada.
Okay, so you took Kevin to meet your mother. Is your mother Waltrid Ward?
Yeah.
Okay. And so the 2 of you went to Nevada? When was that?
I think November.
And how long of a trip was that?
A couple of days.
And any other trips that the 2 of you took?
We went to the beach.
Okay. And how long of a trip was that?
Oh, one day, 1 or 2 days.
And you recall no other trips?
Pardon?
And you recall no other trips?
Not right now.
Did you go to Hood River?
We drove through Hood River from, I'm sorry. I apologize. We went to Goldendale. I apologize. I didn't remember that. And we drove through Hood River to come home.
Okay. Did you stay in Hood River?
No.
Did you stay in Goldendale?
Yes.
Okay. At a hotel?
Yes.
And when was that?
I'm not sure with the date.
Going to Goldendale, what was the purpose of that trip?
My sister and my brother-in-law found some property that they wanted to look at, and me and my other sister, we had kind of a plan to buy at least 20 or more acres so that we could all live together on a piece of property, and have my mom and dad live with us as well. And so they were the first ones to go through retirement, and we're going to be buying property there. Hopefully, that was one of the locations. So we went to go look at property.
Okay. So you took Kevin to go meet up with your brother-in-law and sister-in-law? Sister and brother-in-law.
Yes.
And is your brother-in-law Paul Person?
Yes.
And during that trip when you were looking at property, was there discussion of you and Kevin purchasing that property with Paul and, what's your sister's name?
Sandra.
With Paul and Sandra.
So mainly it was for me to purchase it, and if me and Kevin were to be together, it was an option for him to also go to Goldendale with us. But originally, the whole plan was for me and my sister and my other sister to all buy property so we could live together.
Didn't Kevin talk with Paul about purchasing the property with him?
Right. I would be more likely the signer because I could sell my own home eventually. This was going to be like 8 to 10 years down the road. So it wasn't immediate thought process of purchasing it right away. They could have purchased the land and we, or me, could buy it or a piece of it.
Didn't Kevin ask Paul to carry the note until his divorce was finalized on the property?
I don't know what he talked to with Paul about.
You weren't involved in that?
I wasn't in the text message, no.
So you're not aware of any plan with Kevin and Paul to purchase that property?
It was, I don't want to say it incorrectly, there was plans that if Kevin were to, he was going to retire in 8 to 10 years or even longer, that yes, he would move with us.
Okay. Was he going to move there with Marcy?
No.
Okay. So what was the plan with Kevin and his relationship?
I don't know. I don't know.
There was no discussion of what he was going to do in his relationship?
Well, eventually he was going to leave Marcy at some point. I don't know when that would have been exactly.
So you and Kevin had discussions about him leaving Marcy?
Yeah.
How often?
Not very often. He was wanting to make sure that Marcy was available to see Megan get married, and that was in July. And she was pretty excited about that.
Did he ever discuss divorcing Marcy with you?
We had discussions, but not exact dates or anything like that.
Prior to Marcy's death, did he ever bring up wanting to marry you?
Prior? Maybe in a, I would say yes. Yeah.
How often?
That rare.
Did he ever discuss any other future plans with you besides purchasing property and marriage?
Not that I can recall, but if you have something, I can answer to it.
Do you recall nothing else about future plans?
No, and I am a little nervous, so not that I can think of right now.
Did he introduce you to any members of his family prior to Marcy's death?
Yes.
Who?
His mom and sister.
And is his mom's name Lorna?
Lori.
Lori. Okay. And where does she live?
In Eugene.
Did she come to you, or did you go to Eugene?
We went to Eugene.
Okay.
I think it was on the way to Nevada, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Sorry.
Was that the only time you met his mother prior to Marcy's death?
No, I met her one other time for Kevin's birthday.
Was his birthday after or before Marcy's death?
After.
Okay. So when you went, did you go with Kevin to visit her in Eugene?
Yes.
Okay. Were you just there for the day, or did you stay the night?
Stay the night.
And was any other members of his family there?
His stepfather.
And did he introduce you to them as his girlfriend?
No, just as Cynthia.
Was it apparent that the two of you were in a romantic relationship?
I don't know about romantic relationship. We didn't show romance. So I don't know how to answer that. A romantic relationship.
Did they think you were just a random person coming with Kevin to the house?
Objection, no foundation. Sustained.
So you don't think they had any idea who you were?
If Kevin talked to them about me, maybe, yeah. I don't think I was just a person off the street.
And did you meet any other members of his family?
At the birthday party, there was his dad and nieces.
When was the birthday party?
It was after his birthday because there was some weather. I want to say the 20th or 23rd of January.
The January that Marcy died?
Yes.
Okay. So 2024.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Okay. And what day is Kevin's birthday?
January 18th.
Okay. And where was this birthday party?
At his home.
Is that the home where Marcy died?
Yes.
And so you came to his birthday party there the 20th or the 23rd?
Somewhere around there, yes.
And who was present at that party?
I don't know exactly everyone, but what I remember is his nieces and his family, his mom, his dad, Megan, Ted, Caden. I don't remember anymore, or I can tell you if you have names if I saw them.
You mentioned Megan and Ted. Are those Kevin's children?
Yes.
And was that the first time that you met them?
I met Ted when he was a baby, but later, that was the first time I met them.
Did you ever meet Marcy?
One time.
When was that?
It was when I was a volunteer.
What were the circumstances?
They were going to marriage counseling, and I watched Ted.
So Kevin had you watch Ted while he and Marcy went to marriage counseling?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that before or after your affair? Or during?
That I don't remember.
Do you remember telling me it was after your affair?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous, so probably I was going to say assume it was after the affair, but I don't remember.
How were you introduced to Megan and Ted at the birthday party?
As Amy's friend.
Who's Amy?
His sister.
Were you eventually introduced as Kevin's girlfriend?
Yes.
When was that?
I don't know the exact date.
Was it within a week?
A couple months later, maybe.
A couple of months?
I don't know. I'm going to say I don't know, because I don't know. If you have a date, I can try to remember for you.
Did you ever? When did you start texting with Megan?
I'm not sure. She was in college still.
Was it around the time of the birthday party?
Objectives, relevance.
Was it at the birthday party? I'm sorry.
Was it around the time of the birthday party?
I don't know. I would think it would be after. I didn't have her number at the birthday party.
The night prior to Marcy's death, were you texting with Kevin?
I'm sorry?
The night prior to Marcy's death, were you texting with Kevin?
I did answer that, and I said I wasn't sure only because we would say goodnight. But I can't say 1,000% if I text him or he texts me that night.
At that point in time, were you speaking every day?
Yes, that's why I said I assumed it was every night.
How often?
Pretty much.
Okay. How often would you generally speak during the day at that point in time?
Sometimes he was at work and he couldn't, or I was at work and I couldn't, so it varied very much on how much we spoke. Some days it was a long, a lot. Some days it wasn't.
Do you remember the last time you spoke with Kevin that night?
No, I don't.
Do you recall whether you were speaking with Kevin at any point prior or between midnight and 4:30 a.m.?
No.
When did you first hear from Kevin after Marcy's death?
I texted him and said, good morning, how's everything? Just kind of a normal good morning. And I didn't hear from him. So it was probably 9 o'clock in the morning when I heard something from him, and he said that she had passed and he was going to Seattle to get Megan.
And when was the first time that you went to that residence after Marcy's death?
Kevin's birthday.
The birthday party?
Yeah.
You were at Kevin's home on January 23rd when the police arrived, were you not?
Yes, I was.
You were with him in the garage?
I was.
And you stayed in the garage the whole time that he spoke with police, did you not?
Yes, when the police officers left, Kevin was taking their card, and I walked in by the bathroom into the kitchen. But that's as far. We stayed mainly in the garage.
Oh, so you're saying you came out of the garage while the police officers were still there?
No, ma'am. When they left,
okay.
Kevin had opened the door and said, "I'm going to put this away." Yeah.
Why wouldn't you come out of the garage?
The garage was kind of a safe place. It was more Kevin's area, and we heard a knock at the door, but since we were in the garage, we didn't know it was an actual knock at the door. And then it was a big bang, and Kevin said, "Oh, I'll go check that," and I just stayed in the garage. It is set up with chairs, and it's not like a typical garage.
So he never told you that it was the police there?
He never came out. Nobody came to the garage.
He didn't have a conversation with you before leaving the garage saying it's the police and I'm going to probably tell you?
We thought it was Chuck, the neighbor, actually. He's like, it's probably Chuck, and answered the door. I had no idea the police were there.
And during the birthday party, what part of the house were you in?
Mainly the garage. It was just like everyone was in the garage. That was the place of gathering.
Did you ever come into the main house?
I did.
Do you remember telling me in a private interview or a prior interview that you never went into the main house, that you were only ever in the garage?
No, because I would have walked in the house even if I had to use the restroom. But I think maybe I was understanding your questioning to be that did I hang out in the main area? I had to come through the front door, so I had to be in the house. So you're questioning, maybe I was thinking that you were saying did we hang out continually? But no, it was in the garage mainly.
And you indicated that you're currently engaged to Kevin?
Yes.
When did Kevin propose?
September 1st.
Of what year?
2024.
And you indicated that you're currently living with Kevin and Ted?
Yes.
Who primarily supports the finances of the household?
We all do. I have a full-time job, and Kevin has retirement.
Is that his pension?
His retirement.
Is that his pension?
Ma'am, I don't know. He retired, so if it's his pension, if it goes along with retirement.
Do you recall previously telling me that he was the primary earner in the household?
No, I remember telling you that we both are, and that I am the signer on the house with Ted so he could get credit on his credit, because I have enough credit to rent the home that I'm in. He does help, but I'm the primary signer. So
you and Ted are on the lease together?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing else, Ron.
Examination. Good morning, Ms. Ward. You said you've been engaged since September 2024, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just about a little over a year, right?
Yeah, that was because my mom was unhealthy and he wanted to live there.
Understood. Now, it's fair to say that at some point you two are hoping for a life together. Isn't that accurate?
Yes.
And Megan's marriage, you said, was scheduled to be in July. That would have been July of 2023. Is that right?
23? 24. Sorry.
It would have been the July after Marcy passed.
Yes, sorry.
And you might not have had specific conversations, but there was a general understanding that at least someday in the future Kevin would get divorced.
Yes.
On the 23rd, when you remained in the garage and the police came, you say you weren't aware it was the police, right?
I was not aware.
And you thought it was the neighbor Chuck?
I did.
Did you not want to meet the neighbor Chuck?
If Kevin wanted to, I would have. I wasn't hiding in the garage. I made that pretty clear.
Okay. And the reason you didn't go in the house is because you just weren't comfortable being in the house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all, Ann. Thank you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
Yeah.
Can the witness be excused?
Yes.
I will reserve on this witness, Your Honor. Okay, so you're free to go at this time, but you're subject to recall, so you can't remain in the courtroom. You need to keep the parties advised of how to reach you in case.
So Kevin was arrested in March, and then they got engaged in September 1st. And I didn't think he was out on bail. I saw that the judge denied him bail. So I guess he proposed to her while in jail, I guess. I mean, she's hitching her wagon to the wrong horse there, or the wrong star, or whatever that saying is. All right. There's monkey mayhem going on behind me. All right. Because I kind of messed up the closings, because I had it all together, but for some reason I also had defense by itself. So now we're going to get to state, and then I'll skip defense. So we're going to hear state. We're going to hear both state and then their rebuttal. So we're going to hear both. All right. Here is all right. So this is this is the state's closing argument. State closing argument. And this is from January 20th. And then we'll get to the verdict. So this is about an hour, just so you guys know. This is about an hour. All right. State closing argument. Have a good birthday, Grampy.
In the beginning, this appeared to be a tragedy. A 48-year-old mother dying unexpectedly after a loving night with her husband. A 911 call, a seizure turned to cardiac arrest, CPR, her husband, a firefighter, performing resuscitation efforts. A hero turned to grieving widower. And for a moment, just like the first responders, you may have thought that's all there was. But this is not a case decided on first impressions. This is a case decided on evidence. And when you look closely, when you look beneath the surface, the story the defendant told falls apart. It falls apart for a number of reasons. But it's proven blatantly untrue based on Marcy's body and his phone. Now, the first thing that I want to address is the autopsy. What does her body tell us? Her body's going to tell us what happened to her. So you'll recall the testimony of Dr. Burt and the injuries that she detailed. It was pretty extensive testimony. But she detailed that there was hemorrhaging to both carotid sheaths, just below the jaw. That there was a hemorrhage to the esophagus on one side. That there was a large contusion to the back of her head, starting here at the bony prominence and extending about 6 centimeters down. And that she had bilateral bruising behind the ears. And behind one of the ears, there was something that appeared kind of like an abrasion. So you'll recall that she testified that the bilateral bruising behind the ears can occur two ways, right? So it can occur either as an internal injury by the compression of the jugular. So the congestion caused by the compression of the jugular, causing the hemorrhaging behind the ears. Or it can be from external trauma, or it can be from both. These are not injuries caused by CPR. These are not injuries caused by a seizure. These are not injuries caused by the eye gel or the bag valve mask, and they are certainly not injuries caused by massage. They are exactly what you see when force is applied to the sides of the neck. When blood flow to the brain is deliberately cut off by the compression of the carotids. The medical evidence tells you how she died, which was a vascular strangulation. But what happened before and after is important. That tells us why. It's the motive, right? So people act for reasons. Now, we don't need to prove motive to prove a crime. You're not going to see that in the elements. But in this case, the motive is glaringly apparent. The defendant's marriage was deteriorating. And he was blaming Marcy for the deterioration of his marriage, just as he did in court. The defendant was deeply involved in an affair. To call it an affair is a little bit of an understatement. This was an obsession. He was meeting her family. He was introducing her to his family. They were making plans for the future. They were discussing marriage. They were discussing buying property together in Goldendale. They were talking about their new life together. He was telling his friends about trips that he planned to take with her. He had retained an attorney. We see that in the text messages. And he had planned to move out. But divorce meant financial consequences. Because you'll recall the testimony from Casey Jones and Katie Linton, where they went through the worksheet, right? That was with Casey Jones. And they plugged in his salary and Marcy's salary and the number of years that they've been married. And he determined that he was going to have to pay alimony indefinitely. And he changed his clothes and left work early. He was so upset. And Katie Linton tells you that she was asking him about the divorce. He said, I can't. I'm stuck. His financial situation hasn't changed. In fact, it's arguably getting worse, as you see in the text messages. Now, the timeline in this particular case matters. It tells us the how. So, in this case, starts quite a while earlier. It starts actually in July when he meets up with Cynthia for the first time. After they rekindle their relationship. But for purposes of this timeline, we're going to start on December 13th. So we're talking about 3 weeks prior to Marcy's death. December 13th, they have a pretty big fight. We read most of it to you. You'll have the text messages that you'll be able to review during deliberations. But Marcy's telling Kevin, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm really tired of being berated. You have stated your feelings and I hear you. You haven't said one nice thing. Give me 2 weeks to find somewhere to go. The next day, December 14th, Marcy has a safari search for apartments for rent in Washington. She knows the marriage is on the way out. Presumably around Christmas, he's writing these Christmas cards that you have. Detective Arvizu already read them to you, but just highlight one little portion for you here. From the Christmas tree, to the food we prepare, to the home we make, to the decorations we display, our love will be present everywhere. Next year, 2024, will be our year. We will be together celebrating every day with love and understanding of what it means for you and I to be together. Our story will ring in the new year, loud for all to hear. I love you, Cynthia. Love forever and always, Kevin. 2024 was going to be their year. That was when it was all happening. And this is how we know there was an actual plan, right? You'll recall in the interview that Mr. West had with law enforcement, they asked him, was there a plan to leave? And he says no. That was false. There was a plan, he had retained an attorney, and he had told multiple people when exactly he was moving out. All right, so exhibits 181 and 173 are text messages that you'll have. So on January 3rd of 2024, so we're talking 5 days prior to Marcy's death at this point, the defendant texts Waltrid Ward, who is Cynthia's mother, that he will be moving out on the 8th and seeing an attorney on the 9th. He's also texting with Paul Person, who is Cynthia's brother-in-law, the same day. And he says, I'm moving out on Monday, which was January 8th. You'll have a calendar to double check. And papers are done on Tuesday, January 9th. I know where I sit. So now we jump to the night prior to Marcy's death, January 7th of 2023, or 2024 at this point. And on this day where he's having this amazing night with Marcy and they're making love, he's texting his mistress's mother. Just felt the need to send you a message. Today has been a tough day. I keep thinking about how happy I was yesterday and how we laughed. I want you to know how spiritually connected Cynthia and I are. We have something so incredibly special. Yesterday, talking with you, her and I together felt so great. I can't explain the familiarity and love I have for both of you. You are my family, and I feel like we always have been. Thank you for your love and support. I will never be able to express how much that means to me. I love Cynthia to tears, and I will always give her my all. Love you, Mom. He later asks her, please know how strong we are and that nothing will come between us. I love you so much. And then again later, I'm leaning on you today because I feel so close to you. Cynthia has shared your struggles through life, and I know how strong you are. I don't want to worry my mom, and I need you. I miss Cynthia so much. Even though we are so close to being together, today is hard because I miss her so much. I absolutely ache for her, wishing tomorrow would come. I'm so sorry for leaning on you, but you are someone I so trust and love. And then again later, he texts again Cynthia's mother, says, I will never let go. This is what he's doing right before he makes love to his wife. So then we have an account from him that she vomits, right? Different times in different interviews, it changes here in testimony. Somewhere between 9:30 and 11 is kind of where we're at. Now, today, he tells you that she vomited, that he went back downstairs and was scrolling on his phone. Why is he changing that? Well, he told you. Because the Apple Health data came to light. So now he's got to account for why his phone's moving around a lot. Because it was inconsistent with his story that he told to law enforcement. The Apple Health data didn't match up. So now he's got to tweak it a little bit. So let's look at the Apple Health data because it's crucial in this case. All right. At 12:09 a.m., after in every interview he said that both of them were asleep, right? Up until today. 12:09 a.m., Kevin's phone logs 55 steps. At 12:10, Marcy's phone logs 86 steps. So they're up together. At 12:20, there's a Safari search on Marcy's phone for mother of the bride dresses. That's the last we hear from Marcy's phone before her time. At 1:09, there's a Google search on Kevin's phone for the hotel ledger. And then there's a break in activity where the phone's not moving around. Now, does that mean that they're sedentary? No. It just means that they're not holding the phone, right? Because this isn't a wearable device. They have to actually be carrying the phone around. So there's a break here. We don't know what's happening. It's possible that's when Marcy is killed. 2:11 a.m., his phone logs 143 steps and 2 floors. 2:22 a.m., his phone logs 164 steps and 1 floor. 2:38 a.m., his phone logs 119 steps. 2:48 a.m., his phone logs 128 steps. 3 a.m., his phone logs 457 steps. 3:10, 133 steps. 4:21, 198 steps. And then at 4:27 is when the 911 call starts. There's no steps at 4:27. The steps occurred 6 minutes prior. Now recall from his testimony, he said that he saw her seizing. Right, the phone was plugged in, wasn't moving. He sees her seizing, the dog is whimpering. He runs around to her side of the bed, gently lowers her to the floor. We saw the demonstration. And then has to go back to his side of the bed to get the phone from the charger and come back over to Marcy to render aid. It doesn't match. At 4:27, the 911 call starts. 1 minute and 50 seconds in, he's saying she's still seizing. 2 minutes 34 seconds in, he says she's not breathing. 3 minutes and 9 seconds in, she stops seizing. 3 minutes and 22 seconds in, the 911 dispatcher tells him to start CPR. 7 minutes and 20 seconds in, he says he has to go and lock the door. And then 9 minutes, 30 seconds in, you hear the paramedics and the fire arriving. And then the call ends at 4:37 a.m. At 4:39, his phone logs 8 steps. So, unfortunately, this is really what we can know about what was happening. Because we have no report from Marcy, right? We can't ask her what happened. But the phone told a story, and it was inconsistent with what he had told law enforcement. So we had to change it. All right. After the 8th, after her death, we have at 8 a.m., he starts telling his friend Kevin Belines, one of his best friends, when they're alone, because he acts very different when he has an audience, right? Just like up there, just like in here. But when he's one-on-one with those that are closest to him, his true colors come out. And he tells his best friend, Kevin Belines, I feel bad for not feeling bad. This is approximately 3 hours after his wife was declared deceased. Now, during the day, that same day, he asked Mark Woodland about getting rid of Marcy's things, and he makes the unsolicited comment about how autopsies often come back inconclusive. It wasn't weeks later, as he made it seem during testimony. It was the same day. And again, later that same day, he tells his other best friend, Scott Slocum, that he feels relieved, like a burden has been lifted. Now, during testimony here today, he tells you, I didn't mean about Marcy. Right? I was just talking about the fire department. They were alleviating so many of my concerns. Scott was pretty clear what he was talking about. And he told you. And then at 5:22 p.m. on the day of Marcy's death, he texts again with Cynthia's mother. Cynthia told me you're aware of Marcy's death this morning and how hard it's hit my kids. I want you to know that I'm okay, and I have my mom here and soon my dad. My daughter has her friends over and I hear laughter. Ted is sucked up tight to my mom, and I was talking with Cynthia. Thank you for your prayers and thank you for your love. Heart emoji, I love you, Mom. And then at 6 p.m., he texts her, I don't need more time because your text messages warm my heart. On the 11th, and again, we don't know what he's actually texting with Cynthia because they're using WhatsApp and it's an end-to-end encryption, so we can't access those. But he's telling her mom quite a bit, right? So we can see a lot of what their communication is between he and Cynthia through these texts with his mom, with her mom. So on the 11th, 3 days after, let's go back. The 9th. So this is the day after Marcy's death. He texts with Cynthia's mother again at 9:16 a.m. We had a good night last night and had some good laughs. Spelling errors from the text. So, then at 2:20 p.m., he texts her again, thinking about you and want you to know how incredibly close I feel to you. Thank you for accepting me into your life and supporting Cynthia and I right from the start. I'm so deeply in love with her and will always give her my best. She will always feel loved and feel safe and secure. I'm so grateful to be part of your family. Heart emoji, I love you. Heart emoji again. 2 days later, he texts her again. Cynthia has been such a huge support to me. I know it's hard for her, so hard for her not being able to be here and do more and doing more. I want you to know that she is filling me up with so much love that I would never be able to get through this without her. And then he later tells her that he's taking his sister down to see Cynthia so they can finally meet. On the 19th, he texts Cynthia's mother again. Just want to say hi, heart emoji, I love you, so in love with your daughter, heart emoji. Just want you to know we're better than okay, heart emoji, we're great. And then the 20th is the birthday party / gathering, depending on who you ask, for Kevin at his house when Cynthia comes over and is introduced to the kids as Kevin's sister's friend. His plan to replace Marcy with Cynthia without the financial ruin has been successful. But how he's behaving in the aftermath of Marcy's death is important. These are not the actions of a grieving husband. Again, we've already gone through the comments that he made to his friends. Casey Jones also came over that same day. He was showing her the deer butt bottle opener. She said he was fake crying. And asked how she knew. Well, she'd seen him real cry. There was no tears. Weren't many tears here today either. He literally erases Marcy from his life almost immediately. He removes pictures of her from the walls and hides them. He gets rid of their bedroom furniture. He gets rid of her personal belongings. He deletes her contact from his phone, unless he never had it saved in the first place. He brings his mistress into the home he shared with Marcy in 12 days and introduces her to the children. He deletes incriminating messages from his phone after he has contact with police. There's a number of messages, and you'll have all the text messages. You'll be able to review them during your deliberations. And in those text messages, you can see the dates that they're deleted. A number of them were deleted January 26th. So those weren't deleted to hide them from Marcy. Who was he hiding them from? This is not grief. This is a man who could not be more ready to move on. And he's deleting the messages because he's worried about getting caught. So I want to discuss the jury instructions with you. The judge just read them. There's a number of them. Lawyers like to define things. So let's start with witness credibility, which is a big one in this case, right? Because you've heard from a number of witnesses and you've had conflicting accounts, including the defendants, right? So, maybe. Okay. See if I think that's going to work. And you have these instructions, you'll have them with you. This is jury instruction number 1. Believe? Yep. Okay, this tells you how to evaluate the credibility of a witness. So, in considering witness testimony, you consider these things: the opportunity of the witness to observe or know the things that he or she testifies about, the ability of the witness to observe accurately, the quality of the witness's memory while testifying, the manner of the witness while testifying, any personal interest that the witness might have in the outcome or issues. This is kind of a big one in this case. Because many of the people, the witnesses that defense have paraded up here, all family members of the defendant. Right? They don't want to see him convicted. Understand. Any bias or prejudice that the witness may have shown, the reasonableness of the witness's statements in the context of all the other evidence, and any other factors that affect your evaluation or belief of a witness in your evaluation of his or her testimony. And there's a separate instruction also that gives you some additional criteria for expert witnesses. All right. I think this is important. And this is, again, in jury instruction number 1, a continuation. You must reach your decision based on the facts proved to you and on the law given, not on sympathy, prejudice, or personal preference. There's a lot of testimony meant to pull at your heartstrings in this case. But that's not what it's about. It's about the objective evidence, the objective facts. And then, reasonable doubt. Talked about this one a lot. And you finally get the definition. So, this is jury instruction number 4. A reasonable doubt is one for which a reason exists and may arise from the evidence or lack of evidence. It's such a doubt as would exist in the mind of a reasonable person after fully, fairly, and carefully considering all of the evidence or lack of evidence. If from such consideration you have an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, then you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. We define a lot of things for you. We don't define abiding belief. Submit to you that it is a lasting belief. All right. Direct versus circumstantial. Talked about this one a little bit in voir dire, about how circumstantial evidence gets a little bit of a bad rap. But this tells you that the law does not distinguish between direct and circumstantial evidence in terms of the weight or value in finding the facts of the case. One is not necessarily more or less valuable than the other. What's the direct evidence in this case, right? So the direct evidence would be the defendant's account. He was the one that perceived it. But this is a perfect example of why that could be flawed. And why we need to look at the circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence refers to evidence from which, based on your common sense and experience, not required to check your common sense at the door. In fact, the law tells you to use it. You may reasonably infer something that's at issue in this case. So, there's hemorrhaging on the carotid sheaths. You can reasonably infer that there was some sort of a trauma there, right? There's hemorrhaging to the esophagus. You can reasonably infer that there was a trauma there. All right, there are 2 counts in this case. And it's going to get a little bit confusing, I think, because there's count 1, which is murder in the first degree with premeditation. And then there's count 2, which is murder in the second degree, which is charged under a different theory. So we have premeditated intent for count 1, and for count 2, it's something called felony murder. Right? So the defendant engaged in a particular felony that resulted in the death of a person. And you have to consider them separately. So your decision on one should not affect your decision on the other. So let's look at first at count 1. Count 1 is the elements for count 1, jury instruction number 9. Okay. So to convict the defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree is charged in count 1. Each of the following elements must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that on or about January 8th, 2024, the defendant acted with the intent to cause the death of Marcelle West. 2, that the intent to cause death was premeditated. 3, that Marcelle West died as a result of the defendant's actions. And 4, that any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. Now, this fourth one is just what gives us our jurisdiction, right? So this is what allows us to prosecute this particular crime because it occurred in the state of Washington. You might have wondered why we were always asking, is that in Clark County, Washington? That's why. And there's no dispute to the date, right? Everyone agrees that it's January 8th, 2024. So really the question before you is whether the defendant acted with the intent to cause the death of Marcelle West, Marcy, and whether that intent was premeditated. So you then have to look at those 2 definitions. We give them both to you. Ten is intent, which is pretty intuitive, I guess. A person acts with intent or intentionally when acting with the objective or purpose to accomplish a result that constitutes a crime. So were you acting with the purpose to cause your death, basically. Premeditation is a little different. And there's this notion that premeditation needs to involve days of planning, weeks of planning, hours of planning. It doesn't. Jury instruction 11 just means premeditated means thought over beforehand. When a person, after any deliberation, forms an intent to take human life, the killing may follow immediately after the formation of the settled purpose, and it will still be premeditated. Premeditation must involve more than a moment and point of time. The law requires some time, however long or short, in which a design to kill is deliberately formed. So, if you have a crime of passion, right, there's an argument, and you shoot someone, maybe that's a murder too, right? Maybe that's not premeditated because it does not involve more than a moment and point of time. It's an immediate act. Strangulation's different. The testimony of the experts, depending on which one you find more credible, Dr. Burt says you typically go unconscious in 5 to 10 seconds, and then you have to maintain that pressure on the carotid arteries for somewhere in the neighborhood of 3, I can't recall her exact range, but the low end of it was 3, so we'll use that. 3 minutes. Maintaining pressure on an unconscious person's carotid arteries for approximately 3 minutes, 2 minutes and 50 seconds, that's premeditation. You can sit in silence for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. That's a while. That's more than a moment and point of time. But there's other evidence for premeditation, the motive, the multiple acts of violence, right? So she testified that this contusion on the back of the head probably wasn't part of the strangulation event, right? I asked her, could it be from this maneuver? She says, no, not likely. So a blow to the head at some point occurs, and then the strangulation. Now, if after full, fair, and careful consideration, you cannot agree as to whether it was premeditated, then, or can agree on the crime generally, right? Then you go to the potential lesser included. So there's a lesser included of murder in the second degree for count 1. And jury instruction number 12 tells you that murder in the second degree is a lesser included of murder in the first degree. Here's the only difference. It's the premeditation. It's the same otherwise. So, same date, defendant acted with intent to cause the death of Marcelle West, that she died as a result, and that it occurred in the state of Washington. All right, so that's count 1. Count 2 is a little bit different. Count 2 is felony murder. You hear about this sometime in like bank robberies or things like that, right? So people go in, they're robbing a bank, one of the participants shoots someone, a security guard, for example, during the execution of the robbery. It's technically murder because they were involved in the commission of a felony at the time. But in this case, this is also felony murder because the underlying felony is the assault in the second degree, which is assault by strangulation. So, let's try to straighten that out a little bit. Okay. It's not working out particularly well, but close enough. All right. So here's the elements, a little bit crooked, for the felony murder count 2, murder in the second degree. Different than the lesser included for count 1, which is also murder in the second degree, which is why this gets a little bit confusing. So for count 2, again, same date, January 8th, 2024, defendant committed assault in the second degree. The defendant caused the death of Marcelle West in the course and in furtherance of such crime, and that she was not a participant in the crime of assault in the second degree. She's not like a co-defendant or something along those lines. And that any of these acts occurred in the state of Washington. So the crux really is, what is assault in the second degree? Pretty straightforward. It's jury instruction 17. person commits the crime of assault in the second degree when he or she assaults another by strangulation. Okay? He does not have to intend to cause the death for count 2. He only has to intend to assault her by strangulation. So, we then have to define for you what an assault is. It's an intentional touching of another person that's harmful or offensive. It's offensive if the touching would offend an ordinary person who is not unduly sensitive. Certainly, pushing on someone's neck, putting your arms around someone's neck, whatever the mechanism is. Defense is very focused on the vascular strangulation, the chokehold. He likes to call it a rear naked chokehold. The rear vascular restraint hold is one potential mechanism that Dr. Burr said. But she also said that it could be just fingers to the carotids, right? From the front or the back. And if you're putting your thumbs from the front in a person's carotid and hooking your fingers behind the ears, that could cause bruising. And if you're going from the back and putting your fingers into the carotids and putting your thumb behind the ears, that could also cause bruising. And then she testified also if you're in a rear vascular restraint chokehold, the arm and the pressure to the ears could cause the bruising and the abrasion. So there's multiple potential mechanisms. We don't know. We weren't there. Marcy can't tell us. But any one of those would fit the vascular restraint or the vascular strangulation. So then we need to define what strangulation is. Okay, we're starting to lose paper here. Basically just means compressing a person's neck and obstructing their blood flow or ability to breathe. So either it's an anterior compression where you're compressing their breathing, their trachea, or it's a lateral compression where you're compressing the carotids and the jugular. This cuts off your air, this cuts off your blood flow. Both effectuate death. This actually effectuates death a little bit faster and causes unconsciousness much faster. And then there is a special allegation. So if you were to convict either on count 1, the murder in the first degree, or the lesser included of the murder in the second degree, or count 2, the felony murder in the second degree, then you go to the special verdict. And the special verdict is just whether or not they're intimate partners. And so you may have wondered why we were asking, were they legally married? Do they have biological children? Things like that. This is why. Jury instruction 21. Intimate partner means spouse or persons who have a child in common. So Marcy and Kevin were legally married. They had children in common. They were technically intimate partners for purposes of the law. In this case, her body tells us what happened. The affair tells us why. And the timeline tells us how. And when you put it all together, there really is only one conclusion that fits with every piece of the evidence, which is Marcy was killed by a vascular strangulation at the hands of the only person that was there, which is her husband. The law requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt, not proof beyond all doubt. The standard has been met in this particular case. And I'm going to have one more opportunity to speak with you because it is my burden, but I thank you for your attention during closing arguments and during this trial. That was a lot. There was a lot in there that was not in evidence, that was not testified to by any person. And I think it's an important reminder that what I say and what defense counsel says is not evidence. The evidence is the testimony that you've heard and the exhibits that you'll have with you. I'm not going to go through everything he talked about, but there are a few things that I'd like to touch on. One is, he said, Kevin's had 2 years to come up with a way that she was injured, but he hasn't. Except he has. Remember, he paraded in his son, who had given a demonstration of a massage that he had given his mother, right, where he only touched these parts. In fact, he was very careful to say, sometimes I lift up on the jaw, but I didn't on this occasion. That video where Mr. Walker interjects and says, but that's not how you do it. You just don't really remember. You can watch the video. It's in evidence. And then he comes in here, and now all of a sudden he's taking his elbow to the back of his mother's head, which is completely different than what he did in the video, and he's massaging his mother's carotids. It's not reasonable. It's true that his kids love him. There's no doubt. And there's no doubt that they love their mother. And they probably can't imagine a scenario where their father would hurt their mother, so they're willing to do whatever it takes. Even for being sick. It's understandable. But it's not reasonable. They're saying it's not reasonable. They've been manipulated. As far as the phone deletion that he was talking about, he's saying that, yes, of course, he deleted the fight because he was going to give Marcy's phone to his daughter, Megan. Except the information that was deleted was on Kevin's phone, not on Marcy's phone. That was not the phone that was being given to Megan. In any event, Marcy's phone was still in the house. Megan was back at UW. Megan hadn't taken the phone. Now, there's a lot of talk about what's going on in the room, right? We're talking a lot about the side table, this nightstand. Why is it important? Well, it's not the smoking gun. It's something that comes up in one of his interviews. It's a little weird, where he says that he had to clear the nightstand to get her off the bed. And when they look at the body cam, there's no nightstand there. A little strange. It wouldn't be a big deal if he took the stand and said, I thought there was a nightstand, maybe there wasn't. He's doubling down. He just keeps saying, there was a nightstand, there was a nightstand. There's no nightstand. Why is he lying about it? The table was not there by Marcy's side, probably because they weren't really sleeping in the same room together at that stage. Remember, Chris Castle said that the defendant had made a comment that this was the first time they'd slept together in a while. And that makes sense when you look at their texts. They're continuing to make it an issue. They're bringing in additional exhibits of the bed and the nightstands. There's no one saying they moved it. There's no one observed moving it. The body-worn camera starts shortly after the paramedics arrive. The first person in is Rick Burnham. He says there's no nightstand. Didn't see it. Didn't move it. Take it for what it's worth. As far as the bed and the urine are concerned, we can't say definitively that there was urine in the bed, but Mark Woodland testified that there was a substance on the bed that was consistent with urine. Unfortunately, by the time law enforcement executes the search warrant, the bed is gone, the mattress is gone, the bedding is gone, or washed. So it's hard to confirm. But her pants do have what appears to be urine on them. So it makes sense that there could be urine in the bed. Does that tell us how she died? No. because you'll remember Dr. Burt's testimony that even people that survive strangulations often urinate themselves. It's a common hallmark of a strangulation. And it's a common hallmark of dying. And it's a common hallmark of a seizure. So it doesn't really tell us how she died. It just gives us maybe a clue about where she was at some point during the struggle or the death. Now, defense counsel showed you a photograph of the bed with her phone in it, where she presumably was, and the sheets. Now, you'll notice that the sheets are also a little bit strange. Sheets are pulled away from the side of the bed, toward the center of the bed, which is a little bizarre if he's pulling her off the bed this way. Why is that? Is it a smoking gun? No. It's a little weird. The hands are inside out. The bra is fastened strangely. She's wearing an underwire bra. There was a lot of discussion about the bra. Take it for what it's worth. It's things that are just a little bizarre. Do we fully understand their significance? Probably not. But it's possible that they didn't go to bed that night. It's possible that they were having a fight. It's possible that he had told her he was going to leave. Perhaps she told him she was going to leave. We don't know. We weren't there. But it certainly wasn't a situation where both parties went to bed, slept, and he awoke to a seizure. Because we can tell from the phones that he was up. I want to talk a little bit about the experts. Defense counsel brought up Dr. Stankus, Dr. Nara, Dr. Burt. There was two others. There was two paramedics that were called as experts. There was Wade Fairclough from defense, and there was Mark Woodland from the state that were called. So as far as Wade Fairclough was concerned, he really didn't have a whole lot to contribute. He said that he testified about the ETCO2 levels on a run sheet, but conceded that it doesn't tell you anything about when she actually died. That her levels could be consistent with somebody that died hours prior. Mark Woodland is arguably more qualified than Wade Fairclough. Mark Woodland is the EMS trainer, as you'll recall. He's the one that brought in the bag valve mask, the Lucas, things like that. He testified that Marcy's glucose level was consistent with someone in his training and experience who has just had a seizure, and testified again about what the ETCO2 levels showed and don't show. And he is consistent with Dr. Burt. Dr. Burt said that the glucose levels were more suggestive of a trauma, such as the strangulation, and whatever else happened, some sort of a blow. She's got some bruising on her elbows. We don't really know, but there was some sort of a struggle. And she explained to you in great detail what her findings were and why. She ultimately ruled that this case was asphyxia due to blunt neck trauma and a homicide. She did actually cut into the carotid sheaths. Defense counsel's a little bit confused. She didn't cut into the carotid artery. The carotid artery is the thing that takes the blood to the brain that they use for the embalming. Doesn't really matter. She was able to fully visualize the hemorrhaging to the carotid sheath. There wasn't an injury to the carotid artery, so there was no reason to cut into it. She was able to fully visualize that. She testified as to why that would be the case. The carotid sheath is a much thinner substance. It's more vascularized. The carotid the carotid artery and the jugular vein are thicker, more harder to damage. But that the hemorrhaging to the carotid sheath was consistent with the pressure that would cause occlusion of bones, so cutting off the blood flow. Dr. Burt also testified that rigor mortis and lividity would not set in a few hours, as defense counsel just told you. There was no testimony of that. Dr. Nara was a forensic pathologist that defense called, but she's also the one that peer-reviewed Dr. Burt's work and agreed with Dr. Burt's work. She agreed to the cause and manner of death, blunt force trauma to the neck, asphyxia, and the manner of death being a homicide. Now, Dr. Stankus, she's not a forensic pathologist. She's not a trained death investigator. She's not a neurologist. She's not an epileptologist or a surgeon. She's an ER physician who works in that capacity approximately half the time. She arguably has a financial motive. You recall she charges $500 an hour. She was not provided all of the information. She was not provided the police reports. She was not provided all of the autopsy photos. She's working with an incomplete set of data. And all she really testified to was that she would expect more petechiae in a strangulation death, and which Dr. Burt refutes, and about the blood glucose level, which is refuted by both Dr. Burt and Mark Whitland. But just as important as what Dr. Stankus does testify about is what she does not testify about. She has no explanation for Marcy's injuries. And you'll recall that she's qualified to. Defense counsel.
Counsel's argument, facts not in evidence.
Overruled. Defense counsel asked Dr. Stankus, isn't it true that part of your job is identifying the mechanism of the injury? You recall that? And she said yes. But then they don't want to have her actually identify the mechanism of the injuries. Because she won't. She testified that she was asked to opine on the massage causing the injuries, but was not comfortable doing that. Why not? Because as Dr. Burt testified, a massage would not cause these injuries. She also had no explanation for the hemorrhage of the carotid sheath, no explanation for the hemorrhage of the esophagus, no explanation for the bilateral bruising behind the ears. No one of the first responders indicated that they ever put their fingers behind Marcy's ears. In fact, Michaela was asked that and said that she did not. She also said that she didn't use this mechanism for the head tilt. She used this. And so the bruise, that slight bruise that defense counsel just put up, that's down here, Dr. Burt testified that that's over the carotid sheath. That's over the area that the hemorrhage is. Now, defense counsel says Marcy has chronic headaches, right? And we're somehow supposed to make the leap that chronic headaches lead to death. There's no testimony about that, but for the sake of argument, let's go down that road. Connie Hahn sat next to Marcy for 20 years at work and testified that she never saw her complaining of a headache, never saw her exhibiting signs of suffering from a headache or a migraine. You'll notice that every witness has her having significantly more headaches. Ted said 4 a year, I think. And then Megan was like every day, every other day. It was pretty frequent. And then when the defendant got up there, he said she's having them every day or every other day. The ibuprofen in her purse has gone from a travel pack to a Costco-sized bottle. I want to play you a clip. This is from the defendant's first interview on January 23rd. And remember defense counsel saying his story never changes?
Did she often have headaches?
She didn't have migraines. She didn't have headaches.
She didn't have migraines. She didn't have headaches. That's what he said. That's what he said in the first interview with CCSO, January 23rd of 2024. That story has changed significantly. Why? Because he needs to fit facts. He needs to come up with an excuse for how Marcy died. Defense counsel would have you believe that Marcy basically caused her own death, and that she caused the affair. They want you to believe that Marcy, her sedentary lifestyle, her bad eating habits, her fondness for Diet Coke. If you hear about Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi, it's got a pretty bad rap in this case. That's what killed her. And while they're at it, they want to also blame her for his affair with Cynthia. They want you to believe that lack of sex, poor housekeeping skills, lack of cooking, in opening and again closing, they talk about how she wouldn't go to social functions. We now have a pretty good idea that that's because she wasn't invited from the testimony of Casey. They paint a picture in court that's pretty consistent with the blaming in the fight from December 13th. The text between the defendant and Marcy just weeks prior to her death, where he's blaming her. Much the same way they blamed her in court. But that was not who Marcy was. Marcy was a loving mother, she was a daughter, she was a friend, and she did not deserve what happened to her. The defendant in this case is willing to pin this on everyone and anyone. The first responders caused the bruising. Ted caused the contusion, maybe the carotid hemorrhage. The cat caused him to have to empty the room. Marcy is blamed for a lot. And now, finally, she's blamed for carrying his phone around all night. According to the defense, the only person not responsible for any of this was the defendant. But there's a number of leaps that you need to take in order to buy defense's theory in this particular case. First, someone had to have caused the hemorrhage to the outside of Marcy's esophagus. It wasn't Michaela, it wasn't the eye gel. Dr. Burt told you why that doesn't make sense. It's on the outside. This is a very protected structure. It's between the trachea and the spine, the front and the back, and the carotid sheaths, the carotid, the jugular sides. There's also a number of muscles right here. It's deep in the neck. This is your food tube. They have no reasonable explanation for that injury. The carotid sheaths, there's hemorrhaging to both of them. They're high in her neck, just under the jaw. They're putting up a picture now and saying it's a shadow. It's not reasonable. Dr. Burt explained in great detail what those hemorrhages were. You saw them in photos. They're taking photos of photos and putting them up. You'll have the actual photos with you. There's no reasonable explanation for that injury. The Apple Health data, you'd have to believe that Marcy got up and was running all over the house with the defendant's phone, basically all night long. She has her own phone. If she's trying to go through his phone, that's not necessarily something you'd be running around the house for. Defense would have you believe that she had his phone until at least 4:21, where the phone takes 198 steps. And then she plugs it in on his side of the bed. She sneaks back to her side of the bed. She tucks herself in. She has a seizure and dies. It's not reasonable. If she was up all night going through his phone, it's reasonable to conclude that that's motive, right? He wakes up to her going through his phone, but that's not what happened here. The person walking around with the defendant's phone was the defendant, probably trying to figure out what the heck he's going to do after he had just strangled his wife. And the answer he came up with is stage an emergency, stage a medical event, and call your buddies. and the date, you'd have to believe that it was just a coincidence. That she died from natural causes on the date that he told multiple members of Cynthia's family that he was going to leave her. Messages that he later tried to conceal by deleting them from his phone, not from the phone he gave me. The only reason he deleted them was to conceal them from law enforcement. The defense in this case has reminded you that the defendant is a firefighter many, many times. But uniforms do not change anatomy, and uniforms do not override medical evidence. This case is not about what Kevin West did as an occupation. This case is about what Kevin West did behind closed doors. Marcy's body tells us what happened to her, his phone tells us why, and when you put all of it together, there is only one conclusion that fits every piece of the evidence. Marcy was killed by vascular strangulation at the hands of her husband. The law requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt, not proof beyond all doubt, and the standard has been met. On behalf of the state of Washington, we ask that you return the only verdict consistent with the evidence in this particular case, and that is guilty on both counts. Thank you.
All right, so it rolls right into the verdict, which is nice. All right, this is okay. Yep. All right, so that's the closing. So now we have verdict. Those were the closing arguments, and now we have the verdict, which took. They said around 2 hours. The research I found is that it took about 2 hours. I don't know if it was, less than or more than, but. The news report I saw, it took them about 2 hours to come back with a verdict. So here we are with the verdict, and the verdict was the 21st. So the verdict was there. Let me redo this. So the verdict was January 21st. All right. So here we go. Pammy, you had to take a rest or two to rest your eyeballs. Yeah, I bet. All right, Chad, I'll show Pammy's puzzle after we get the verdict here. All right, here's the verdict.
Juror number one, I see you have some documents in your hand. Are you the presiding juror?
Yep.
The jury reached the verdict?
Yep.
Would you hand the documents then to the lady? All right, verdict in count 1A. We, the jury, find the above-named defendant guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. Verdict count 1B is blank as required. Verdict count 2A, we the jury find the above-named defendant guilty of the crime of murder in the second degree. Special verdict form were Kevin West and Marcelle West, intimate partners. Answer yes. All right, so I'm now going to poll you to make sure that these are your individual verdicts and that they were the verdicts of a unanimous jury. So I'm going to ask you those two questions. Were they your individual verdicts, and were they the verdicts of the jury? If you would answer no to any of the counts, be sure to let me know. So juror number one, were these your individual verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number two, were these your individual verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number three, were these your verdicts? And were they the verdicts of the jury? Juror number 4, were these your verdict?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 5, were these your verdict?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 6, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 7, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 8, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 9, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 10, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Juror number 11, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
And juror number 12, were these your verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
Jury's been polled and found to be unanimous, and the verdict forms are signed and dated in proper form, so they'll be filed with the clerk. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your assistance in this case. We could not have a functioning jury system if citizens such as yourself weren't willing to take time out of your schedule to make these very important decisions for us. We know it's sometimes an inconvenience, and we do appreciate it. You're now released from the obligation that you not discuss the case. You're free to discuss it with whoever you like. In a couple of minutes, I'll be off the bench and stop by the jury room to see if any of you have questions or wish to make comments, and sometimes the attorneys do that as well. The flip side of that is that you are not required to discuss this case with anyone, and if I come to the jury room and find that not one of you wanted to spend one additional second there, I won't be offended in the least. In either event, you're discharged. Thank you again for your service. Counsel, do you have a memo there?
I do, Your Honor.
The defendant will be remanded into custody held without bail till sentencing. And for sentencing, I have February 25th at 9 o'clock. That would be an in-custody motion docket, or change of plea docket. That date acceptable?
Or should the defense, rather?
The only thing I would note, Your Honor, is that I do anticipate there will be quite a few impact statements, so I don't know if we want to do it as a special set.
All right. You indicate impact statements that are going to be read then?
I believe so.
Well, Emily, could you step out for a moment? We have about an hour that we can devote to sentencing towards the end of February.
For the end of February, I'll go take a look.
And we could do it sooner, Your Honor, if needed. There aren't any priors to prove up, so.
I'm sorry.
I don't anticipate that there are any priors that we need to prove up or anything like that, so we don't need to collect certified, so we could do it sooner if needed.
All right.
We could do Friday, February 27th at 9 a.m. We have all morning.
That work for the party?
Can we do it a little later in the morning, like around 10 or 11, something like that?
That would be fine. We have all morning.
Okay, because I've got a 9 o'clock, but that's fine.
10 o'clock then? All right, February 27th then at 10 o'clock for sentencing. Did you need the attorneys regarding exhibits then? All right, if there's nothing further, counsel, we're in recess.
Thank you.
That's yeah, I've never really seen them like you shouldn't be allowed to touch somebody like that. We've Todd Mullis, he turned around to say anything to his family, and they just pounced on him and handcuffed him right away. I've never seen somebody who's just been convicted of that being able to hold hands. She could have passed him anything. She could have passed him, a weapon or something, or pill. I mean, that's really, I don't know. I think that's her mom, I think. So we definitely are going to do, I'd love to do a full rewatch on this. We'll do a full rewatch. So February 27th, which is a Friday at 10 a.m., which would be 1 o'clock our time. So we're going to be right in the middle of Corey. Corey starts that week, the 24th. So we may save this for, well, we'll see. We may dual stream or we may save it for Saturday. We'll see. We'll see how we feel. Yeah, he should be in handcuffs. He should be in handcuffs. We've seen other trials where they do not get to do this. He should be in handcuffs. He should be taken away. He should not be, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I mean, she could have passed him like a cyanide pill or something. I don't know. She can't pass him any weapons, but get that man in handcuffs. Mr. Sheriff, put him in handcuffs. He was just found guilty. I mean, come on. Yeah, let's not forget about Marcy here. Even passing a pen, I know, right? I mean, this is unheard of. I've never seen this before. Never seen this before. I don't know. A paperclip for the handcuffs when he gets them? I know, right? I've never seen this before. All right. Well. All right, so I did find a news report. It looks like somebody speaks. I'm not sure who it is. So I found a news clip here. So this will be, I guess this will probably be it for us for today. But let's check this out. You know how I like my press conferences, but this was not a press conference. Let's check this out. This is a news clip, and somebody's talking here.
Former Camas.
All right, hold on. Oh, Pammy, thank you. Oh, yeah, Pammy, I got to show you your picture. Thank you so much, Pammy. Appreciate that. Thank you for your $9.99 contribution. Thank you so much. Maybe it's okay in Washington, I guess, right? Oh, guys, I want to show. I'm going to show this news clip, and then we'll show Pammy's puzzle. Pammy's puzzle. All right. Here's a little news clip I found.
Washougal Battalion Chief Kevin West is behind bars today after a jury found him guilty of killing his wife in January of 2024.
Ariel Silk joins us now live outside of the courthouse. And Ariel, you've been speaking with the late wife's friends today. How were they reacting to this news?
Oh, they were happy with the jury's decision to lock him up, but they're still mourning their friend's death.
We, the jury, find the above-named defendant guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree.
After more than 2 hours of deliberation, the jury finding Kevin West guilty of murder. Today, a loved one holds West's hand as the judge pulls the jury.
Were these your individual verdicts?
Yes.
And were they the verdicts of the jury?
Yes.
For years, West has been insisting that he was innocent, but the jury wasn't buying it, and neither were the friends of his wife, Marcelle West. Some say they had a feeling from the moment they learned of her death.
First thing out of my mouth was, I hope to God Kevin didn't do it.
Why I said that, I don't know.
During the trial, the court listened to the 911 call made on January 8, 2 years ago. On the recording, you can hear West say his wife collapsed and stopped breathing. But an autopsy shows Marcy was strangled with a violent neck injury, killing her. The prosecutors diving deeper into West's failing marriage, unveiling he was having an affair, which he admits to. Marcy's friends say she knew about the affair, but one of their 2 children were getting married.
She was planning on leaving in the summer after the wedding was done and over. She knew he was having affairs, and there were many.
Today, Marcy's friends celebrated the ruling, saying she was a devoted mother and wife.
I do feel like justice was served. There were other ways that he could have handled the situation instead of murdering Marcy. And I feel really bad for the kids, and they lose both parents in this situation.
West has been out of custody after his arrest and during the trial, now behind bars.
And it just has been 2 years of hell. I'm just thankful that the jury saw through all the stuff, and finally justice is going to be served.
West.
So he was out of custody. So when I looked it up, it said that a judge had revoked his bail or his bond. So he was out of custody. So he was living with Cynthia. So he was living with Cynthia and Ted. Ah, okay. So I think, Terry, you were asking that. So you had it right. You had it right that he was out on bond, and my research showed otherwise. So good one. So he was living, I guess he had made bond. I can't believe they gave him bond. All right, let's continue on.
Is facing a life behind bars. His sentencing is February 27th. Reporting live in Clark County, Ariel Salk, KOIN 6 News.
The court found a former Washington Fire Battalion chief guilty of murder. Kevin West murdered his wife back in 2024 and tried to make her death look like a medical emergency. West worked for the Kamis-Washougal Fire Department and told authorities his wife was having a seizure and stopped breathing. When crews got there, they pronounced her dead. Investigators later found out that West was having an affair. Then the autopsy showed his wife had died from asphyxia and blunt force trauma to the neck. They then ruled her death a homicide. West is scheduled to be sentenced next month.
Jury has convicted a former Kamis-Washougal Battalion chief of first-degree murder.
All right, now they're just playing a bunch of news clips. All right, let me just see if there's... Yeah, nobody's talking. All right, just playing a bunch of news clips. All right, Paul Canero is on for tomorrow, you guys. Paul Canero is on for tomorrow. So Jersey court Jersey court is on for tomorrow. Jersey court is on for tomorrow. So Paul Canero is on for tomorrow. All right, I wanted to show this puzzle that Pammy was working on all day. All right, so here's the puzzle. All right, here's the puzzle that Pammy was working on, right? And then now here is it completed. Let's see here. I'm calling it Pammy Puzzle. All right, so here it is completed. All right, so there's the puzzle. Hold on a sec. So there you go. There's the puzzle. Pretty cool, right? Good job, Pammy. Here, let me turn this. Let me see if I can, I'll rotate this. Let's see there. It's pretty cool, Pammy. Let's get a closer look at that. Wow. That's amazing. That only took you one day to do. Wow. That's pretty amazing. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah, that is cool. And that took you just a day? Wow. I mean, granted you were working on it all day, but holy smokes. Good job, Pammy. All right, cool. Very cool. We have such talented people here amongst us, from artists to poets to puzzle piece makers of the subject. Yeah, great. Very pretty. Love the colors. So many little pieces. Oh, you started it last night separating the colors. Yeah. It's pretty amazing, Pammy. Good job on that. And thank you for the $9.99. Really appreciate that too. 750 piece puzzle. Wow. Very cool. Very cool. All right, you guys. Yeah, Paul Canero is on for tomorrow. We've been checking the New Jersey courts, and oh yes, Jenny, we really do have so much talent in our chat. We really do. All right, yeah. Aaron's been checking. I've been checking. So right now, New Jersey is on. New Jersey is on. So come join us tomorrow. We'll be hopefully there won't be a last second delay, because we don't have anything as a backup, but we'll sort that out tomorrow. So thank you for watching us today. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. I know it's really cold out there for you guys, snowing. You guys are shoveling, doing all kinds of getting out of the storm that hit. Appreciate you watching the snow day at the beginning of the day, and then we finished with an Ego Takes the Stand. So appreciate that. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. And Dwayne, it's your birthday. I was going to show Super Ball, but she's kind of over there. But this is the newest thing. It's so cold out, or it's going to be cold for the next couple days. I brought in. I have a couple bamboo. Right, I got two bamboo, plants, if you will, and then I got bromeliads behind them. I got to pull in a lily. I got what else do I have? Oh, I have aloe and some ferns, so I got to pull them in. So these little guys have been going nuts. These little monkeys have been going nuts, and now they're all calm. But I'm sure tomorrow during lunchtime when we do kitty cam, you'll see they're going crazy back there. So I brought a little bit of Brought a little bit of the outside in for them. So, all right, you guys. Thanks again. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. And join us tomorrow. We're going to go at 8:15 Eastern for Paul Canero. So be safe, be well, stay warm, and we will see you guys tomorrow at 8:30. I'm sorry, 8:15. All right, bye.